Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Dragon Phoenix Sage? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This does not belong to me. It belongs to Naruto Niga. A mysterious figure sat atop a large skyscraper, gazing down at the chaos unfolding on the streets below. He mused that one would think people would heed the military's warnings during such dire times, but it seemed some simply did not grasp the gravity of the situation. He turned his gaze skyward, addressing his companion, Kurama. A loud snort echoed from Kurama, who replied in a bored tone, expressing his disdain for the foolishness of humans. After witnessing the same scenario unfold repeatedly over the past few days, people wandering into restricted areas only to meet unfortunate fates, it had become a tiresome spectacle for both him and the mysterious man. The man, now identified as Naruto, inquired how much longer this chaos would persist. Kurama estimated that, given Naruto's assistance to the humans, it would last about a week. Kurama suggested that they leave now that the city could fend for itself and that Naruto should resume his training in the ninja arts. Naruto chuckled at Kurama's wise tone, teasing him about sounding old and wise, which prompted Kurama to puff out his chest in indignation, declaring himself the mighty Kyuubi no Kitsune. Naruto, still amused, acknowledged that Kurama had a point. He needed to return to his shinobi training. Despite his advanced skills, there was always room for improvement, especially after the events that had brought him to this moment. With a sigh, Naruto reflected on the significant events that had led him here. In a flashback, a young boy with spiky blonde hair and crimson tips sat on his bed, engrossed in books about advanced fuinjutsu and elemental chakra natures. At around 7 years old and standing at 3 feet 8 inches tall, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze wore a short-sleeved blue shirt and matching umbu pants. He was the son of the 4th Hokage and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki, and also the Jinchuriki of Kurama, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, specifically, the yang part of Kurama's chakra. Naruto was born on October 10th, a day marked by tragedy, the day Kurama was freed from his previous host, Kushina. To protect their village, Naruto and his twin sister, Mito, became the new Jinchuriki of Kurama. This day also marked the end of the 3rd Hokage's life, who performed a self-sacrificing sealing technique to summon the Shinigami and seal the Kyuubi, allowing the 4th Hokage to remain with his newborn children and wife. After the sealing, Minato Namikaze announced that both his son and daughter held parts of Kurama's chakra. Naruto possessed the yang part, while Mito held the yin. As a result, Mito was celebrated as Konoha's princess, while Naruto was unfairly branded a demon by the villagers. This stigma arose from the belief that the darker aspect of Kurama's chakra had overtaken Naruto's body, leading to his alienation. Despite being labeled a demon, Naruto was far from it. He exhibited remarkable intellect from a young age, demonstrating extraordinary abilities even as a toddler. However, his brilliance went unnoticed, and he faced rejection from everyone, including his own family. His sister, Mito, turned against him, seizing every opportunity to belittle and bully him. Naruto's journey was one of resilience, determination, and the pursuit of acceptance in a world that had cast him aside. While this situation would break anyone else, Naruto was one of a kind. He would never be broken. He would uphold his nindo of never giving up and protecting every precious person he could. He had shaped his nindo based on his own perception of the world. Now, back to the boy reading his book. Naruto found himself bored, having read everything in the book multiple times to ensure he maintained his knowledge of fuinjutsu. He sighed, wondering if Itachi and Shisui were back from their mission. Hopping off his bed, he headed downstairs toward the front door. The Namikaze house where Naruto lived was modest, featuring 6 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and 4 showers. It also had an onsen in the back and a training field, which was used for secret training, protected by seals. Compared to the massive estates of other clans, which could accommodate hundreds or thousands of people, Naruto's home was quite humble. As he opened the door, he heard his parents congratulating Mito for completing the first stage of the Rasengan. Meanwhile, he had already mastered the technique, even incorporating his affinities into it. Naruto possessed an affinity for all 5 main nature elements: wind, water, fire, lightning, and earth. However, his control over these affinities varied. His wind and water releases were particularly strong. His wind affinity allowed him to hover and, with more training, potentially glide or even fly. His water affinity enabled him to draw moisture from the atmosphere, similar to the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, though not at his level. Next was his lightning affinity, which, while not as powerful as his water and wind affinities, allowed him to produce red and black lightning. He discovered that his lightning affinity could split into different colors, each with unique effects. Red lightning was faster and more versatile, suitable for area attacks, while black lightning was more powerful and compact, ideal for one-on-one battles. His fire and earth affinities were at a similar level, and with enough training he believed he could elevate them to match his lightning affinity. With a sigh, Naruto made his way to Training Ground 44, commonly known as the Forest of Death. Upon arriving, he spotted 2 figures engaged in a fierce battle, utilizing fire jutsu and rapid taijutsu techniques. This sight ignited Naruto's excitement. He loved watching high-level shinobi spar. Just as he finished his thoughts, the 2 figures appeared before him: Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha, elite members of the Uchiha clan and Naruto's unofficial older brothers. Naruto rushed forward, tackling them into a massive hug. He held a special fondness for Shisui and Itachi, as they were the only ones who had given him a chance to prove himself. Itachi smiled slightly while embracing his unofficial brother, unable to understand how anyone could see him as a demon. He greeted Naruto, asking if he had completed his training for his special gift. When Naruto nodded, Itachi's smile widened. Shisui, tired of being overlooked, finally caught Naruto's attention and beamed at him. He asked if Naruto had completed his training along with Itachi's schedule, knowing that no matter how hard he made it, Naruto would always exceed expectations. With pride, Naruto declared that he had indeed finished the training. Shisui, with a mischievous grin, challenged Naruto, suggesting that since his training seemed too easy, he should triple it and add level 20 resistance seals. Even Itachi felt a chill at the thought. Shisui's training was already tough, and increasing it threefold with such seals was daunting. However, he understood Naruto's determination. Naruto confidently proclaimed that Shisui's training was easy and bet that he could complete it in a day. Shisui agreed to the bet, promising to help Naruto with the Shunshin technique if he succeeded. However, if Naruto lost, he would have to wear a pink tutu for a week while reading Ika Ika. Without hesitation, Naruto accepted the challenge, shaking Shisui's hand. That day, Shisui felt a mix of depression and disbelief, realizing that his training was merely a warm-up for Naruto, who would soon require his assistance with the Shunshin technique. Itachi had observed the entire scene and could only laugh, finding it utterly priceless. This was usually Naruto's routine. At 6:30 a.m. he would wake up, eat, and shower. By 7 a.m., he was training in Fuinjutsu and calligraphy. At 8 a.m. he focused on chakra control using shadow clones. By 10 a.m., he was engaged in medical chakra and genjutsu training. At 11 a.m., he took a break for lunch followed by kenjutsu training. At noon, he practiced ninjutsu and other secret techniques. At 2 p.m., he trained in taijutsu and ninjutsu with Itachi and Shisui. By 5 p.m., he was studying Fuinjutsu. At 7 p.m., he had dinner and continued practicing Fuinjutsu. Finally, at 9 p.m., he went to sleep. Naruto followed this schedule nearly every day, and because of it he could confidently say he would be a mid-high jonin in terms of skills and around mid-chunin in experience. Itachi and Shisui had many different styles, having copied their enemies' attacks and used those techniques against Naruto. This gave him a solid understanding of various known attacks. However, it was the next event that would set Naruto on a new path. He mumbled to himself that he really shouldn't dwell on that event as he slowly got up. Standing at an impressive 5 feet 11 inches at the age of 13, his muscles were visible through his black, skin-tight muscle shirt and baggy black pants, which were taped at the ends. He wore red and black Nike runners, and next to him lay a black jacket with a hood, adorned with red flames on the edges and 5 symbols arranged in a circle, with a sixth symbol in the center. These symbols defined Naruto, but due to the many battles he had faced since leaving Konoha, they had been ruined beyond repair. After a quick stretch of his arms and legs, he launched himself toward a forest that was quite far from his original position. He asked Kurama with a serious expression how much more training he would need to reach the power Kurama believed he should attain. Kurama had suggested that Naruto train until he surpassed even the Sage of Six Paths. It always puzzled Naruto why Kurama wanted him to become stronger than the sage, but who wouldn't want that kind of strength? Kurama replied that in 6 months, Naruto should be ready, adding that Konoha was the next village hosting the Chunin exams. A grin spread across Kurama's face, which was mirrored by Naruto's excitement. He imagined the astonished expressions of everyone in Konoha when they saw him. Naruto puffed out his chest in a heroic pose, declaring that he would be the one to bring peace, not just because Kurama suggested it. However, in his moment of pride, he missed the tree he was running toward. With a thud, he collided with the tree. Kurama erupted into laughter, rolling on the floor of Naruto's mindscape, tears streaming down his face from laughing so hard. Naruto, holding his nose, expressed his frustration, realizing that the tree had healed him almost instantly due to an ability he had gained. Kurama continued to laugh, teasing Naruto about being knocked down by a tree. Naruto crossed his arms and pouted, looking at the now broken tree. He had to admit that the powers he had gained during his travels were remarkable, especially his black light virus ability, which he had acquired after leaving and exploring beyond the elemental nations. In a flashback, a sailor shouted that the ship was being destroyed, dodging flying debris. The captain, in a bitter tone, acknowledged that they had done better than most but realized this was the last few moments of their lives. He noticed a small blonde-haired boy swimming toward the storm, slowly disappearing into the clouded winds, never to be seen again, or so he thought. Frustrated, Naruto asked Kurama if this was truly the only way to get through the storm. After swimming for 3 hours, he felt like he would never escape the barrier. Kurama assured him they were close and instructed him to dive under. Following the guidance, Naruto found himself sitting on a vast amount of sand surrounded by strange objects with 4 circles and a massive building that seemed impossible to create. It was breathtaking. In awe, Naruto whispered to Kurama about their location. Kurama explained that they were outside the elemental nations, in a dimension sealed with a barrier set up by the Sage of Six Paths. Even Kurama was amazed by what they were witnessing through Naruto's eyes. Naruto expressed his wonder, only to be caught off guard by something hitting him on the head, a reminder that even in awe, he needed to stay alert. Naruto observed the dark substance resting on his hand, curiosity etched on his face. He wondered if it was just him or if the goo was actually being absorbed into him. Kurama responded, indicating that it seemed to be the case and offered to investigate further. After a brief moment, Kurama explained that the substance was a mutated virus designed to transform living beings into mutants that would obey a queen or king, attacking anything that wasn't one of their own. However, Naruto was absorbing it and gaining control over it, which was unexpected. Kurama warned that the rapid changes caused by the goo would likely lead to Naruto losing consciousness soon, and he would see him later. With that, Naruto collapsed onto a nearby bench, where he would remain for the next few days. Reflecting on the experience, Naruto acknowledged that the blacklight virus had significantly enhanced his training. It was ironic that the blood injected into him, intended to harm him, had actually become a source of strength. He found it amusing that the blood did not match any of his records, revealing a surprising twist in the situation. Kurama shared in the irony, displaying a grin that showcased his formidable fangs. The blood of the only 2 individuals, aside from the Sage of the Six Paths, who could control Kurama was now part of Naruto. This newfound power meant there would be no barriers preventing Naruto from achieving greatness. Naruto found himself in a massive crater, tears streaming down his face as he grappled with the consequences of Kurama's latest idea. The fox had infused an overwhelming amount of chakra into Naruto's newly crafted resistance and gravity seals. Each seal, placed on his arms, legs, and torso, was now at a staggering level of strength, far beyond what was considered normal. While typical seals could manage a maximum of 10 times the usual gravity and resistance, Naruto had pushed his creations to an astonishing 100 times. As a result, he lay in the crater, feeling the weight of his injuries, broken bones and torn ligaments, while Kurama laughed heartily at his predicament. Naruto struggled to swim through his own tears, yearning for solid ground where he could rest without a care in the world. Kurama, still chuckling, reminded him that in a few days, he would adapt to the weight thanks to the ever-evolving blacklight virus, which would accelerate the process. With a hint of encouragement, Kurama urged Naruto to return to training so they could reclaim the elemental nations before the upcoming Chunin exams and reunite with his older brothers. Determined, Naruto began to move, focusing on adjusting to his new weight and resistance. He was eager to meet his brothers before diving deeper into learning new ninjutsu and genjutsu techniques. Although he had mastered chakra control and strengthened his elemental affinities, he lacked a diverse arsenal of techniques. Having only learned the Rasengan and incorporated his affinities into it, he realized he needed to expand his skills. The idea of learning medical jutsu crossed his mind, not only to aid Kurama in healing but also to enhance his own capabilities. As he pondered, Naruto asked Kurama about the friends he had mentioned earlier. After the incident in Manhattan, he had traveled extensively, absorbing various cultures and traditions. The experience had been enlightening, but the monks he met on a hill in Japan had left a lasting impression. They had taught him about peace and chi, the physical aspect of chakra. Through this training, he discovered the ability to separate his energies, gaining new powers. He learned to harness chi and spirit energy, which he referred to as Ryatsu. While chi was powerful but difficult to control, Ryatsu offered precision but lacked the same strength. Ultimately, chakra remained the most versatile energy, capable of being both powerful and controlled. However, Naruto's immediate concerns revolved around the fiends Kurama had warned him about. These creatures resembled true demons, and he had encountered a few, along with their followers, stealthy ninjas adorned with spider symbols. Unlike the ninjas from the elemental nations, these foes were exceptionally skilled and wielded an array of weapons, including katanas and scythes. To prepare for such opponents, Naruto had taken up kenjutsu. He had crafted a unique sword from his own biomass, initially a massive blade too unwieldy for finesse, but he had combined it with a katana he found during his travels, creating an unbreakable weapon that he could enhance with his affinities. During his training near Mount Fuji, he had successfully defeated several purple fiends, but he sensed that more lurked within the mountain. The thought of investigating crossed his mind, as he felt capable of facing an army of these fiends despite the weight of his new seals. With a serious yet hopeful tone, he turned to Kurama, expressing his concern about the potential threat these fiends posed to others. He sought the fox's advice on whether he should investigate further. Kurama, with a hint of annoyance, reminded Naruto of his status as the Kyuubi no Kitsune, asserting his superiority while also acknowledging Naruto's determination. Kurama let out a snarl, though his expression remained cheerful. He recognized that Naruto could hold his own in a fight and might even win, relying on his taijutsu and kenjutsu skills. Despite Naruto having access to powerful bloodlines, Kurama knew he would never resort to using them against him, even to secure a victory. This fairness was something Kurama admired about Naruto. He always offered others a chance. It was a quality that drew Kurama to him as a friend. Even as the darker half of Naruto's being, Kurama felt that, regardless of Naruto's initial hesitance, they would have formed a partnership eventually. A sincere smile briefly crossed his face before fading when he heard Naruto's response. Naruto boasted that he could defeat Kurama even with his eyes closed and arms tied. He joked about Kurama's reputation, claiming it was due to his unpleasant smell, which made him laugh until tears streamed down his face. However, he quickly regretted his words when Kurama responded with a headache-inducing retort. Kurama insisted he could defeat Naruto even while asleep. He then suggested that Naruto investigate the fiends, hinting that it might help him understand the situation better, even though he himself was curious and uncertain about it. Eager to act, Naruto shouted in excitement and launched himself from his training ground at the base of the mountain, his chakra-enhanced speed causing trees to topple in his wake. He came to an abrupt stop to avoid colliding with an elderly man, bald with fluffy white eyebrows and a long white beard, dressed like a traveling merchant, a rare sight these days. Concerned, the old man asked what Naruto was doing in such a dangerous area. He hadn't expected to see anyone there, especially not a ninja like Ryu Hayabusa, whom he had encountered earlier while delivering a dragon gem. Naruto explained that he had been battling strange purple creatures he believed were fiends. The old man's expression shifted to one of seriousness at the mention of fiends, but Naruto continued, sharing his intuition that the fiends were residing in the mountain and that he planned to investigate. As the old man discreetly drew a hidden tanto blade from his pack, ready to defend himself against a potential threat, Naruto sensed the man's conflicted emotions. He calmly told the old man to put his weapon away, revealing his ability to sense feelings and energy levels. The old man was astonished that his silent approach had been detected. Naruto introduced himself, proudly stating his full name, which reflected his heritage from both the Uchiha and Senju clans. The old man, now identified as Muramasa, acknowledged Naruto's lengthy name with a slight bow, which caused him to wince in pain. When Muramasa complained about his back, Naruto approached him and transferred some of Kurama's chakra to heal his injuries. Muramasa felt an immediate shift from pain to a sense of peace and vitality, as if he had regained his youth. He marveled at the energy Naruto had used, which felt different yet invigorating. Once Naruto stepped back, he asked if Muramasa felt better, explaining that he had used his energy to heal him but advised against any strenuous activities. Grateful, Muramasa thanked Naruto, recognizing the boy's special nature. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted them, and Naruto looked up to see a dragon-like creature with extra limbs. He noticed the old man's worried expression and assured him to stay safe while he confronted the beast. With that, Naruto dashed forward, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's head. It was an awe-inspiring sight, and he couldn't help but admire its intimidating presence. Just then, he noticed a figure in black on the ground, assisted by a woman, but his thoughts were interrupted by the creature's massive tail swinging toward him. He quickly dodged to the left, landing on the creature's back, ready to face the challenge ahead. His dash ability stemmed from his blacklight power, combined with his wind affinity, which gave the illusion that he could fly. While gliding was the extent of his wind abilities, his blacklight powers allowed him to achieve this without expending chakra. Given his exceptional control and vast reserves, it would take an unreasonable amount of S-rank jutsu to even deplete a fraction of his energy. Spotting the tail of a massive beast, he couldn't help but think how unoriginal it was. Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, had that covered. Determined, Naruto leaped high into the sky, unleashing his first original technique, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. He hurled the spiraling shuriken toward the back of the colossal creature, declaring it was time to finish the fight. With a swift motion, he unsealed his bio-sword and slashed downward, cleaving the dragon in two while absorbing its essence. The bio-sword transformed, resembling the blade of the black-clad ninja across from him. The new sword was crimson with a black outline, featuring a dragon spiraling around the crossguard. The handle, once wrapped in black cloth, now sported crimson fabric adorned with a black diamond. It radiated the power of an arch-fiend dragon crossbreed, but instead of pure malice, it now felt wise and controlled, a comforting presence within the blade. However, his moment of triumph was interrupted when the man in black suddenly attacked him. Although Naruto sensed he would struggle in a weapon duel, he felt confident he could defeat the man effortlessly. He expressed his frustration, asking the man to stop attacking him, noting the absurdity of being confronted after battling the old man and the dragon. The man, with a cold and serious demeanor, inquired about Naruto's identity, which he found somewhat impressive. Naruto puffed out his chest, introducing himself as Naruto Uzumaki Senju Uchiha, the #1 badass and ultimate ninja. His bravado was quickly dampened by the sound of giggling from a nearby woman, which disrupted his moment of glory. The man in black lowered his weapon, introducing himself as Ryu Hayabusa, a ninja of the dragon lineage. Ryu noticed that the archfiend's presence had vanished, signaling he could finally return home to assist his village. Ryu thanked Naruto for his help but expressed the need to return to his village for repairs. Naruto, with a casual demeanor, asked Ryu to relay a message to a nearby village about his well-being, mentioning it had suffered significant damage. As he began to walk away, he almost stumbled off the side of a mountain. Ryu called out to him, asking about a blind man named Joe. Depending on Naruto's response, Ryu's next actions would be determined. Naruto confirmed Joe's existence, explaining that he had healed Joe's blindness and helped the villagers with various ailments, thanks to Kurama's chakra. Ryu, filled with gratitude, invited Naruto to his village to learn the ways of ninpo as a reward for his assistance. He expressed his joy at the thought of his village being safe. Naruto contemplated the offer, considering his desire to see his brothers but also intrigued by the idea of learning ninpo and kenjutsu from Ryu. He acknowledged that while he could surpass Ryu in many areas, weapons were not one of them. Kurama encouraged him, suggesting that mastering ninpo could serve as an additional advantage, especially with his unique abilities. Agreeing to Ryu's invitation, Naruto asked how they would reach the village. Just then, they heard the sound of rotor blades, and the woman from earlier appeared, inviting them aboard a flying machine that would take them to Hayabusa village. After a 7-week time skip, Naruto prepared for his return. With Kurama's guidance, he dove into the water, emerging on land and announcing his comeback. Naruto Uzumaki Senju Uchiha, the first ever Dragon Phoenix sage, had returned. Naruto stood in shock, blinking at the scene unfolding before him. It appeared to be an execution, and the murmurs from the crowd confirmed his suspicions. Phrases like, "not the hero of waves," and "why him, he saved us all," floated through the air, along with a few angry remarks about Gato. It was clear to Naruto that the man being held was innocent, and the one orchestrating this was in the wrong. As Naruto Uzumaki, he could not allow this to happen. He called out, drawing everyone's attention, including Gato's, as he shouted at the top of his lungs. The crowd turned to see a boy around 13 or 14 years old, standing tall at about 5 feet 11 inches with spiky blonde hair tipped in crimson. He wore a black hoodie adorned with red lines that resembled the design of Kurama's chakra mode, though he had not transformed. The lines twisted down to his stomach, forming a spiral surrounded by squiggles, with 2 fang-like designs pointing downward. His pants were simple black, reaching his ankles and covering his shoes, which were black Nikes with red accents. He looked undeniably fierce. Gato, flustered and angry, demanded that the boy be silenced, offering a reward for anyone who would take him down. A bandit, eager for the reward, charged at Naruto, but to Naruto, they moved as if in slow motion. Even without his jujutsu, he found it laughable. With a simple knee to the gut, the bandit was sent flying back with incredible force, crashing into his comrades and taking them down with him. The crowd gasped in awe and fear, realizing the boy's strength. Naruto, unimpressed, called out to Gato, demanding he release the man at the stake. He felt bored. He had taken out a group of bandits with a single strike and was holding back. He mused that perhaps the crowd thought Gato deserved this fate. Gato, realizing the gravity of the situation, began to sweat. This boy had just eliminated his hired muscle in mere seconds. In a desperate attempt, Gato offered Naruto a deal, thinking no one would refuse him. As he spoke, the people of Wave tightened their grips on their children, while the man at the stake looked down at Naruto with a faint smile. Gato promised a hefty sum for Naruto's service and a bonus if he brutally killed the man. However, Naruto was not swayed. He declared his name and his mission to protect those in need, rejecting Gato's offer with a fierce determination. The crowd felt a surge of hope. Perhaps this boy was their savior. As Gato realized he was losing control, he grabbed a sword from one of his fallen bandits and held it to the throat of the man at the stake, trying to intimidate Naruto. He threatened that if Naruto took one more step, the man would die. But Naruto was already behind Gato, and when Gato attempted to strike, he found only air. Looking up, he saw the man and his family embracing, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Naruto wasted no time. He lifted Gato effortlessly with one hand, declaring that he had no personal knowledge of him, but the way the people spoke of him revealed his true nature. The crowd held their breath, wondering if their new hero would show mercy. But Naruto's expression turned fierce as he proclaimed that Gato was worse than scum. Naruto stood with a serious expression, his tone heavy with sadness as he addressed Gato. He lifted Gato, who was shouting angrily, and sent him soaring into the air. With a powerful technique, he absorbed Gato's knowledge, including information about bank statements, slavery rings, and businesses. Naruto planned to use much of Gato's wealth to benefit the people of Wave. Afterward, he sighed, feeling the weight of what he had done. Killing was something he despised, but sometimes it was necessary. Moments later, the people of Wave erupted in cheers, calling him a hero. They lifted Naruto into the air, and for the first time, he felt appreciated and valued, a stark contrast to his experiences back in his hometown. In a flashback to when he was 10 years old, Naruto recalled the villagers who had branded him a demon, trying to capture him. He had only known pain and betrayal throughout his life. Despite being the son of the fourth Hokage, he received no kindness from the villagers. They saw him as a failure, ignoring the fact that he had been mistreated and even poisoned by those he thought cared for him, like the Ichiraka family. The betrayal cut deep, especially when he realized their smiles had been deceitful. His only solace came from his godparents, Jiraiya and Tsunade. While Tsunade had not embraced her role as a godmother, Jiraiya had made an effort to connect with him, sharing stories and offering support. This thought brought a smile to Naruto's face. He knew there were people who would accept him if he sought them out. As he faced a villager brandishing a kitchen knife, Naruto's eyes glowed with a fierce determination. The villager fell unconscious at the sight of Naruto's powerful gaze. In that moment, Naruto felt a surge of confidence and ran to embrace the owners of the red eyes, realizing that acceptance was possible if he tried hard enough. Tears streamed down his face as he fell asleep, hugging his newfound brothers. Returning to the present, Naruto was lowered to the ground, a fire igniting in his eyes as he proclaimed that Wave was free. The villagers erupted in joy, celebrating for 3 days and nights, honoring their new hero. Exhausted, Naruto found himself asleep on a bar table, a bottle of sake in hand. Thanks to his unique abilities, he could enjoy the taste of sake without the risk of losing control. He appreciated the simple pleasures of life, knowing the consequences of his strength. Suddenly, a small voice broke through his thoughts. A child in a bucket hat and overalls looked up at him with admiration. The sight warmed Naruto's heart, knowing he had saved this child from the pain Gato would have inflicted. The child asked if he was the hero of Wave, excitement shining in his eyes. Naruto smiled and relaxed, feeling at ease in this safe space. The child continued, sharing how his father had told him about Naruto's victory over Gato. With infectious energy, the child urged Naruto to see what the villagers had created in his honor. Laughing, Naruto agreed and stood up, leaving a generous tip for the bar worker before following the child outside. When they reached the center of the village, Naruto was taken aback. There, in the middle of the village, stood a magnificent picture of him, arms crossed and smiling, a testament to the impact he had made in just 3 days. The statue had been crafted with remarkable detail, even featuring the symbols on his back that most had overlooked while he was battling Gato. The symbols included 6 magatamas arranged in a circle, and within that circle were the kanji characters representing the names of all the tailed beasts: Shikaru, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Saiken, Chome, Gyuki, and finally his partner, Kurama. In the center were 3 connected tomo, a meaning known only to Naruto. It was heartwarming to see the villagers honoring him in this way. As Naruto contemplated this, he overheard some villagers discussing plans to build a bridge to facilitate trade. Inspired by their conversation, he decided to take action. After everyone had gone to sleep, Naruto made his way to the edge of a cliff where he began to channel his chakra into the ground. Moments later, hundreds of roots shot from the cliff face, connecting to the other side. He infused more chakra to ensure the wood was flat and smooth, revealing its special properties, stronger than steel and fire-resistant. To enhance safety, he transformed additional roots into fences surrounding the bridge. Although it took him about an hour, he added supports underneath, not out of necessity, but to reassure the villagers. Once the bridge was complete, Naruto leaned against one of the fences and fell asleep, unaware that a small child had been watching him. The child quickly gathered the remaining villagers to witness Naruto's accomplishment. When morning came, Naruto awoke to find himself surrounded by smiling faces. Initially startled, he soon realized he was on his bridge and greeted everyone with a sleepy smile. An elderly man named Tazuna, whom Naruto had heard discussing the bridge plans, expressed his gratitude. He conveyed how incredible it was for Naruto to go so far for complete strangers, and the villagers echoed their thanks, feeling a deep sense of appreciation for his efforts. Naruto, scratching the back of his head, humbly responded that it was no problem. He then offered the villagers the chance to name the bridge but mentioned he needed to leave soon, having only planned to stay for 5 days. As he began to walk away, he turned back to add that the bridge was made from a special wood, ensuring its strength and fire resistance. With a cheerful farewell, he dashed into the forest at incredible speed, hearing the villagers cheer the name they had chosen for the bridge, the Great Naruto Bridge. This brought him immense joy, as he had spent his life striving to be seen for who he truly was, rather than just the host of the fox spirit. Suddenly, he felt a familiar presence in his mind. Kurama, the fox spirit, grumbled about being called a furball. Naruto chuckled and then performed a summoning jutsu, resulting in a small phoenix appearing. The little bird nestled in his hair, miraculously avoiding setting it ablaze. With a cute, squeaky voice, the phoenix asked why she had been summoned. Naruto affectionately requested her to scout ahead and inform him of how far Konoha was, promising her some treats in return. He cherished his summons, both the dragons and phoenixes, as they made him feel safe, along with the grumpy fox, though he wouldn't admit it. The tiny phoenix agreed and flew off, mentioning that her mother wanted to see him soon. Naruto smiled, feeling a deep love for his unofficial family, and set off toward Konoha. At the gates of Konoha, the 2 gate guards, Izumo and Kotetsu, were diligently working to keep the village safe from enemies by playing poker while half asleep. This was the scene Naruto encountered as he approached the gate, and he couldn't resist the urge to prank them. Quickly applying a ninpo he learned from the shrine maidens, Naruto transformed into a beautiful woman he had met in Hayabusa village, named Kasumi. She was a strong and captivating figure, embodying both strength and charm. In his new form, Naruto approached the 2 Chunin, ensuring his transformation was convincing. He gently placed his hands on their shoulders and asked in a voice that immediately caught their attention if he could enter the village. The Chunin nodded, but their faces turned pale as they realized the situation, causing a comical reaction that painted the booth red with their embarrassment. Naruto then transformed back to his original self and strolled through the massive gates of Konoha. Kurama grumbled about being back in the village that had sealed him multiple times, though he recalled that his last experience had been somewhat positive. He decided to set aside thoughts of his other half for later. Naruto contemplated his first task upon returning. He needed to relieve his blood clone from its duties. He was unsure how the clone had been treated in his absence, but he was eager to find out. He had learned the blood clone technique before leaving, wanting to avoid being pursued as a missing person. The clone had been created with Naruto's personality to observe how the villagers' influence affected him. Although the clone was aware of its nature and lacked true emotions, it displayed them for the sake of the experiment. Since it was a blood clone, Naruto would gain its memories, regardless of whether he wanted to confront them. As Naruto arrived at a dilapidated apartment, he was surprised to find his clone there. He climbed the stairs and reached the room, where the word demon was scrawled on the door. Expecting the worst, he opened it cautiously, narrowly dodging a kunai that could have caused serious harm. Inside, he heard someone crying and followed the sound to a bedroom. There, he found his clone, visibly distressed, holding 2 other individuals. The sight brought tears to Naruto's eyes. His clone appeared frail and beaten, while the 2 girls looked at him with tears streaming down their faces. When they noticed Naruto, they gasped, recognizing him as a near-perfect copy of the boy they had known. With a hint of fear, they asked if he had come to harm them, explaining their financial struggles. As Naruto took a closer look, he noticed the girl's distinct features. One had blackish-blue hair that reached her shoulders, soft black eyes filled with sorrow, and wore a loose black shirt and pants. The other girl had blonde hair with red tips, blue eyes reminiscent of Naruto's old ones, and wore a green shirt with white pants. Both appeared to be in a state of distress. Seeing his clones suffering made Naruto realize that leaving the village had been the right choice. Determined to end the pain he had inadvertently caused, he gently placed his hands on his clone's head and spoke soothingly, expressing his regret for the hardships it had endured. He promised to protect the friends it had made and vowed to summon it again when he had a more suitable technique. With those words, he dispelled the clone, who smiled, knowing its friends were safe and it could finally find peace. As the clone vanished, Naruto felt a rush of memories flooding his mind. He reflected on the hardships his clone had faced, particularly the moment when his family had disowned him in front of the village. The weight of those memories was heavy, but he was determined to move forward and protect those he cared about. His older brother had to give up on him, and it hurt deeply. However, Sasuke was his true brother. Despite others being against it, he was always there for his clone. In honor of their bond, Sasuke even wore a kitsune mask, which became one of the most cherished memories for his clone. Next, he found Toki Senju and Satsuki Uchiha, the two women who stood beside him. He recalled how Naruto had saved them by accident when he discovered Orochimaru's hidden base, where they were held in test tubes, ready for experimentation. Fortunately, due to Konoha's actions, Orochimaru had escaped, and they were safe. As time passed, his clone grew very close to both Toki and Satsuki. It seemed he was oblivious to the fact that they both had feelings for him, whether it was due to his actions or the fact that he had saved them. The three of them attended the academy together, where it was evident that his clone faced sabotage in everything, from education to taijutsu. It was disheartening to see Toki and Satsuki treated poorly simply because they were friends with Naruto. Although they weren't sabotaged, they were constantly bullied, with others calling them nobodies who could be killed without anyone caring. This infuriated him. Then came the Mizuki incident, where his clone stole the forbidden scroll from the Hokage's office and learned the shadow clone technique, which was surprisingly easy. After that, he copied several techniques related to it, including the exploding shadow clone and the shuriken and kunai shadow clone techniques. These were excellent skills, and the best part was that he had copied every would-release technique ever created, along with the elemental training for it. Now, the situation had escalated. Apparently, Naruto, Toki, and Satsuki had to pay 5 times the actual cost to live in their current place, and since they couldn't gather enough money, they were expecting to be thrown out onto the streets. This saddened him immensely. With a determined leap, he picked up both girls and carried them in a fireman's hold, jumping out of the house and into the forest of death. Both girls were frightened, thinking a stranger had harmed Naruto or dispelled him, bringing them to a training ground everyone feared. He set them down gently. Satsuki, fearing the worst, wondered if he would harm them before doing something worse, while Toki echoed similar concerns. This made Naruto feel a pang of sadness. He couldn't understand how someone could harbor such hatred. With a sigh, he sat cross-legged in front of them, looking into Satsuki's and Toki's eyes, and began to speak. He introduced himself as Naruto Uzumaki Senju Uchiha, formerly Namikaze. He mentioned that he was considering a new last name since the current one was too long. He shared his fondness for Toki and Satsuki, whom he had rescued from Orochimaru's test tubes 3 years ago. He expressed his love for sleeping, cuddling with them, and enjoying ramen together. His dislikes included RPSs, cold-blooded killers, perverts, and those who mistreated them because of the demon inside him. His dreams were to become the best Hokage and bring world peace, like Jiraiya and the Sage of Six Paths had tried to do. He also mentioned his hobbies, which included spending time with them, practicing sealing techniques, training, and secretly helping them with gardening. As soon as he finished, both girls rushed toward him, grabbing him by the neck. Satsuki, with her Sharingan activated, accused him of pretending to be Naruto. Toki summoned roots to hold him in place, but what he said next shifted their anger to tears of love. He vowed that he would never hurt them, stating he would rather harm himself than let anything happen to them. Slowly, Satsuki and Toki released him, tears streaming down their faces. Toki quietly asked if he was still their Naruto. He reassured them that the clone had his personality and memories, confirming that he was the one they both had feelings for. He grinned, and they blushed, standing up. He offered them a choice between living in a mansion or a two-story house, revealing that he was now wealthy after the whole Gato incident and owned a company called Uzumaki Spirals. Before they could respond, he insisted they go shopping, but first, he declared they were getting ramen. After he said this, Sasuke playfully slapped the back of his head, making him chuckle. He enjoyed their company immensely and, recalling his clone's memories of them, couldn't help but tease her. However, another playful strike sent him to the ground, holding his head in mock pain. He jokingly compared her strength to that of Sakura's, which earned him another playful hit. After pleading for mercy, Sasuke finally let him up without another smack. Grateful, he complimented their strength, rubbing the sore spot on his head. He then returned to the topic of their new home, mentioning he had purchased a large plot of land near the Hokage monument, ensuring plenty of privacy. Toki, tilting her head, reminded him that they were broke. He explained that he had been away from the village for 3 years and had gained abilities that would astonish them. With a smirk, he invited them to see their future home, eager to witness their reactions when he used his wood release to create it. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's left arm while Toki held his right, both of them securely in place as he used the Shunshin technique to travel to his plot of land. Naruto, with a notebook in hand, asked the girls to describe their dream house. Satsuki, tapping her chin thoughtfully, expressed her desire for a training field behind the house, an onsen connected to it for easy access, and an indoor pool. She also envisioned a greenhouse for gardening. Toki then shared her ideas for the house's layout. She suggested a 3-story structure with an underground basement to serve as a library and jutsu practice area. The first floor would have a living room, kitchen, theater room, and game room. The second floor would be a sleeping area with 4 rooms, including a main room for the 3 of them, complete with a spacious bathroom and closet. The other 3 rooms would each have smaller bathrooms and closets. For the 3rd story, she wanted a study room, all designed in a modern style. After laying out her vision, Toki looked at Naruto with anticipation, prompting him to take action. Naruto, filled with excitement, instructed the girls to step back and prepare to be amazed. As they moved away, he positioned his hands in a prayer-like sign, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief. Could Naruto really pull this off? As the anticipation built, he channeled his chakra, causing the ground to tremble. Suddenly, thousands of roots erupted from the earth, forming the house that Toki and Satsuki had imagined. It was a breathtaking sight, and both girls were so thrilled they could hardly contain themselves, waiting for him to finish. 15 minutes later, their dream house stood complete, and they couldn't resist. Jumping on Naruto, showering him with kisses on his cheeks. He blushed deeply, a grin spreading across his face as he downplayed his achievement. They were genuinely happy. He was their Naruto, not just a facade. However, Naruto reminded them that they still needed to buy furniture. Satsuki pouted, pointing out their lack of funds, but Naruto surprised them by pulling out a suitcase filled with neatly stacked yen. With that, he was quickly swept away by the girls, who eagerly led him on a shopping spree, ignoring the murmurs from villagers around them as they focused on enjoying their time together. As the day drew to a close, they passed by Ichiraka Ramen, and the delicious aroma of ramen drew Naruto inside, dragging Satsuki and Toki along with him. He sat between them and ordered an impressive 30 bowls of chicken ramen, while the girls opted for 1 bowl each of beef and miso ramen. Ayam, the owner, was astonished by Naruto's order, recalling how Kushina and her daughter had once eaten 7 bowls. When Ayam noticed Naruto, she was taken aback by his transformation since their last encounter. Naruto, with a playful smirk, jokingly requested Ayam not to poison his ramen. Seeing the change in him, she was curious yet cautious. He offered her a deal. If she refrained from putting anything harmful in his bowls, he would pay her a generous sum and invite her to join them for ramen. With her father away on a business trip and struggling to keep the stall afloat, she reluctantly agreed, but warned him to behave. 30 minutes later, Ayam was laughing heartily, enjoying the company of Naruto and his friends. They shared amusing stories, and she realized how wrong she had been about him. Naruto's ability to make friends, even with former adversaries, was remarkable. As they continued to chat, Toki noticed the stall's flaps open and felt a wave of concern as she recognized the figures entering: Minato Namikaze, Kushina Namikaze, and Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. I gasped, and the atmosphere grew tense. Satsuki and Toki prepared to hold Naruto back, while I braced herself to assist them if needed. But instead of anger, Naruto simply stared at them until a grin spread across his face. He would never harbor hatred for his birth family, but he also had no intention of becoming friends with them. Turning back to his ramen, he resumed his story, undeterred by their presence. Shursui had actually cried because he lost the bet, and Itachi had laughed. It was a high-pitched laugh that Naruto had never heard before. After Itachi laughed, he jokingly threatened to tie Naruto up on a flagpole, which made Naruto's face light up with amusement. Tears of laughter pooled down his cheeks, shared by the girls around him, until they heard the Hokage call for service. Taking notes for the Namikaze family's order, asked Naruto if he would be coming back later. When she called him Naruto-kun, the rest of the family turned to look, their jaws dropping in surprise. They recognized their disowned son but were taken aback by how much he had changed since they last saw him a few days prior. Of course, Naruto replied with a grin, calling her Inaiiten. Glomped him, a stark contrast to her previous disdain for him. It felt nice to hear that from him now. Smiled and told Naruto and the girls to be safe, asking Satsuki and Toki to keep him out of trouble. Naruto playfully protested, while Satsuki and Toki grinned and pinched his cheeks, starting to drag him out to their new house. That was when Mito decided to interrupt. Mito, with a superior tone, declared that no wannabe ninjas were allowed in the place where they made the food of the gods. Naruto's eye twitched at her words before he responded with a sage-like voice, saying that those with impure hearts should not enter this divine palace. However, his serious tone was undermined by the cheeky grin that appeared on his face. He could hear laughing as he walked out, along with Mito's rants. Life was good for Naruto and his two favorite girls, who resumed pinching his face again. Graduation day had arrived, a day when children became ninjas for their village, ready to lead the future. Irika had been waiting for the class to quiet down for 10 minutes so he could finish taking attendance. When silence finally fell, he called out names, starting with Uchiha Sasuke, who merely grunted in response. When he called out Uzumaki Naruto, he smiled, having grown fond of the misunderstood boy during their time together. Expecting Naruto to be late again, Irika was surprised to hear a cheerful, "Yo, sensei." He looked around for the familiar orange jumpsuit but was taken aback when an eraser hit his head. Looking up, he saw a child with spiky blonde hair tipped in crimson, wearing a black jumper with crimson patterns and black ANBU pants, along with bandages wrapped around his left leg. Irika was shocked but quickly recognized Naruto, whose whisker-like marks on his face gave him away. The rest of the class stared in disbelief, except for Satsuki and Toki. Just then, Sakura Haruno, the leader of the Sasuke Uchiha fan club, screeched at Naruto, accusing him of trying to make Mito and Sasuke look bad. Watching Sasuke squirm was amusing to Naruto, who thought he was a total prick. In the Hokage's office, the new Jonin senseis were preparing to collect their teams. They were watching the graduation class with the Hokage. Kakashi was shedding anime tears at Sakura's voice and jokingly asked if anyone wanted to trade teams, but that idea was quickly dismissed. What happened next made Kakashi wish he could trade his entire team. Naruto, busy talking to Kurama about how to create a tailed beast bomb with his own chakra, was oblivious to the shocked expressions around him. Back in the Hokage's office, Kakashi insisted he wanted Naruto as an apprentice, envisioning the two of them working well together. However, Minato firmly stated that Kakashi would have Sakura, Mito, and Sasuke under Team 7, leaving Kakashi silently lamenting the loss of the opportunity to read Ika with Naruto. Minato asked if everyone was happy with their teams, fingers steepled in front of his face. He still needed to call Naruto, Toki, and Satsuki into his office regarding the lack of Jonin. He instructed Asuma to bring Naruto Uzumaki, Satsuki, and Toki to his office as soon as possible, while he continued to observe Mito through the crystal ball. With that, the Jonin left their Hokage alone in the office. In the graduation room, the announcement was made that each Jonin would pick up their teams shortly. The teams were listed, and when it came to Team 7, it included Sakura Haruno, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, and Sasuke Uchiha. Team 8 comprised Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame. Team 10 consisted of Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, and Shikamaru Nara. Asuma then entered, stating that Team 10 would be with him, and that Naruto, Satsuki, and Toki were wanted by the Hokage. He left with his team in tow. Naruto, shrugging, grabbed both Toki and Satsuki by the hips and used the Shunshin technique to appear in the Hokage's office, surprising Minato, who had assumed Naruto was unfamiliar with that jutsu. Minato maintained a poker face and began to speak, but Naruto interjected, expressing that the lack of a Jonin didn't matter. He believed that he and his two friends would be capable of handling S-rank missions within a year without supervision. This bold claim shocked everyone in the room, including the stationed Anbu. Minato quickly recovered and attempted to suggest that they should wait for a Jonin, but Naruto proposed an interesting bet. He wagered that he and his teammates would be the strongest team with the most successful mission ranks by the start of the Chunin exams. If he won, they would receive something from Minato's personal collection. If Minato won, Naruto would share a secret that could secure him a spot in the Clan Restoration Act. Minato considered the offer, initially thinking Naruto was bluffing, but ultimately agreed to the terms. He instructed them to return on Monday to begin their missions, reminding them that they needed to complete at least 30 D-rank missions before requesting a C-rank. Once they left, Minato summoned one of his ANBU, instructing them to keep an eye on Naruto and assess their capabilities as ninjas. In Training Ground 43, Naruto sat cross-legged and asked Satsuki and Toki to share their strengths and weaknesses. Toki explained that she had a good grasp of the Academy 3 techniques, decent taijutsu skills, and the Mokutan bloodline due to her grandmother's past. The ANBU hidden in the trees listened intently, refraining from reporting this information to the Hokage. Naruto, intrigued, asked Satsuki about her abilities. She proudly stated that she had mastered the Academy 3 techniques and possessed the Great Fireball Jutsu, along with mid-Chunin level taijutsu using her Uchiha Interceptor stance and Sharingan, which had 2 tomo. Naruto then shared his own impressive abilities, revealing that he possessed 3 bloodlines and the kyuubi within him, granting him a higher healing rate. He explained that one of his bloodlines allowed for near-instantaneous regeneration and the ability to consume and shapeshift. He could absorb the DNA of defeated opponents, gaining their memories, skills, and bloodlines. His second bloodline was the Sharingan, which he had evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan form without needing to harm anyone. This granted him powerful techniques, including Amaterasu, Susan, Kodo Amatsukami, and the ability to rewind time for 5 seconds, though it required a significant amount of chakra. His final bloodline was Mokutan, and he promised to explain how he acquired both the Sharingan and Mokutan later. He described his natural abilities as being at the level of a Kage, with enhanced speed, strength comparable to Tsunade's, and heightened senses due to the kyuubi. Naruto listed his skills, including Kage-level taijutsu and kenjutsu, complete control of chakra, mastery of sealing techniques, and proficiency in both Dragon and Phoenix Clan Sage techniques. He was also starting Mokutan training soon, allowing him to manipulate all 5 main elements with minimal hand seals. Currently, he had upgraded the Rasengan to multiple elemental variations, with his strongest being the Futon, Rasen Shuriken, a throwable Rasengan. He could also perform the Kage Bunshin and Great Clone Explosion techniques, along with Kage Bunshin forms of Kunai and Shuriken. As he reflected on his extensive training and abilities, he realized he had reached a level comparable to that of a sage. Satsuki stared blankly before fainting, while Toki began to blush and pant at the thought of Naruto's strength. It was true what they said, power attracts. An Umbu agent in a nearby tree wondered about this until he looked down and saw his food entangled in roots that extended from the ground. With a tug, he found himself suspended midair by multiple roots, and in an instant, Naruto appeared before him. This left the Umbu believing Naruto's claims about his abilities. Naruto spoke in an even tone, expressing that he hoped the Umbu was satisfied with the information provided. He instructed the Umbu to inform the Hokage of his intention to win the bet and wished him luck in convincing the Hokage that he wasn't under the influence of anything. With that, Naruto flung the Umbu toward the Hokage tower, narrowly missing a tree that had a fallen Umbu on one of its branches. Approaching the two girls, Naruto asked cheerfully if they were ready to start training. Both girls shuddered, fearing for their lives if what Naruto had said was true. Naruto jogged in place, wearing additional weights and resistance seals to maintain a high Jonin level of speed and reflexes, hoping his teammates could keep up. However, he soon realized they were nowhere in sight. Sighing, he activated his Sharingan to locate their chakra signatures, barely spotting them about 10 kilometers away. Disappointed, he used a Shunshin to reach their location, only to find Satsuki passed out and Toki struggling to catch her breath. With another sigh, he picked them both up and shunshined back to his house, where he laid them on the main bed before resuming his own training. For the past few months, Naruto had kept his promise to make Team 11 the most successful among the rookie. They had completed 62 D-rank missions, 34 C-rank missions, 21 B-rank missions, and 13 A-rank missions. The demand for his team had contributed to their success, and even Minato acknowledged that Team 11 was the most successful team since the village's founding. They had shattered records previously held by veteran Jonin, and clients spoke highly of their efficiency. Minato reflected on the upcoming Chunin exams, realizing he had lost the bet to Naruto. He decided to give him the scroll he desired. Calling for an Umbu, he instructed Sparrow to fetch Genin Naruto Uzumaki. Sparrow used a Shunshin to reach Naruto, only to be astonished by what he saw. Naruto was walking up a waterfall with boulders tied to his wrists and legs, the boulders enhanced by gravity seals. Shaking his head, Sparrow approached Naruto and informed him that the Hokage wished to see him. In the Hokage's office, Minato acknowledged the bet and asked Naruto which scroll he wanted from the house. To Minato's surprise, Naruto requested everything the second Hokage had on the Hiraishin no Jutsu formula. With a cheeky grin, Naruto crossed his arms, knowing his father likely expected him to ask for one of his jutsu. Minato grimaced and disappeared in a flash, returning moments later with the scroll in hand. He handed it to Naruto, still in shock that the boy wanted to learn such a complex art. Curious, Minato asked what Naruto planned to do with the scroll. Naruto explained that he intended to create his own space-time technique to serve as his ultimate trump card in battle, assuring Minato that he wouldn't attempt to replicate the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Minato considered the implications of having another space-time ninjutsu user in Konoha, but he soon turned his attention back to his paperwork, which had multiplied significantly. He knew he would be working late into the evening. Minato had been so overwhelmed with paperwork that he missed the grin on Naruto's face as he observed the Hokage's desperate struggle. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto leaned in closer and asked in a hushed tone if Minato wanted to know the secret to defeating the evil known as paperwork. Instantly, Minato grabbed Naruto by the shoulders and began to shake him, pleading for the secret while tears streamed down his face. He would have fought all the tailed beasts at once for a chance to conquer this foe. As he slowed his shaking, Naruto stood tall and raised 3 fingers. He stated that he had 3 requests. First, he wanted travel rights as a sage. Second, he wanted 3 IOUs from Minato that would allow him to claim anything he desired at a later date. And third, he mischievously requested to throw an apple pie at Kushina and Mito while recording it, along with a seal that would erase the secret if Minato tried to share it with anyone. Minato paled at the last request, contemplating whether it was worth it to throw apple pie at his wife and daughter and risk losing the secret. However, looking at the mountain of paperwork on his desk, he knew he had no choice. He agreed to all 3 of Naruto's requests, driven by desperation. With a sense of urgency, Minato grabbed 3 Hokage IOUs and his pen, quickly drafting Naruto's travel rights and the IOUs. Once that was done, Naruto placed a seal on Minato's wrists, explaining that if anyone other than him tried to remove it, the knowledge would vanish. With a grin, Naruto leaned in closer and whispered 2 words, "Shadow Clone." He also reminded Minato to prepare for the pie throwing at 3 o'clock. After dashing off to his study, Minato instructed his ANBU to leave him alone. Once he was sure he was by himself, he summoned 4 shadow clones and instructed them on what to do. With a swift movement, he vanished and appeared at a pastry shop, purchasing 2 apple pies. He had sent another pair of clones to fetch Kushina and Mito. As he returned, he spotted Naruto a few meters away, ready with a camera to capture the moment. When Kushina and Mito arrived, they barely had time to react before getting hit with apple pie to the face. The scene fell silent, except for Naruto, who was on the ground laughing uncontrollably while still filming. Before Minato could escape, he shouted that they should blame Naruto for the prank and vanished just in time to avoid their glares. He knew he was in trouble and, with a quick salute, apologized for his hasty departure, claiming that the pranking king from hell had more work to do. Back at home, he found it empty again. It was unusual for Satsuki and Toki to be gone for long PRDs, especially since he was dating both of them. He figured it must be a girl thing, but he enjoyed his time with them nonetheless. Now, all that was left was to prepare for the upcoming Chunin exams. He had transformed his study into a new room since Satsuki and Toki preferred not to share the main room with him. With a sigh, he began reading about space-time ninjutsu, knowing he needed it for his next project, which he had named Time Devil. Going off topic, Irika made his claim. He had taught those students since the academy, and while they had good Jonin senseis, he would only recommend either Guy's group or even Naruto's group. The only reason for recommending Naruto's group was because they had completed missions of nearly every rank with top marks from the clients. Irika waited to see if the Hokage would listen to his well-thought-out explanation on the matter. The Hokage responded that normally he would agree, but this year, 3 teams were filled with clan heirs, and both Guy's team and Naruto's team were already fully prepared to take on the Chunin exams. With that said, he instructed everyone to leave the room. Once everyone had exited, he summoned a carrier hawk and attached Team Naruto's Chunin exam application forms to the hawk's leg. Giving a signal, the hawk flew off to its targeted destination. Naruto mumbled to himself as he finished possibly the most complex seal since his father's Hiraishin. It had taken countless weeks with barely any sleep to create the intricate seal, but now he could look back at this day as his greatest achievement at the age of standing up. He walked to the back and sat in a meditation position that the dragons had taught him. Although he knew both positions for how the dragons and phoenixes trained their sages, he found that it didn't really affect him in gathering nature chakra. However, in the dragon position, the nature chakra was denser, which made it last longer and boosted his strength significantly, giving him unbreakable skin. The downside was that it took longer to gather the nature chakra to enter dragon sage mode. In contrast, the phoenix position allowed for faster gathering of nature chakra, boosting his speed and regenerative abilities. If he became skilled enough in phoenix sage mode, he could even rebirth himself if he truly died while in that state. The downside was that the nature chakra would deplete more quickly, making it effective only for quick battles. While both sage modes had their advantages, using them in mid-battle was challenging due to the time limits on gathering or running out of energy. With a sigh, Naruto slowly drifted into his mindscape, a place he hadn't visited in the past few days. In his mindscape, Naruto began walking toward the seal that was a few minutes away. As he took in the lush forest around him, he admired the beautiful shade of green on every leaf of every tree. He truly loved nature, having grown accustomed to his Mokuton and Senjutsu training. He spent as much time as he could growing trees and sleeping against them, enjoying the company of forest animals that would cuddle up to him. It was a comforting feeling. Spotting a large 5-story building in the distance, Naruto increased his pace to a slow jog, which was impressive for someone of his high Jonin level. Upon reaching the front of the house, he could hear a large number of animals moving around, accompanied by a feminine voice. Curious, he opened the door and was taken aback by the sight before him. Animals ranging from tiger cubs to platypuses were standing on their hind legs, stretching. What shocked him the most was seeing Kurama in a tiny fox form, complete with pink sweatbands. After that amusing image was firmly planted in his mind, Naruto couldn't help but laugh. He found it hard to believe that a class of animals was doing yoga with Kurama instructing them in a pink jumpsuit. Even when everyone stopped to look at him, they resumed their class. Unable to contain himself, he walked over to Kurama and sat next to the fox, feeling a strange shiver run down his spine. After about half an hour, The class ended with a game of musical chairs for the young animals. Naruto would never admit that he joined in and lost to a turtle that was closer to the chair than he was. It stung his pride to be beaten by a baby turtle. Once everyone had left the house, Kurama playfully tapped Naruto on the head. Trying not to laugh at Kurama's ridiculous outfit, Naruto found it hilarious until he heard a girl's voice. Kurama, standing on its back legs, looked up at him and demanded respect for interrupting the yoga class. Naruto, caught off guard, replied with the first thing that came to mind, assuring Kurama that he didn't mind what she did with other male animals but wanted no part of it. After finishing that sentence, he received a swift paw to the stomach, bringing him down like a sack of potatoes. With a pained voice, Naruto asked why Kurama had done that to him. Kurama, sitting on his back, stated that when a woman tells you something, you should listen, a massive grin on the fox's face revealing its amusement. Naruto's stunned expression was a sight to behold, leaving him momentarily speechless. Kurama, his partner for the past few years, was female. Naruto was taken aback by this revelation and questioned how he could have missed it. Kurama responded calmly, explaining that she had been female since birth. She lay on Naruto's back, her paws resting on his head, ready to spring into action if needed. Curiosity got the better of Naruto as he wondered why she had a name that sounded masculine. Kurama explained that the sage who named them didn't anticipate them having genders, given their immense chakra. They hadn't learned to speak until years after the sage's passing, and while he had named everyone else correctly, he had gotten her name wrong. It felt unfair to her. Naruto mused that he wouldn't have noticed her gender if he hadn't seen her in her larger form, which had a deep voice that led him to assume she was male. Kurama acknowledged that her size and vocal cords contributed to her deep voice. Naruto then asked if she wanted a new name. After some contemplation, Kurama suggested Kusami, which Naruto raised an eyebrow at. However, Kusami joyfully leaped on Naruto's back, declaring it the perfect name for her. After settling on the name, Naruto and Kusami spent time together, playing games like poker and enjoying each other's company. It was the most fun he had experienced since meeting Shisui and Itachi. As they approached the academy gates, Naruto spotted his teammates and girlfriends, Sasuke and Toki. He greeted them with a quick kiss on the cheek before leading them toward the staircase. As they passed a genjutsu, he deftly avoided the ongoing drama, causing Sasuke and Toki to blush as they followed him. Reaching the second floor, he found a random Chunin to handle their entry forms, as they lacked a Jonin sensei. Once everything was set up, Naruto stared at the door with determination. With a grin, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the door flying through the room and out the window. The room fell silent as he entered, and he relished the surprised expressions of the other genin. Just as he was about to take a seat, a loud voice interrupted the moment. A pink-haired girl shouted at another, causing Naruto to chuckle to himself. Choosing not to get involved, he sat down and rested his head on his arms, unaware that Sasuke and Toki had moved closer to their group. He overheard a boy named Kabuto discussing information cards he had collected from previous Chunin exams. Intrigued, Naruto listened as Kabuto spoke about a red-haired Suna ninja named Gaara. He wondered what his own card would say. Kabuto began to read, mentioning Naruto's lineage as the son of the 4th Hokage and brother to Konoha's princess, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze. After a moment of silence, Sasuke prompted Kabuto to continue, only to see the boy pale in response. It was amusing to Naruto, and he soon drifted off to sleep. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams. The proctor welcomed the genin who had made it to this stage, announcing that a preliminary round would be necessary to determine who would advance to the finals. He activated a large screen that began scrolling through names. Naruto found the matches somewhat dull, as they ended too quickly for his liking. However, he did enjoy Toki's match against a Kumo girl named Kurai, even though Toki, being a fresh genin, couldn't overcome the more experienced opponent. Satsuki faced Samui, their team captain, and lost due to her overconfidence, ending up with electricity burns in the med bay. When Naruto's name appeared on the screen, paired against Kiba Inuzuka, he felt excitement surge within him. This was his chance to prove himself. However, Kiba's taunts about Naruto being the dead last, and suggesting he had bribed his way to success ignited a fire within him. Naruto was determined to show everyone just how capable he truly was. He was determined to defeat his opponent. Using a fire shunshin, he appeared on the floor, waiting for Kiba, who seemed to take an eternity. However, he noticed Toki laughing, so he decided to let Kiba take his time, making himself look foolish. Finally, Kiba made his way down, starting with his taunts. He boasted about Naruto being the dead last, and suggested that Naruto should give up to avoid looking even more like a loser, all while trying to show off his non-existent muscles to the group. Naruto, feigning boredom, yawned deliberately, drawing the attention of everyone, including the other genin. Toki's expression puzzled him. She seemed annoyed that he interrupted Kiba's gloating, or perhaps that he had stopped Kiba from embarrassing himself further. With a cough, Hayate announced the beginning of the match between Naruto Uzumaki and Kiba Inuzuka. As the fight commenced, Naruto, still feeling bored, appeared behind Kiba and executed a corkscrew kick to his ribs. The impact echoed through the area, and Kiba cried out in pain, clutching his side. Naruto stared in disbelief, realizing he had defeated Kiba with a single kick while only using a fraction of his sealed power. It was concerning to him. How could he have such strength? Naruto scratched the back of his head and remarked to Hayate that he didn't think Kiba could continue. As Kiba writhed in pain, Hayate called the match, declaring Naruto the winner. Medics rushed in, including Tsunade, who wanted to assess Kiba's injuries. A quick medical scan revealed that Kiba had broken all his ribs on the left side, and nearly every bone near the ribs was fractured to the point of being at risk of breaking with the slightest touch. As they carried Kiba to the med bay, Tsunade glanced back at the shocked expression on Naruto's face. It was clear he hadn't intended to cause such damage, but the amount of strength he displayed was impressive, perhaps even more than Guy's strength without his weights. The final match was announced. Mito Namikaze vs. Omoi. As they prepared to fight, Mito confidently declared that it would be easy and charged at Omoi with impressive speed. She aimed a powerful haymaker at his head, but Omoi countered by striking her left knee, causing her punch to miss. He then kneed Mito in the jaw and followed up with a sweep kick that tripped her. Grabbing his sword, he pointed the tip at her neck and warned her to surrender. He elaborated on the consequences of not surrendering, rambling about how it could lead to a series of catastrophic events, leaving everyone listening a bit bewildered. Just as he was finishing, Mito shouted a technique, and Omoi suddenly felt a spiraling pain in his back before being sent crashing into the wall. Hayate quickly called for medics as they pried Omoi from the hole he had created. After the matches, all the winners gathered in the center for the announcements. Naruto pulled out a 1, and next up was Hinata Hyuga, who drew a 2. He remembered her match well. She had faced her cousin, who had an inflated sense of self-importance. Despite his boasting about fate, Hinata had stood her ground and eventually told him to be quiet, which led to him activating his curse seal. It was unsettling to watch him plead for her to stop, which is why Naruto had challenged Hinata on behalf of the branch members. If he won, he would have a chance to remove their seal. If he lost, he would become the main branch's personal servant and be branded with their seal. As he left before the next matches were called, he wished Hinata good luck, unaware that Sasuke and Toki were emerging from the med bay, their clothes slightly disheveled. A week later, Naruto pondered what to do with Kusami. As Satsuki and Toki were busy with their own matters, Shursui was on ANBU missions, and Ayam was on a business trip with the old man from Ichiraku. He suggested they train, admitting that he was already strong enough to defeat every Kage with his restrictions, but he still wanted to improve. He felt he needed to stay sharp and discover his full potential, even if he wasn't sure when that would happen. Kusami, lounging on the couch and reading one of the books Naruto had absorbed, replied that she had no real idea for training. The book she was reading was one Naruto had discarded from his memory, but he noticed she enjoyed it immensely and read it repeatedly. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could use the Kuchiyose, Edo Tensei. With the blood of Hashirama and Madara within him, he could summon them for training. As Naruto sat down, he noticed some of his clones training in with style and chakra control. It had become a habit for him to create clones to continue his chakra training. Nearby, a group of clones was tending to injured animals around his home. He spotted an injured rabbit and, inspired by a sudden idea, decided to use his own blood to create 2 blood clones. After making the necessary hand signs for the Edo Tensei, a large cloud of smoke enveloped the area. When the smoke cleared, 2 figures emerged, both strikingly different yet sharing the same black hair. The first man had long, flat hair that reached his shoulders, with a strong jaw and black eyes. He wore armor reminiscent of the warring clans, paired with a black long-sleeved shirt and matching pants. The second man, with spiky hair that cascaded down to his lower back, wore similar clothing but bore the Uchiha clan symbol on his armor. He stood with his arms crossed, a blank expression on his face, though a slight twitch in his eye hinted at his displeasure. Naruto jumped in front of them, only to sweat nervously as they instantly recognized each other and jumped to opposite sides of the clearing, ready for confrontation. He quickly interrupted, tilting his head and addressing them. He asked them to say something, as he wanted to discuss something important. Hashirama, curious about his own resurrection, asked how he and Madara had come to be there. Naruto casually explained that he had used the Edo Tensei to summon them, which caused Hashirama to become visibly upset. He clenched his fists, ready to confront Naruto about the sacrifices made for their summoning. Madara, equally shocked, realized that a 13-year-old had summoned them, which implied that Naruto had to have grave robbed them and sacrificed 2 people. It was a bizarre situation. Naruto clarified that he had used blood clones instead of actual sacrifices, explaining that he had focused on their blood types while using his own. This revelation only intensified Hashirama's anger, while Madara remained intrigued by the unconventional method. Both Hashirama and Madara were astonished that Naruto had found a way to use the Edo Tensei without harming anyone. Naruto then expressed his desire for their assistance in his training, mentioning his progress with style and the Sharingan, which he had advanced to the Mangekyo without harming his best friend. He asked if they would help him. Madara, still maintaining his stoic demeanor, asked how Naruto had obtained their blood. Naruto replied that it was a long story and suggested they head to his private training grounds. With that, Naruto led Hashirama and Madara through the trees, disappearing from sight for the next 31 days. During their time together, Naruto trained relentlessly, mastering various jutsu and honing his skills. He spent time with Hashirama, who was a blend of wisdom and childlike enthusiasm, and learned about his gambling misadventures, which reminded him of someone he couldn't quite place. Madara, on the other hand, was more serious but could easily shift to a more playful demeanor when provoked. Naruto found it amusing to see Madara's transformation, especially when Hashirama would tease him. Through their training, Naruto learned much about their lives, preferring Madara's stories about his family and battles over Hashirama's, though he appreciated both. The time spent with these legendary figures deepened his understanding of their pasts and strengthened his resolve to become a formidable shinobi. It also helped that he could use a genjutsu to make his memories viewable, allowing him to relive his detailed battles. At that moment, Hashirama felt a pang of sadness because he couldn't do the same. It would have been amusing to watch him boast about his supposed skills during their fights. One thing was certain. Both Madara and Hashirama were eager to see how strong the current generation had become, believing they should be much stronger than they were as children, especially considering Naruto's potential. Naruto understood that they might be disappointed, but he was determined to show them the current strength of the shinobi world. With one more day before the Chunin finals, he decided to relax in his personal onsen and read a book. He noticed that the onsen had been unused since the Chunin exams, but it wasn't a big deal. As he entered the bookstore, he began to browse through the shelves. After about 10 minutes of searching, he was about to give up when he spotted a book titled The Tales of a Gutsy Ninja. For some reason, it called out to him. He walked around the counter, picked it up, and skimmed the blurb on the back. A smile crept onto his face as he read about a character named Naruto fighting for world peace. It felt almost magical, as if the book knew his own aspirations. Purchasing the book was easy. The clerk offered it at the original price rather than the inflated amount. As Naruto exited the store and wandered in a random direction, he accidentally bumped into someone. Looking up, he was shocked to see Jiraiya, the son, staring at him with an unblinking expression. They stood there for a moment until Jiraiya broke the silence. He pointed to the book in Naruto's hands and asked why he was reading it, referring to it as the worst-selling book of all time, one he had written years ago. It was often used for starting fires, and even his own student had found it too unrealistic. Naruto explained that he liked the plot about the character trying to break the cycle of hatred, as it resonated with his own dream of achieving peace in the world. Jiraiya was taken aback by Naruto's passion, especially when he expressed his desire to end the cycle of hatred. In a serious tone, Jiraiya questioned why Naruto would waste his time on a goal he believed was unattainable, which only fueled Naruto's determination. He declared that he didn't care about Jiraiya's doubts. If peace existed, he would find it. Jiraiya was astonished. He had once tried to convince Mito to believe in world peace, but she had dismissed the idea, saying she didn't want to waste her life on such a dream. That rejection had hurt him deeply and led him to wander the village, ultimately bringing him to this moment with Naruto, who shared the same dream he once held. Wanting to know the kid better, Jiraiya decided to propose a spar. He grinned at Naruto, who eagerly accepted. With a quick motion, Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's shoulder and teleported them to Training Ground 7. Naruto, ready for action, declared that there would be no kill shots but everything else was fair game. He got into a basic boxing stance, his left arm extended and his right arm positioned in front of his chest, legs slightly bent and angled, prepared to unleash his speed against the older man. Jiraiya, on the other hand, took on the Toad stance he had learned while mastering the Toad's version of Senjutsu. With a silent nod, both figures dashed forward at mid-jonin speed, aiming for a punch. Their fists collided with a sharp clap as they struggled for dominance. Seeing an opening, Naruto seized Jiraiya's fist with the same hand he was clashing with, surprising Jiraiya, who had never encountered such a tactic before. Pulling back, Naruto delivered an elbow strike to Jiraiya's head, which connected solidly, causing Jiraiya to momentarily lose focus. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto wrapped his arm around Jiraiya's head and struck him with a knee to the gut, forcing Jiraiya to spit out some air. As Jiraiya recovered from the elbow strike, Naruto grabbed Jiraiya's hand and forearm, executing a quick spin that sent Jiraiya flying through several trees. Noticing a surge of chakra in a specific area of the forest, Naruto performed a backflip to evade Jiraiya's counterattack. He quickly formed two hand signs and shouted out the first jutsu Madara had taught him, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball shot toward Jiraiya, who was caught off guard and had no choice but to use a well-known earth technique, summoning a massive wall of earth. As the fireball continued to grow in size, Jiraiya was shocked by its strength. It raged on for 30 seconds and showed no signs of extinguishing, causing him to feel a sense of panic. Naruto, still holding the tiger hand sign, asked Jiraiya if he surrendered and believed in a way for peace. Reluctantly, Jiraiya conceded, humorously lamenting that he had been defeated by a child. He had heard stories of Naruto being the best of the best, which only added to his astonishment. Naruto, feeling satisfied with the spar, announced that he needed to grab something to eat and invited Jiraiya to join him. Jiraiya, deciding to go along, felt a mix of excitement and apprehension as they approached Ichiraka Ramen. He clutched his wallet tightly, but Naruto assured him that he would pay, which left Jiraiya in shock. No one had ever offered to pay for him before, not even his closest friends or students. Once inside, Naruto greeted Ayam, who had returned early. He ordered 3 bowls of chicken ramen and whatever Jiraiya wanted, all while Jiraiya grumbled about being called old. Mito, noticing Jiraiya, eagerly asked him to pay for their ramen, holding out her hand expectantly. Jiraiya almost handed her the cash needed for the ramen, but just as he was about to do so, Naruto snatched it from his hand, surprising everyone. He insisted that he would pay and folded his arms defiantly. Mito, realizing who had taken the money, demanded it back, her voice rising in frustration. Hinata interjected, suggesting that Naruto should comply or face her wrath in the finals. Naruto ignored her, which only fueled her irritation. He questioned Mito about her own money, to which she replied that her father had always said she could ask him for money without it affecting his finances. Sighing, Naruto decided to give Mito the amount she needed for ramen, pulling out the equivalent of 4 D-rank mission payments. Mito was taken aback that someone was willing to pay for Jiraiya, But she couldn't protest as Naruto sat down to eat with Jiraiya, who chuckled at the drama unfolding. Mito, still wanting more, approached Naruto to take his wallet, but he deftly swatted her hand away each time. Frustrated, she proposed a bet instead of a fight between her and Hinata. If she won, she would get free ramen for a year. If Naruto won, she could not ask Jiraiya for money unless he offered it. They shook on the deal, and Naruto walked away, leaving Jiraiya to express his gratitude to the kid. It was the first time Naruto didn't have to pay, and he felt grateful as Jiraiya patted him on the shoulder before using the body flicker technique to teleport away. Shrugging, Naruto walked home, contemplating the use of his new Time Devil attack for the following day. In the Kage seats at the Chunin exam stadium, 3 of the Kage from the elemental nations sat together, each accompanied by 2 guards. The Reikage had his younger brother, B, and a white-haired man named Darui with him. The Kazekage was flanked by 2 regular Special Forces members known as Dust. Finally, the Hokage had both Tsunade and Jiraiya standing by his side. It was a special day, as the matches would soon begin, showcasing the potential of the Chunin candidates and revealing who was truly the strongest. Minato stood up, joyfully announcing that the Chunin exams were about to start. The crowd erupted in cheers, eager for the first match. He nodded to Genma, who began calling out the matches. The first match was a handicap match requested by the challenger, Naruto Uzumaki. The crowd was shocked. Had he really requested to fight against multiple opponents? Genma announced that the match would be Naruto versus Hinata Hyuga, Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, and any other genin who wanted to participate. Mito and Hinata appeared in a standard body flicker, while Sasuke arrived in a fiery flash. Genma called Naruto's name again, giving him a time limit of 5 minutes. As the countdown reached its final second, a thunderstorm erupted, with unnatural red and black lightning flashing across the sky. The Reikage was taken aback. What was this village feeding their children? A bolt of lightning struck the center of the arena, revealing Naruto Uzumaki, unchanged and wearing his signature jacket. He called out cheerfully, asking if they were going to start the match. His relaxed tone brought smiles to the faces of those watching. Genma cleared his throat, signaling the beginning of the match. Mito rushed at Naruto with mid-Chunin speed, aiming a high kick. Naruto ducked and dashed to the right, narrowly avoiding Hinata's palm strike, which could have been devastating. He executed a backflip, landing a few meters away from the center of the arena, and then performed a spinning kick as Mito attempted to jump him. Stopping his spin, he flipped back into a standing position just in time to see Hinata's fingers flying past him. He quickly grabbed her forearm and spun her around, placing her in a hold while creating a byokanai, pressing the blade against her neck. He warned her to surrender to ensure Hinata's safety. Although scared, Hinata knew Mito would come to her aid, so she waited. Meanwhile, Mito charged up a Rasengan, determined to strike Naruto while he held Hinata. She was confident her friend could dodge and escape, so she dashed forward with a battle cry, catching Naruto and Hinata by surprise. In the stadium, Hayashi, Hinata's father, urged her to dodge, while Hanabi, her younger sister, screamed for her to move away as Mito sped toward them. Naruto was stunned. Mito was ignoring Hinata's position and heading straight for them. He realized he had no time to throw Hinata aside without causing her harm. With no other choice, he turned Hinata around, shielding her with his body while holding her close, causing her to blush. Mito, believing Hinata had switched places with Naruto, infused her Rasengan with the Nine Tails chakra, transforming it into a deep red spiraling sphere. She moved her hand forward, hitting her target. Naruto was propelled through the air, a significant impact sending him crashing into the wall, creating a large hole. Dust filled the air as Mito waited for it to clear, shocked by what she saw. There was Naruto, holding Hinata protectively, despite sustaining severe injuries. His arm was injured, and he appeared battered, yet Hinata was unharmed, though she looked pale and slightly embarrassed to be held by him. The entire stadium fell silent, astonished as they witnessed Naruto take the blow for Hinata and remain conscious despite the pain. They were left questioning their perceptions of him. The demon they had accused had defended a girl who was supposed to be his adversary. In the Kage booth, The three Kage sat in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. A genin had endured a full-powered Rasengan and emerged alive and conscious, protecting another in the process. It was a moment that would change everything. As the dust settled, Naruto struggled to speak, calling out to Hinata. Naruto winced in pain as he absorbed some of his sealed biomass to heal his injuries. He needed to recover enough to fight, and while a Phoenix Sage mode could help, he doubted anyone would appreciate seeing him consume extra biomass. Instead, he focused on entering Sage mode to gather the necessary energy. Hinata gazed into his blue eyes and gently brought her hand to his face, or what remained of it, bringing it close to hers. She expressed her gratitude for his bravery in saving her and apologized for not being able to be friends, fearing that neither of them would make it out alive. She kissed his cheek and carefully rolled out of the hole in the wall, mindful not to cause him more pain. If she had looked at his face, she would have seen a smile as he settled into a meditation position to begin gathering nature chakra for Phoenix Sage mode. As Hinata walked away from the wall with her head down, she recalled the events from a few minutes earlier. Mito had recklessly disregarded her safety, while Naruto had risked his own for hers, despite her past unkindness towards him. Looking up, she noticed Mito grinning at her, which immediately irritated her. Mito congratulated Hinata for capturing their opponent, allowing her to use her Rasengan, and praised her for using him as a shield. However, she suddenly realized someone was missing and asked where Sasuke was, having not seen him fight at all. She spotted him sitting on the floor, looking bored. Sasuke dismissed the idea of joining in, claiming that fighting Naruto would be beneath him, as only another Uchiha could defeat an Uchiha. He smirked, imagining how easy it would have been to defeat Naruto. On the roof of the Kage booth, Hashirama commented on the conversation between Mito and Sasuke, suggesting that Madara's clan had inherited his serious demeanor. Madara retorted, denying that he had a stick-up-his-butt personality, while his interest was piqued by Naruto's situation. He recalled his younger brother Izuna and recognized that Naruto could pose a challenge for his plans, but he looked forward to the opportunity to fight him later. As Genma finally regained his composure, he prepared to announce the match's outcome, declaring that Naruto Uzumaki had lost due to likely death. Suddenly, an explosion erupted, drawing everyone's attention. Naruto emerged, fully healed and enveloped in flames. His clothing appeared to be made of fire, flickering as if alive. His whisker marks had become more defined, and his eyes glowed a deep orange with slit pupils, surrounded by orange pigments reminiscent of Toad Sage mode. Enjoying his transformation, Naruto announced his new form to the world as he floated down into the arena. He proclaimed himself Naruto Uzumaki, the first ever multi-phoenix and dragon sage. The crowd reacted with shock. Civilians stared wide-eyed. Shinobi below the Jonin level looked between Naruto and the hole in the wall before fainting, and the Jonin were left speechless. The Kage were in disbelief, grappling with the implications of Naruto's apparent summoning contract with phoenixes and possibly dragons, while the Rookie 15 were in a state of hyperventilation, with only Shikamaru remaining calm. Mito, Hinata, and Sasuke stepped back in shock, unable to comprehend how Naruto stood before them, perfectly fine, as if he had never suffered such severe injuries. Hinata quickly overcame her shock and rushed to Naruto, embracing him and realizing that she wasn't being burned at all. She looked up at her savior, her eyes wide with confusion. Naruto, scratching the back of his head and grinning slightly, explained that as a Phoenix Sage, he could come back to life or heal from anything if he transformed into Sage mode quickly enough. He had taken the time he spent in the hole in the wall to do just that. Hinata's face shifted through various expressions before settling into a blank stare at Naruto, followed by a nod as she called out to Genma to surrender. Afterward, she went to her father and fainted in his lap. Snickering, Naruto glanced at Mito and Sasuke, then increased his chakra enough to bring both of them to their knees. He asked if they were ready to give up, but when they both shook their heads, he vanished and appeared next to Mito, swiftly knocking her out and sending her toward the Rookie 15 area. Dropping his Sage mode, which he only needed to heal himself after the Buji Rasengan, Naruto walked across the field and addressed Sasuke. He inquired if it was true that only an Uchiha could defeat another Uchiha. Sasuke, regaining his cocky smirk, replied that only the elite could defeat each other, dismissing the other clans who were angered by his remark. Naruto challenged Sasuke, asking how about he kick his butt. In an instant, he appeared next to Sasuke and delivered a powerful kick to his ribs, sending him crashing into the arena wall. Naruto then seized Sasuke's leg by the ankle and hurled him across the arena, appearing at random intervals to kick or throw him around more. The watching Uchihas winced at the damage Naruto was inflicting on Sasuke. Catching Sasuke by the scruff of his shirt, Naruto sighed, realizing that the new gravity seals had weakened him to the point where his normal taijutsu attacks were only mid-jonin level, and his strongest attacks were mid to high kage level. He looked down at Sasuke, who had pulled out some pieces of paper, wondering what they were. In the stands, two people began to sweat nervously. Naruto asked Sasuke what he had there, noticing the evil grin on Sasuke's face as he tossed the cards into the air and used the shunshin to escape. The audience watched as the photos Sasuke had thrown landed in a near-perfect semicircle around Naruto. Normally, Naruto wouldn't have cared about random photos, but the images he saw captured his full attention. Surrounding him were pictures of Toki and Satsuki, along with Sasuke and Kiba. The photos depicted various moments, from dinners to more NTMT scenes. The crowd felt sympathy for Naruto as he scanned the images, knowing that many had doubted his loyalty to Toki and Satsuki. Meanwhile, Sasuke, having taken a moment to recover, launched himself at Naruto, kicking him in the head and unleashing a flurry of blows to the side of Naruto's head. Naruto remained unresponsive, staring blankly at the wall. After several minutes of relentless attacks, which disgusted many in the audience, Sasuke stood up and began to wrap Naruto in wires, securing him to the wall while forming the tiger seal. He declared that it had been fun defeating Naruto, but now it was time for him to perish. With that, Sasuke unleashed a massive fireball toward Naruto. The explosion echoed throughout the stadium. In the kage booth, the Raikage expressed disbelief at Sasuke's actions, calling them inhumane. The Kazekage observed the scene with hidden glee, while the fourth Hokage could only contemplate the impact of the photos on Naruto, imagining how traumatized he would be if Kushina had done something similar to him. He looked at the fireball Sasuke was still powering, picturing Naruto being consumed by flames. On the roof of the kage booth, Hashirama felt tears welling up at the sight before him. It was heartbreaking to see Naruto, who had often spoken fondly of Toki and Satsuki, in such a state. He wished he could help but knew he couldn't expose himself in his Edo Tensei form. Madara, on the other hand, was reminded of his own tragic past before Izuna's death. Like Naruto, he had loved deeply and would have sacrificed everything for his partner, only to be betrayed. The pain of being deceived had hardened him, and he could relate to Naruto's suffering on a personal level, even if he wouldn't admit it. Through Naruto, he and Hashirama had rekindled their friendship, and Naruto had become a bridge between them. Although he would continue with Project Tsuki no Mi, he looked forward to meeting both Hashirama and Naruto once his endgame was complete. He would see what the future held. As Naruto faced the impending attack, he found himself overwhelmed by memories of his friends, particularly images of his girlfriends and the playful antics of Kiba and Sasuke. One photo stood out, showing them both holding a positive PRGSUI test. The once unshakable pillar of Naruto Uzumaki finally crumbled under the weight of his experiences. He cried, mourning the loss of two of the most important people in his life, and felt betrayed by Toki and Satsuki, who had played along with the deception. Kasumi, sensing Naruto's distress, shed tears for her container. She drew him into the seal, wrapping her miniature fox form around his neck and nuzzling his face in an attempt to comfort him. It was time for Naruto to move forward. Suddenly, he found himself in a purplish room, where a single man floated mid-air, holding a staff adorned with large circular rings. The man appeared to be around 300 years old, with many wrinkles, short spiky white hair, and two prominent horns. His white chin hair reached down to his chest, but what truly captivated Naruto were the man's piercing purple eyes. "Welcome, Naruto Uzumaki. I apologize for your arrival at such a young age," the man said, introducing himself as Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of the six paths. He raised his hand and gently placed it on Naruto's head. "Naruto Uzumaki. Will you be the one to bring true peace to the world? He asked, gazing deeply into Naruto's blue eyes and transporting him to a new realm. The scene shifted to the arena, where the rookie 15 cheered for Sasuke, who had proven himself as the strongest among them by swiftly defeating Naruto after the revealing photos surfaced. The crowd's cheers were met with disdain from others, who viewed the match as nothing more than a cheap shot. The Kages shared similar sentiments, observing the reactions of various groups of genin. The Raikage was relieved to see Team Samui not joining in the cheers. Sasuke, having just finished his fiery attack, reveled in the victory. With the obstacle to his relationship with Satsuki removed, he turned away from the smoke cloud, only to be struck by a kunai that resembled the Hokage's Hiraishin kunai, but with sharp, thin blades. Before he could react, he felt an overwhelming force hit him. The crowd gasped as a figure emerged from the dust, revealing what appeared to be Naruto. However, this version had white hair with crimson tips and 2 horns protruding from his forehead. His whisker marks were absent, and his clothing was primarily white adorned with black symbols. But what truly captured everyone's attention were his eyes, which bore the design of the Uchiha clan's dojutsu. The Uchiha in the audience gasped, and Fugaku, shocked, exclaimed about the Mangekyo Sharingan. He was bewildered by how Naruto had acquired such eyes. Close, but no cigar. These aren't Mangekyo Sharingan. These are my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto declared, flaring his power and causing his eyes to shine with a pure crimson glow. The audience was stunned, especially the Uchiha. They had believed that there was no dojutsu beyond Mangekyo, and now they wondered how this non-Uchiha had obtained it. Sasuke, still reeling from the earlier blow, activated his Sharingan and attempted to attack Naruto. He accused Naruto of stealing the eyes that belonged to elite Uchiha like himself. However, his punches passed right through Naruto, who seemed to phase out of existence. The Kages exchanged worried glances, realizing that this ability would make physical combat nearly impossible. The Kazekage began to contemplate capturing Naruto during the invasion, while the Hokage and his wife recognized the same ability that the masked man had used when he released the Kyuubi from Kushina. They were left questioning how Naruto had acquired such power, and how he had obtained the Sharingan. Enjoying the attention, Naruto smiled. He relished being the center of focus. But you all shouldn't be shocked at this form, because the next form will truly blow your mind. I must thank Sasuke for the pain that helped me unlock these abilities, though I would have preferred to achieve them without such turmoil, as it nearly consumed me with rage and hatred. So, without further ado, feast your eyes on my new dojutsu. As Naruto spoke, he channeled more chakra into his eyes, causing them to transform. The spectators watched in awe as his eyes shifted from red to a purplish gray, adorned with black circle-like rings around a tiny pupil. Those familiar with legendary dojutsu began to sweat, realizing the magnitude of what they were witnessing. From atop the Kage booth, a voice trembled in disbelief. Hashirama stared down at his student in shock, realizing he was witnessing the famed dojutsu of the Sage of the Six Paths. Madara was equally astonished. His student and friend had gained the Rinnegan, a power he had only acquired on his deathbed. The thought excited him. The next time he faced Naruto, he envisioned an epic battle, his Susanoo against Naruto's Kyuubi chakra mode, a clash that would rival the glory of his and Hashirama's legendary forms. Madara confirmed the revelation, marveling at Naruto's achievement. Just then, a voice interrupted their moment. Tobirama appeared, carrying a camera and a tripod, and urged them to help set up. Hashirama and Madara had decided to document Naruto's training, measuring how he handled everyday challenges compared to their own experiences. Tobirama and Mito Uzumaki were there to assist because, despite Naruto's proficiency in various subjects like taijutsu, kenjutsu, ninjutsu, and medical ninjutsu, they struggled with his nature transformation. Given Naruto's strong water affinity, they had summoned Tobirama to help him. When Naruto expressed interest in Fuinjutsu, they had also revived Mito, who was a master in that field. Hashirama couldn't help but tear up at the sight of his wife, who comforted him while her eyebrow twitched in annoyance. Naruto even captured the moment in a photograph. Grudgingly, Tobirama agreed to assist, while Mito watched Naruto with pride. He was a true prodigy, absorbing knowledge like a sponge, and his ability to create thousands of clones helped him tackle multiple tasks simultaneously. Although he could be boastful at times, a gentle reminder kept him grounded. Mito glanced at Madara and Hashirama, her curiosity piqued. She asked why Naruto's hair was white with red tips and if those were horns. Hashirama quickly suggested rolling the camera, while Madara discreetly performed a hand sign for the Shunshin technique, wary of uzumaki women. As Tobirama explained Naruto's unusual appearance, they noticed two of Naruto's shadow clones holding onto Tobirama and Mito's legs, while the rest surrounded them, trying to calm Mito down. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, declaring the Rinnegan as Naruto showcased his new power to the world. In the arena, Naruto held his special kunai in a reverse grip, addressing Sasuke and the crowd. He revealed that he was now related to the Sage of the Six Paths, as his bloodline had merged the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans. He sheepishly explained that he had received the Sage's memories and chakra, which were similar to his own. As Naruto scanned the crowd, he noticed some spectators fainting. Turning to Sasuke, he adopted a serious expression and politely requested his opponent to surrender, warning that he would have to knock him out otherwise. When he released a fraction of his chakra, Sasuke collapsed, foam spilling from his mouth as he twitched. Naruto shrugged and effortlessly tossed Sasuke towards Itachi, who had just been blasted through a wall. Glancing at his arms, Naruto realized his gravity and resistance seals were still active. He contemplated whether to adjust them or learn to control his strength without them. He then looked up at the Rookie and Genin areas, noticing nearly everyone surrendering. He addressed the Kage, asking if he could fight the remaining Genin to gauge his strength. He also requested a name change to Naruto Akatsuki, given his newfound heritage. The Kage, still in shock, allowed him to proceed, and the rest of the Genin quickly followed suit, except for one Gaara, with his red hair and dark circles under his eyes, appeared unfazed. Gaara wore the same attire as in the original story, along with everyone else. Satsuki donned an outfit similar to Sasuke's, while Toki's style resembled that of Hana Inuzuka. A child screamed in distress, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground. In that moment, Naruto appeared beside him, placing a comforting hand on the top of his head. Closing his eyes, he entered the Jinchuriki's mindscape. Inside the mindscape, Naruto found himself in a vast desert with a towering pyramid at its center. As he approached, he noticed Shikaku, the tailed beast, tormenting his current Jinchuriki. Using his In release, Naruto conjured an indestructible glass shield to protect the child. Shikaku immediately sensed Naruto's presence and turned to him, tears forming in his eyes as he recognized what he had been searching for. "You really are the reincarnation of my father, aren't you?" Shikaku asked, gazing down at Naruto. Naruto floated up to Shikaku's head and began to gently rub it. He replied, "No, I am not your father's reincarnation. I carry his will, and like he did in the past, I will strive to bring peace to our world and perhaps even beyond." Shikaku, now lying down with a big smile on his face, enjoyed the affection until he heard a small voice. A younger version of the child he had been fighting appeared, holding a teddy bear. The child looked up and timidly asked for help, expressing his pain and inability to sleep. Naruto floated down to the child and extended his hand, speaking kindly. He asked for the child's name, and the boy, startled by the attention, replied, "Gaara." "Well, Gaara, I can tell you are a strong boy. You are fortunate to have Shikaku within you. Though he may seem big and intimidating, it's only because he hasn't had anyone to play with for a long time. I'm sure he would like to be your friend now, right, Shikaku?" Naruto looked up at the massive raccoon, who transformed into a smaller version, resembling how Kusami could. Gaara approached Shikaku, still clutching his teddy bear, and asked if it was true that Shikaku wanted to be friends. Shikaku apologized for all the pain Gaara had endured and accepted his friendship. The two shared a smile, a bond forming between them. "Now you two are buddies. How about I fix your seal so Shikaku can help you out?" Naruto declared. He began to perform hand signs, and a massive wooden gate appeared at the entrance of the pyramid. "Now that you have a proper seal, you and Shikaku can play and become better friends. But don't think I won't be your friend too, Gaara. I understand your pain. I have also been hurt by those I loved. I believe we can become best friends, so I will place a seal here that allows us to communicate, and yes, that includes you too, Shikaku, he added as Shikaku lowered his tiny paw in acknowledgement. Naruto closed his Rinnegan eyes, aware that they had been in the mindscape for a good 15 minutes, while only a second had passed outside. Gaara, come here for a moment, he called. Gaara approached, and Naruto extended his hand, causing strange squiggly lines to appear on Gaara's arm. This will allow you to release Shikaku, enabling you to enter full-tailed beast mode, along with breaking any other seals placed on you without your knowledge. After a moment of thought, Naruto snapped his fingers in realization. Oh, so that's what the seal was holding. Gaara, have you ever met your mother? He asked, noticing Gaara shake his head. With a snap, a portal opened, and a woman appeared. Well, Gaara, I'll see you on the outside. Introduce your mother to Shikaku. For me. I've strengthened your seal so she can stay here until you pass away, so make sure to catch up with her, Naruto said before disappearing from Gaara's mindscape, leaving the family reunion to unfold. Back in the arena, Naruto slowly stood up and extended his hand to Gaara. As Gaara emerged from his mindscape, he took Naruto's hand and stood up, then unexpectedly hugged Naruto tightly, as if embracing a long-lost relative. This shocked everyone from Sunagakure, some even gasping in disbelief. Well, now that that's done, hey Orochimaru. How badly do you want your defeat? Well done or medium rare? Naruto called out, looking up toward the Kage booth. The crowd was stunned as another Naruto held a kunai to Orochimaru's neck, revealing the masked figure beneath. What had just transpired? Naruto Akatsuki stood behind the notorious S-ranked criminal Orochimaru, holding a special kunai in reverse grip, its tip pointed at Orochimaru's throat. The surprise on Orochimaru's face was evident as he attempted to move, only to feel his head pressed firmly against the ground. Looking up, he realized he was in the center of the arena, with Naruto keeping him pinned down. Summoning 4 shadow clones, Naruto nodded to them, and they responded in kind. Each clone moved to the edges of the arena and slammed their hands onto the ground, invoking a powerful technique. Rikudu Sannin Art, Barrier of the Buji. They chanted in unison, causing a light gray barrier to rise rapidly from the ground, enveloping the entire arena in a translucent shield. Orochimaru, sensing no other option, called for an attack from his allies, but they found themselves unable to move. Naruto explained that he had prevented their movement, leaving them in shock as they realized even their leaders were immobilized. What have you done, brat? Orochimaru shouted, noticing he could still move. In a swift maneuver, he replaced himself with a log and stood across the arena, facing Naruto. Naruto smirked, revealing the nature of his jutsu. He explained that what Orochimaru was witnessing was his most powerful and versatile technique, the Time Devil. With the special kunai, he could manipulate time and space within a certain radius, a power that would only grow stronger over the years. As Naruto prepared for battle, he took on the Uchiha interceptor stance that Madara had taught him. He expressed his eagerness to fight at full strength, having not done so in a long time. In an instant, he disappeared with a sonic boom, and Orochimaru barely had time to react before Naruto struck him with a knee to the gut followed by an elbow to the back of the head. Orochimaru was propelled back, colliding with the barrier. When he looked up, he saw Naruto casually enjoying a bowl of ramen. Naruto remarked on his disappointment in Orochimaru's performance, noting that he had expected more from an S-rank shinobi. As Orochimaru struggled to rise, he performed the hand signs for his regenerative technique. Orochimaru's style, substitution, he called out, and in a flash he emerged from his old, decaying body, fully healed. He then regurgitated the Kusanagi blade, a weapon said to cut through anything without breaking. Holding the sword in front of him, Orochimaru prepared to attack, but Naruto merely shook his head, unimpressed. Do you even know how to use that sword? Naruto asked, pointing out the flaws in Orochimaru's stance. The tension in the air was palpable as Orochimaru, infuriated, declared his status as the Snake Sannin and charged at Naruto, determined to strike him down. However, Naruto watched Orochimaru's slow approach with ease, confident in his ability to anticipate movements, even without the use of his time manipulation. Drawing out his bio sword, he moved the blade to the right to parry the incoming blow from the snake Sannin. Swinging his sword at the white-haired child, he watched as the Kusanagi blade shattered upon contact with his weapon. Staring at the once unbreakable handle, he began to tremble as Naruto looked in his direction. An intense pain erupted from his left arm, and looking down, he saw a stump with blood flowing from it. Using the Shunshin technique to escape, he felt a sharp cut on his left leg as well. Falling to his side, Orochimaru realized he had only one option left. He slammed his hand into the ground, and everyone gasped as 3 coffins rose from the earth, each marked with kanji indicating their order. The 4th Hokage began to sweat. Orochimaru was using the Edo Tensei technique to revive the first 3 Hokages. This was a dire situation. As the coffins emerged, Naruto couldn't help but grin mischievously, anticipating the look on Orochimaru's face when he realized that only one of the 3 he had attempted to summon would actually appear. A thud echoed as an old man emerged from one of the coffins, looking out at the child with white hair and horns. Noticing the cracks on his skin, he immediately recognized his sensei's Edo Tensei technique. Scanning the area, he saw 2 other coffins empty and Orochimaru, his former student, writhing on the ground, missing his left arm and leg. The sight shocked him, and he wondered what had happened to Orochimaru. Looking up, he saw the white-haired child taking a photo, and it became clear why Orochimaru's expression resembled someone who had just tasted something sour. Orochimaru, in disbelief, shouted about the missing Kaguya, his eyes darting to Naruto, who wore a grin. He accused Naruto of causing this chaos and vowed to take revenge. In a desperate move, he activated a seal that switched his position with a pale-skinned girl dressed similarly to him. The girl blinked, staring blankly at Naruto before dropping to her knees, head bowed. With Orochimaru gone, Naruto tried to sense his presence but only caught a glimpse of him and 4 others disappearing through reverse summoning. Choosing not to reverse time to bring them back, he instead surveyed the stadium, noticing that everyone remained frozen in place. As he observed, Naruto saw a random shinobi glowing with suicide seals placed upon them. The only way to stop them was to eliminate them, as that would prevent their suicide from occurring. Gripping his biokunai in a reverse grip in his left hand and his Dragon Archfiend biosword in his right, he moved swiftly. Spectators could only see a flash of white before the glowing seals vanished, leaving nothing behind. The sand ninjas were terrified. If the boy chose to attack, there would be no escape for them. They watched as the white-haired child stood in the center of the arena, releasing the spirit of the 3rd Hokage before finally addressing the audience. He declared that he would not kill the sand shinobi, but if they ever attacked Konoha again, he would intervene. He urged them to view this not as a threat but as an opportunity to become better allies with Konoha. After assisting their Jinchuriki with his seal, he promised that if they treated him fairly, he would help protect them from others. With that, Naruto ended this Time Devil technique, prompting all the sand shinobi to bow briefly before departing, contemplating his words. Gaara, who had been observing, approached Naruto and extended his hand. He expressed a desire to meet again in the future. Grinning, Naruto accepted his hand and pulled him into a one-armed hug, assuring him that he could still communicate with him and Shikaku anytime. After releasing Gaara, he watched as the sand ninja joined 2 others, a girl with 4 spiky pigtails and a boy wearing makeup, likely borrowed from the girl's collection. With the sand shinobi leaving, Naruto turned to the remaining Kages in the booth and cheekily asked if he would receive a promotion. In the council chambers, the Hokage and the Raikage stood together, ready to promote the genin to Chunin. The Hokage announced that they were gathered to promote the following genin. First was Shikamaru Nara, who had demonstrated incredible tactical skill in his match against Temari Sabuki. Shikamaru walked up to the Hokage, received his Chunin jacket, and quickly left to find a tree where he could relax and watch the clouds. Next was Samui from Kumo, who had shown remarkable prowess in both combat and strategy. She approached her Kage, gingerly accepted her new Chunin jacket, and returned to the line with a quiet cool. Finally, Karui from Kumo was called to receive her Chunin jacket. In an instant, she was next to the Raikage, beaming with joy as she held her new jacket. Afterward, the Raikage and his subordinates exited the council room. As they departed, Naruto turned to address the gathering, calling for everyone's attention. He stated that they were there to discuss Naruto Uzumaki Akatsuki's position, whether as a Chunin, Jonin, or even ANBU, and invited everyone to present their arguments for his promotion. Shikaku, the leader of the Shinobi Council, stood up to speak. Everyone believed that Naruto should be either a Jonin or join Anbu. With that said, Shikaku sat down in his seat. Minato, observing the civilian council, noticed Suri Haruno stand up. She expressed her opinion loudly, stating that the demon should not be given a rank at all and should be stripped of his power. What happened next shocked Minato. One of the council members stood up and slapped Suri across the face, knocking her down. The man then addressed the Hokage, explaining that Naruto Akatsuki should be a Jonin because he had single-handedly stopped an invasion while also crippling Orochimaru. After making his point, the unnamed civilian sat down. Sighing, Minato asked if anyone opposed the promotion. Sure enough, Danzo and the elders raised their hands. Minato inquired why they disapproved of promoting Naruto. One elder began to speak, but Minato interrupted, reminding him to address him as Hokage-sama. The elder continued, stating that Naruto couldn't control his own actions and could have lost control of his demon at any moment during the fight. He suggested that Naruto should be given to Danzo to learn his place and train in the Kyuubi's chakra. The only female elder sat down, looking smug, until everyone else in the room stared at her in disbelief, as Naruto had never used the Kyuubi's chakra. Minato then asked if everyone agreed to Naruto's promotion to Jonin. Both sides of the council responded affirmatively. He then inquired if anyone had objections to the sound kunoichi living with Naruto. Seeing the council shake their heads, Minato stood up, grabbed a Jonin jacket that was slightly different from a regular Chunin jacket, and dismissed the meeting before disappearing in a flash to the holding cells. At Naruto's house at 1 p.m., he reflected on his newest family, which included Hashirama, Madara, Tobirama, and Mito. Surprised, he felt arms wrap around him and looked up to see Madara hugging him. Smiling, he returned the embrace and expressed that he would miss them all. He playfully told Tobirama to stop being so uptight and asked Mito to keep Hashirama in line, as he sometimes acted more like a child than Naruto did. As he was held by all four shinobi, he shed a few tears and promised that he would see them all again one day, whether through Edo Tensei or another way. Grateful for the family he never had, he dispelled the Edo Tensei and watched as they disappeared, along with his old blood clones. Looking at the floor, which was stained, he summoned some shadow clones to clean up. Glancing at his TV, he saw a picture of his family, which included Kusami, whom he had managed to summon for a short time. He couldn't help but laugh at the photo, where he and Mito were smiling while Tobirama pulled Madara's hair, and Hashirama looked exasperated. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Placing the photo down, he walked to the front of his house. Opening the door, he saw Shisui with a small basket, along with Jiraiya carrying what looked like sake from Mount Myaboku. Grinning, Naruto welcomed them in and noticed Shisui's family arriving, including his parents and little sister, Sasha. More people from Shisui's family and some of Naruto's friends joined the gathering. After meeting them through Shisui, Naruto had grown fond of them and eventually became friends. In the main room, he smirked at Shisui, who was trying to turn on his Xbox One, a gift from the advanced world. It was amusing to watch until Shisui accidentally threw a kunai at it, destroying the console. Naruto had plenty of others, so it wasn't a big deal. A clone picked up the broken pieces and disposed of them while he joined Jiraiya and some other Uchiha who were playing poker. By the time they finished, it was around 3:30 a.m. Shisui announced that it was time for Naruto to open his presents for becoming a new Jonin and for his birthday. Naruto, stunned, realized he had forgotten it was his birthday and that he had been promoted. Feeling foolish, he thanked everyone for coming and asked who wanted to see what he received. Seeing everyone nod, he stood up and walked to the massive stack of boxes against the wall. It seemed like a quarter of the Uchiha clan had shown up, along with some toads with Jiraiya. He decided to summon Draco and Rhea as well. With a summoning jutsu, 3 creatures appeared, an eastern dragon with a red design and green eyes, about the size of an average dog from the Inuzuka clan, a phoenix of similar size with orange eyes. A small fox with 9 tails appeared, startling everyone present. However, when it was quickly explained that the little fox was harmless, the tension eased. Naruto managed to make the fox purr like a cat, which delighted the females in the crowd. Naruto looked down at the 2 summons who had jumped on him, causing laughter to ripple through the gathering. As he opened his presents, he received many books about the Sharingan and fire ninjutsu, along with a few homemade gifts and coupons. The one he cherished the most was a coupon for free ramen for a year, a thoughtful gift from Shisui. But the gift that truly excited Naruto was Shisui's second present, a long-sleeve jacket with black sleeves and a white vest center, paired with pure black umbu pants and black fingerless gloves. To top it off, Shisui had also given him a kitsune mask, which he adored. As the party came to an end and everyone left at 7 a.m., Naruto heard the bell ring again. When he approached the front, he saw the Hokage, who had baggy eyelids, and the red-haired girl from earlier. Tilting his head, he asked what they were doing there. The Hokage replied that the girl was now Naruto's responsibility and that the jacket he was wearing was his Jonin jacket, designed similarly to his old one. With that, the Hokage vanished, finally off to get some sleep. Naruto extended his hand toward the girl and introduced himself as Naruto Akatsuki. She responded with a scowl, stating her name was Tayuya and asking where she could sleep. In the following days, Naruto faced a dilemma about which characters fans would want to see. He decided to include a list of potential pairings, with Tayuya being a definite choice for Naruto. The list included characters like Hinata, Samui, Shizuka, and others, with the promise to add more if requested. As the story progressed, Naruto found himself in a training session with Tayuya. With his arms and legs tied up, he was hardly sweating, which he playfully pointed out. Tayuya, panting from their intense taijutsu battle, shouted at him to stop gloating. Despite her frustration, Naruto continued to tease her, showcasing his agility by evading her attacks with impressive moves. Tayuya was growing increasingly irritated. The sight of Naruto, restrained and doing the worm dance on the ground, only fueled her anger. She was determined to prove herself and hit him, but Naruto reminded her that if she could land a hit while he was tied up, he would fight her without restraints. As she approached him, her hair transformed into 9 fiery tails, and a red chakra swirled around her. Realizing he was cornered, Naruto attempted to crawl away, but he remembered the seal that prevented him from using his Hiraishin while wearing the cuffs. Tayuya, in a deceptively sweet tone, threatened him, causing shivers to run down his spine. Though he could heal from any injury, the thought of the impending confrontation made him nervous. In a desperate attempt to escape the situation, he suggested they forget the whole thing and go out for ramen. The mention of ramen caused Tayuya's expression to shift, hinting at a change in the atmosphere. When Tayuya had moved in with Naruto, she shared the main bedroom with him, taking the walk-in closet and the right side of the room, which featured 2 separate queen-sized beds. Ever since the Chunin exams, Sasuke and Toki had decided to move in with their boyfriends, packing their belongings in just 10 minutes since most of it was already there. Tayuya couldn't understand why the two had chosen to cheat on Naruto. Over the past few weeks, she had slowly started to open up to him and could honestly say that, for someone she initially thought was a nuisance, he was quite decent. The best part of living with Naruto was the endless supply of ramen. She had never tried it before he introduced her to it, but after her first bite, she was dubbed the ramen mistress by the Ichiraka family due to her impressive appetite. Naruto, on the other hand, held the record as the Emperor of Ramen, having consumed a staggering 100 bowls. This led to playful teasing about how she and Naruto were made for each other, which she found utterly ridiculous. Determined, Tayuya playfully challenged him, saying he better bring a large wallet because she intended to take his title and become the Queen of Ramen. With a grin, Naruto dashed to their room to grab his wallet, excited for their impending ramen-eating contest. Tayuya considered him a worthy opponent when it came to eating ramen. In a flash, Naruto appeared next to her, catching her off guard. He had mastered the Time Devil technique, which he often used to get around, and she found it impressive. He excitedly announced that he had enough money for both of them to finish about 300 bowls before a quarter of the time was up, suggesting they have a ramen-eating contest. Tayuya responded with a smirk, ready for the challenge. As Naruto held Tayuya's shoulder, he suddenly remembered something. He suggested they dress up a bit since they usually just trained and ate together. Instead of just ramen, he proposed they go out for fun, perhaps to a fair or a movie. He mentioned he could teleport them to a fair in Spring Country. Tayuya blinked in surprise, realizing he might be indirectly asking her out. Amused, she agreed and ran upstairs to change, while Naruto decided to do the same. Descending from his study, where he had a few clothes given to him by the Uchiha, Naruto wore a white long-sleeve shirt adorned with the Uzumaki and Uchiha clan logos on the shoulders. He also wore a necklace with 6 magatamas in vibrant colors and a watch he had found during his travels in Japan. His outfit was completed with baggy black pants and black and white sneakers. Checking his watch, he noted it was still 8 a.m. Satisfied that his time devil technique was working, he sat down with a newspaper. After about 15 minutes, he heard the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. Looking up, he was taken aback by Tayuya, who wore a stunning red cocktail dress with black accents and intricate designs. The dress accentuated her figure, making her look like a captivating blend of goddess and devil. Tayuya enjoyed the attention she received from her white-haired companion. As she walked down in her high heels, she playfully pinched Naruto's cheek, snapping him out of his daze. She urged him to hurry, claiming she would get hungry soon. Naruto stammered, trying to regain his composure, and decided to teleport them to the fair in Spring Country, where Team 7 had previously completed a mission that was only rated as C rank due to its protective nature. Once they arrived outside the fair, Tayuya noticed Naruto had positioned his arm in a way that suggested he was being a gentleman. He explained that it would help keep others away and shared a humorous anecdote about using a shadow clone in a different form to avoid unwanted attention during grocery runs. Tayuya shrugged and linked her arm with his. 3 hours later, they found themselves watching the latest installment of the Princess Gale movie, which featured Konoha ninjas and a mysterious man in a hooded jacket assisting Princess Koyuki. Tayuya was captivated by the techniques displayed by the man in black, while Naruto eagerly anticipated the movie's conclusion. As the film reached its climax, Koyuki asked for the mysterious man's name, only for the hood to blow off, revealing the once bloodied man Naruto. It was amusing to see Tayuya's reaction after what had just happened. Naruto could honestly say that her gaze shifted from the screen to him almost instantly, and then she repeated the action. It was now 6 p.m., and both Naruto and Tayuya were at Ichiraku, devouring their ramen. They had both broken records there. Naruto surpassed his previous record of 100 bowls, scoring 123, while Tayuya managed to eat 99 bowls. Naruto chuckled at her for that, knowing that if she had just one more bowl, she would get free ramen for a year, though he decided not to mention it to her. After their fun, Naruto and Tayuya climbed the stairs to their room. As Naruto opened the door and flopped onto his side of the room, he fell asleep instantly upon hitting the pillow. Tayuya, who was utterly exhausted from not sleeping for 3 days, soon followed suit and fell asleep beside him. The next morning promised to be an early one. In Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves, peace reigned after the failed invasion. The sun shone brightly, and the sounds of laughter filled the air as civilians and ninjas went about their day. Suddenly, a white streak zipped through the crowds, creating a gust of wind. Naruto found himself soaring through the air, having been launched from his house on top of the Hokage monument by Tayuya, who had woken up to find her pillow moving. With a loud crash, he flew through the wall and off the monument, now navigating the streets with his wind control to avoid crashing into anything. Skidding to a halt, he realized he had reached the front of the village, spotting the massive gates. Standing up, he noticed the 2 eternal gate guards sitting in their seats, engrossed in a book. Deciding to approach them, he walked up and peered over their shoulders. "Hey, what are you reading?" he asked, glancing at the pages filled with shinobi stats and ranks. Izumo looked back and recognized the new and improved Naruto standing behind them. "Oh, it's nothing much, just the latest bingo book. I was checking to see if I got a higher rank, but sadly I didn't. Kotetsu did, though, which is completely unfair." "Sure, he landed the final blow on an A-rank missing ninja, but I dealt the most damage," Izumo lamented, glancing at Kotetsu's entry in the bingo book, his eyes misting slightly. Suddenly, a loud thud caught their attention. Both Naruto and Izumo turned to see Kotetsu staring at the bingo book in shock. They moved closer to see what had caused the commotion. Bingo book entry 8070. Name, Naruto Akatsuki. Nicknames: the Time Devil of Konoha, the White Spark, the White Streak, the God of Shinobi, the Rikudo Sannin Reborn, the Rising Phoenix of Konoha, the Ultimate Dragon of Konoha, the Ultimate Ninja. Hair color, what is blue? Family, unspecified, due to multiple bloodlines. Bloodlines: Mokutan, Sharingan, unknown Mangekyo, unknown Eternal Mangekyo, Rinnegan, rumored to have a body-based bloodline. Note: all bloodlines do not come from his previous family. Description of clothing: what he wore until his birthday. Personality: cheerful yet dangerous, he can instantly switch from being friendly to an unbeatable foe. Ninjutsu: 9 to 10 didn't use many jutsu, but due to Sharingan and Rinnegan, he is believed to have access to a vast array of them. Taijutsu: 10 he is incredibly fast, not even the Reikage or Hokage can match him. Genjutsu: unknown, but due to Sharingan and Rinnegan he may possess a significant amount. Kenjutsu: unknown, but he claims to have pinpointed hundreds of flaws in Orochimaru's Kenjutsu stance. Iriajutsu: unknown, but he can reportedly revive himself and heal any injury while in his Phoenix Sage mode. Fuinjutsu: master. Space-time ninjutsu: unparalleled. Base stats: strength, unknown, due to wearing seals. Speed, unknown, due to wearing seals. Intelligence, Nar level. Elemental affinities: wind, water, earth, fire, lightning, wood, yin yang. Extra abilities: summoner of both Phoenix and Dragon, sage of both Phoenix and Dragon, can produce black lightning and a new, red, lightning, creator of the ultimate space-time jutsu, Time Devil, likely to be a master of space-time ninjutsu. Bounty: Kumo, 100 million yen alive, 0 yen dead. IWA, 200 million yen alive, 100 million yen dead. Kiri, 700,000 yen alive, 450,000 yen dead. Oto, 300 million yen alive, 900 million yen dead. Rank: SSS do not attack, flee on sight or even rumor of location. If caught, beg for a merciful death if you are his target. The information provided has been sourced from Orochimaru, the Snake Sannin, the Fourth Reikage, and citizens of Suna. Izumo could only stare from the book to Naruto, while Naruto was equally transfixed by the entry. Their staring was interrupted when an Umbu appeared, wearing a Nico mask. The most distinguishing feature of the Umbu was the purple hair. Umbu Nico informed Naruto that the Hokage requested his presence. With that, the obviously female Umbu grabbed the still gaping and shocked Naruto by the shoulder and disappeared with a swift movement, heading for the Hokage's office. Meanwhile, a familiar redhead approached the two gate guards, asking if they had seen where the white-haired shinobi had gone. The guards merely pointed to a book. Shrugging, she picked it up and stared blankly at it for the next 20 minutes before slowly walking home with the book in tow. Kotetsu, one of the guards, lamented that she was taking his book, but he soon succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep at his desk. With Naruto being an SSS-rank shinobi, he felt there was little point in trying to stay alert. In the Hokage's office, Naruto and Umbu Nico appeared in a whirlwind of leaves. They stepped forward to find the Hokage staring blankly at a bingo book he had received earlier. When he looked up and saw Naruto holding a bingo book as well, he could only sigh, wondering how this had happened. Just as he was about to speak, the door burst open. Kushina and Mito entered, both exclaiming in surprise and excitement, completely missing Naruto, who was engrossed in reading his bingo book entry. Kushina pointed at a page, asking if Minato had seen that Naruto was in the bingo book with an SSS rank. Mito echoed her disbelief, insisting there was no way Naruto could be that strong. Minato, looking at them both, sighed and confirmed that it was true. Naruto Akatsuki had reached a rank that even he had not achieved. He felt a mix of anger and confusion, questioning how Naruto had attained a rank that was not even considered possible. The SS rank indicated someone who could potentially destroy a significant portion of a hidden village. What could an SSS rank accomplish? Naruto, finally overcoming his shock at the revelation about himself, asked what the Hokage needed him for. He had known he was strong, as Kasumi had mentioned, but to hold a rank that no one had even thought of was astonishing. The only other shinobi he could think of who might reach SSS rank were legends like Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Hagoromo, the Sage of Six Paths. It was exciting to have his own rank in the bingo book. Minato began to speak, ignoring Kushina and Mito's ongoing chatter. He explained that he had called Naruto to ask if he could go to Kumo for an alliance that had been proposed a few days prior. Handing Naruto the alliance treaty, he mentioned that if Naruto accepted the mission, he would need to stay for a few days for the Raikage to sign the treaty and add his terms. Naruto shrugged and took the envelope, sealing it away with a swift motion. Minato nodded in thanks while still focused on the bingo book, ignoring Kushina and Mito, who had finally noticed Naruto's presence. Minato then reminded Naruto to avoid Kiri, which was embroiled in conflict, and mentioned that he could take one person with him for both missions. Naruto agreed, already planning to assist the Bloodline rebels on his way back to the village. Minato classified the mission as an S rank, instructing Naruto not to disclose any details until the alliance was finalized. With a nod from Naruto, Minato allowed him to leave the office, where he was once again bombarded by Kushina and Mito, who had differing opinions on how many shinobi should accompany him. At home, Naruto called out for Tayuya, announcing that he had a mission and inviting her to join him. When he received no response, he shrugged and began sealing his equipment into his wrist. Just then, the front door opened, and Tayuya appeared, looking shocked before throwing the bingo book in her hand at him. He dodged it and blinked in confusion, wondering what that was about. Naruto looked at Tayuya with a serious expression, though he was surprised by her next request. She asked if he could train her seriously, referring to him as the ultimate shinobi. Tayuya had been genuinely impressed by his abilities, initially believing he relied solely on his bloodlines, especially after witnessing his Jujutsu, both the Sharingan and Rinnegan. Naruto agreed, feeling bored from dodging her attacks, and suggested they take on an S-rank mission together. He scratched the back of his head while glancing at Tayuya, who had changed into her new ninja attire. She wore a fitted crimson shirt that accentuated her figure, topped with a black version of the Chunin jacket. Her black, baggy ANBU pants were wrapped at the ankles with bandages, and she sported a pair of black Nike shoes. Overall, she had a striking and intimidating appearance. Tayuya asked what she needed to bring, tilting her head cutely, which made Naruto think to himself how adorable she looked. He replied that she only needed to bring spare clothes, as he had all the survival gear stored in a seal on his wrist. He showed her the storage seal, perfectly placed in the middle of his wrist. Tayuya headed upstairs to grab her spare clothes, telling Naruto she would meet him at the front gate shortly. With a shrug, Naruto vanished in a flash of white light. At the front gates, Naruto was met with a bewildering sight. Hundreds of women, likely kunoichi, were lined up to enter the village. He approached the entry booth where Izumo and Kotetsu were talking to a couple of kunoichi. Just as he was about to speak, a woman behind him shouted a challenge, invoking Nadeshiko law. She declared that if she won he would have to marry her, but if he lost, he would face dire consequences. Naruto turned to see a group of well-endowed women challenging him. He blinked at them, then walked away towards the entry booth, casually stating that he was too busy to engage with them. This response shocked the kunoichi, leaving some in tears, feeling unworthy of his attention. As he continued through the crowd, another voice called out, demanding he fight her because he was the son of the Hokage. Turning around, he saw a girl of average height with green eyes and waist-length black hair styled in a Haim cut. She wore a light green kimono and, while on missions, donned her village's fitted kunoichi uniform, which accentuated her figure. Naruto scratched his head, puzzled by her demand. The girl explained that Jiraiya, the sage of Mount Myaboku, had fought her grandmother, and a deal was made for his student to fight her next descendant. Since her mother could not find the Hokage, the challenge now fell to him. She assumed a fighting stance, ready for battle. Naruto, realizing he had no choice, proposed they fight in 2 weeks during the Chunin exams, as he had to focus on his current mission. He walked over to Izumo and Kotetsu, handing them the paperwork for his departure while waiting for Tayuya. A few minutes later, she emerged from the crowd, looking confused. She asked Naruto why there were so many kunoichi present. He promised to explain on their way, grabbing her sleeve and teleporting them to the seal on Omoi's arm, which he had placed during the Chunin exams. In a flash of white light, they disappeared. Izumo chuckled as he observed the crowd of kunoichi, commenting to Kotetsu that Naruto certainly had a lot of admirers. Kotetsu nodded, filling out files to allow the women to enter Konoha, remarking that at least the village wouldn't be boring with Naruto around. Mei, the leader of the bloodline rebels, shouted a warning, but it was too late. Naruto had been slammed into the ground by Aisabu's massive tails. In a swift response, Mei unleashed a torrent of molten lava aimed at Aisabu's enormous eye. The tailed beast quickly turned its head, narrowly avoiding the attack, while Naruto seized the opportunity to strike. He slammed his hand under Aisabu's jaw, and a reassuring crack echoed throughout the battlefield. With a mighty roar, Aisabu was sent soaring into the air. Seizing the moment, Naruto pulled out his Time Devil Kunai. He threw it into the air and performed a series of hand signs before unleashing his next move. The kunai spun diagonally, glowing with energy, causing every enemy shinobi to collapse to their knees as their chakra control faltered. With the Mizukige's forces incapacitated, Naruto began gathering chakra in his hand, forming a massive spiraling ring, a technique he had developed weeks earlier while trying to create a tailed beast version of his Rasen Shuriken. As Aisabu began to descend, Naruto leaped into the air, directing the spiraling ring toward the beast's stomach. Using his blacklight dash ability, he soared higher and faster, and a clap of thunder resonated through the air, followed by a tremendous explosion. The rain poured down during the fierce clash, and the bloodline rebels fought valiantly, emerging victorious. However, the battle between the White Streak and the three-tailed beast, Aisabu, raged on. A lesser-known shinobi pointed to the sky, drawing everyone's attention to the dust and explosions above. All the shinobi enhanced their vision with chakra, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. They saw Naruto delivering powerful punches, each strike sending shockwaves through the air, accompanied by Aisabu's pained roars. Eventually, both the beast and Naruto landed, creating a massive crater in the battlefield, which had already borne witness to significant destruction. Peering into the crater, the shinobi saw the legendary god of shinobi emerging, carrying the likely incapacitated fourth Mizukage over his shoulder. Silence enveloped the crowd until Naruto raised a peace sign, prompting realization to dawn upon them. They had won. Mei raised her fist in triumph, and soon everyone joined in, celebrating their hard-fought victory. It was a moment they would always remember. However, the mood shifted when a loud grumble echoed from Naruto's stomach, interrupting their celebration. Apologizing sheepishly, Naruto rubbed the back of his head, drawing amused looks from the gathered shinobi. Mei, blushing, stood nearby, her own stomach rumbling. As Naruto took in her appearance, he couldn't help but think of her beauty. Mei had striking green eyes and long auburn hair styled elegantly. Her dark blue dress, which fell just below her knees, was both stylish and practical, complemented by mesh armor and high-heeled sandals. Mei snapped at the attention she was receiving, expressing her hunger after fighting for years. Her playful demeanor lightened the atmosphere, and even Naruto's stomach quieted down in response. Noticing Naruto's discomfort, Mei rushed to his side, supporting him. Concerned, she asked if he was all right. Naruto explained that his shadow clone had dispelled during a council session, leaving him with a Time Devil marker to attend to. He chuckled about the clone's dramatic exit, and soon their laughter filled the air, bringing them closer together. As the laughter subsided, Naruto stood up, pulling Mei with him. He handed her one of his Time Devil kunai, winking before vanishing in a flash of light. Mei smiled to herself, reflecting on how much had happened in just 3 days since she met Naruto. Maybe she could secure an alliance with the Hokage with something special to make it a permanent agreement. Mei suggested they rebuild the village with a sly smile on her beautiful face, confident in her ability to persuade the Hokage to form an alliance. Ao, arms crossed and eyes closed, expressed his doubts about their chances of defeating the fourth Mizukage without the white-haired boy. However, he opened his eyes to find Mei standing right in front of him. Mei warned Ao to be quiet or he would regret it, causing him to sweat and hastily move on to his new task. In the Kumo council room, one elder complained about a white-haired boy who had sent a shadow clone to the meeting, insisting that he deserved punishment. Just then, a white spark appeared in the room, and Naruto casually apologized for his tardiness, explaining that he had been busy fighting a three-tailed beast and chatting with a goddess. At Konoha's training ground 7, Sasuke demanded Kakashi teach him Chidori, claiming he needed redemption after being humiliated. Kakashi, half asleep, suddenly stiffened, a tear escaping his eye as he realized someone out there was channeling his spirit. He would seek that person to train them, but for now, he returned to his nap while Sasuke continued to rant. In the Konoha Hokage training ground, Mito expressed her frustration at having to learn seal writing, insisting she wanted the time devil technique instead. Minato sighed as he watched her complain about seals being useless, disappointed that she lacked the natural ability for Fuinjutsu and couldn't sit still long enough to practice. He explained that he couldn't give her the time devil technique because he didn't know it, and only Naruto, who created it with seals, truly understood it. Mito then sought Kushina's help to convince Minato to teach her the time devil, further complicating matters for him. Back in the Kumo council room, an elder angrily demanded that the next meeting be held in person, threatening consequences for any further tricks. Naruto apologized for the shadow clone incident and asked about Tayuya's whereabouts. Just then, he felt something touch his back and turned to see Tayuya standing behind him, causing him to let out a startled yelp as he clung to the ceiling. He pleaded for her not to be angry, explaining that he had been caught up in a war. Tayuya couldn't help but smile at his reaction, realizing he found her intimidating. She decided to make her demands known. In Kumo, Naruto, overwhelmed with bags, begged Tayuya to let him off the hook. She turned to see him struggling under the weight of numerous boxes, supported by 5 shadow clones. Tayuya, amused by the sight, asked how much he had bought. Naruto explained that it was enough to fill all his storage scrolls. Tayuya chuckled, knowing she had likely cost him a fortune. As they walked into a shop, Tayuya excitedly announced her desire to try on new clothes, leaving Naruto apprehensive. He waited outside the changing room, wondering if he should just escape back to Kiri to help Mei with the village rebuilding. Tayuya called out to him, her mischievous tone sending shivers down his spine. As she prepared to reveal her new outfit, Naruto braced himself for the unexpected. The moments that followed would be etched in his memory forever as Tayuya emerged in striking attire, showcasing her confidence and allure. He would never admit that his Sharingan had activated to keep that sight in his mind forever. Tayuya smirked, striking a pose that showcased her figure for Naruto. She teased him, asking what he thought of her display. Naruto, overwhelmed, passed out, a goofy grin on his face as he fell. Tayuya chuckled, gathering her new clothes and instructing one of Naruto's shadow clones to handle the original workload and teleport it back to Konoha. The meeting had gone smoothly, with Naruto chatting with both Bee and Yujito, the hosts of the 8 Tails and 2 Tails, about their Biju. He also had a brief conversation with Samui, which seemed to irritate her for some unknown reason. Soon, a shadow clone approached them. After a moment of looking at its creator, it shrugged, grabbed both Tayuya and Naruto, and vanished in a flash of light, inadvertently dropping over 50,000 yen, leaving the store owner bewildered. At Naruto's house in Konoha, he mumbled as he tried to lift his head and body, only to find Tayuya peacefully sleeping on top of him, her crimson hair spread around them like a blanket. He couldn't help but smirk at the sight of her drooling on him, which reminded him of their early days together. In a flashback from their first week, Tayuya had been furious, refusing to share a room with Naruto despite his insistence. Their argument had escalated, with Tayuya hurling insults at him about his past relationships. Frustrated, Naruto had retreated to his bedroom, slamming the door. Tayuya had banged on it, demanding entry, but eventually fell asleep on the floor. When the door opened, Naruto had pulled her inside and tucked her under the covers, a small smile forming on his face as he observed her brash nature, reminiscent of his younger self. He noticed Orochimaru's cursed seal on her and, activating his Sharingan, memorized it, planning to create a counter-seal. During the second week, Tayuya confronted Naruto, furious at his claim that she relied too much on genjutsu. They agreed to a challenge. If she won, she could go on a shopping spree. If he won, he would train her in taijutsu and ninjutsu. Tayuya, seeing his wallet, was intrigued by the potential for a shopping spree. They shook hands and took their positions. Tayuya played her flute, but to her shock, Naruto remained unaffected. Frustrated, she played song after song, only to realize he had placed her in a genjutsu without her even noticing. When he revealed this, she was stunned to find herself in his bed, with Naruto's Sharingan activated. He explained that he had removed Orochimaru's seal and replaced it with a nature seal, allowing her to explore a clean sage mode without any harmful effects. In the third week, Tayuya struggled to keep up with Naruto as he ran at top speed, wrapping her arms around him tightly. They had already circled the elemental nations in an hour, and now he wanted to cut straight through. She begged him to slow down, still in her pajamas from the previous night. When they finally stopped, she opened her eyes to find a massive buffet spread before her, with Naruto grinning across the table. Confused, she looked at the food, then back at him, before shrugging and diving in. As she reached for more, she noticed a cake with the words, "Happy Birthday Tayuya," written on it, causing her to choke in surprise. Naruto quickly teleported behind her, gently patting her back as she processed the unexpected celebration. Tayuya looked at Naruto, tears slowly forming in her eyes as she asked how he knew. Naruto smiled lightly, chuckling softly as he replied that he couldn't forget his friend's birthday. Tayuya, still gazing at the cake, protested that she hadn't mentioned her birthday. It was a mud cake, and she wondered how he knew it was her favorite. Naruto simply explained that she talked in her sleep, recalling some of the amusing things she said, especially her comment about rolling around on grass while eating mud cake. He couldn't help but laugh as he moved to his study, activating his silencing seals to enjoy a good chuckle. While Naruto was lost in laughter, Tayuya continued to admire the cake, feeling that it was one of the best moments of her life. A few weeks later, Naruto playfully urged Tayuya to wake up, poking her cheek and insisting that it would be fun. Still asleep, Tayuya mumbled something that shocked him to his core. She spoke of a child named Akane, suggesting that she should annoy her father, whom she referred to as the Time Devil. If Tayuya had seen Naruto's expression at that moment, she would have been astonished. There he stood, tears in his eyes but a smile on his face, realizing that she had just shared a dream of them together, possibly with a child. Naruto used his time manipulation abilities to replay the moment, confirming her words. As he watched her snuggle deeper into her pillow, he felt a wave of emotion. Tayuya, his dear friend, had dreamed of a future with him, and in that moment his feelings transformed from fondness to love. He vowed that he would do everything in his power to protect her, promising that no one would ever hurt her again. If anyone dared to threaten her, they would face his wrath. With that resolve, Naruto returned to sleep, wrapping his arms around Tayuya's still form and snuggling closer. If he had looked at her face a moment longer, he might have noticed the faint blush on her cheeks. Naruto stood at the Valley of the End, his expression serious as he faced Sasuke and Satsuki Uchiha. He demanded their return to the village, his tone firm. Sasuke, who had caused him immense emotional pain, and Satsuki, his ex-girlfriend, were both in front of him. Despite the turmoil they had caused him, Naruto was determined to confront them. Sasuke, in his curse seal form, taunted Naruto, claiming he was nothing but a failure. Satsuki joined in, rushing toward him with anger. Naruto, unfazed, prepared for the confrontation. He vanished from their sight, and Sasuke screamed as he felt a sudden blow to his gut, lifting him off the ground. A swift kick sent him flying. Naruto turned his attention to Satsuki, who had activated her curse seal level 2 and was glaring at him with her Sharingan. She appeared fierce, adorned with white horns and dark wings. She questioned why Naruto had confronted her, revealing her disdain for him and her feelings for Sasuke. Her words dripped with contempt, and Naruto's frustration boiled over. He expressed his anger, questioning her decision to toy with his heart instead of being honest about her feelings. In a flash, Naruto dashed behind Satsuki and struck her, sending her crashing toward Madara's statue. He teleported in her path, delivering a powerful punch that sent her spiraling toward Hashirama's statue. With another teleport, he kicked her down at incredible speed, landing a final blow that knocked her out and reverted her to her normal form. Naruto then turned to face Sasuke, who was charging a Chidori, his appearance altered by the curse seal. Sasuke vowed to defeat Naruto and claim Satsuki for himself, fueled by rage. Naruto, however, was prepared. He activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and confronted Sasuke, who was descending rapidly. Naruto declared Sasuke weak before teleporting beside him and striking with a powerful attack. Sasuke felt intense pain as Naruto's move tore through his defenses, and he realized he was headed for a mountain face. Naruto watched as Sasuke collided with the mountain, satisfied with his victory. With both Uchiha defeated, Naruto grabbed them by their shirts and time-traveled back to Konoha, unaware of a Sharingan eye watching from the treetops. At the front gates of Konoha, Minato was anxious. He had sent Naruto after Sasuke and Satsuki after receiving troubling news about Itachi being attacked by Sasuke. The situation had escalated, leading to chaos within the Uchiha clan as they sought the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The aftermath had resulted in a tragic massacre, leaving only a fraction of the clan members alive. As Minato glanced at Kushina, who was comforting Mikoto Uchiha, he was suddenly alerted by a flash. Naruto appeared before him, carrying both Sasuke and Satsuki. Minato directed Tsunade to attend to the Uchiha siblings, ready to address the unfolding crisis. Tsunade received the signal and approached Naruto, lifting both Uchiha onto her shoulders and placing them on stretchers surrounded by a full medical team. She quickly walked over to Minato, and both of them looked at Naruto, who stood there with a bored expression and his arms crossed. As Minato moved closer to speak, a red blur suddenly struck Naruto, sending him and the blur flying. Blinking in surprise, Minato turned to see where the red and white streak had landed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Tsunade, peering over Minato's shoulder, shared his astonishment. There stood Naruto Akatsuki with Tayuya Akatsuki, as she preferred to be called since living with Naruto. However, what truly shocked them was the position in which Naruto and Tayuya found themselves embracing each other in a moment of affection. Minato felt a twinge of pain at the sight of his son, realizing he would miss watching him grow. At least he still had his daughter. His thoughts were interrupted by Tayuya's voice. "Why did you leave me before I could finish cooking? I can cook a little, but it's more fun with you there." Tayuya exclaimed, her frustration evident as their moment ended. Naruto began to sweat, recalling how Tayuya had once set water on fire while trying to cook. It had been amusing until she insisted he teach her, and while her skills had improved to okay, she was determined to become the best, dragging him into her culinary adventures every time. "Don't blame me, blame the kid with the duck-like haircut and his girlfriend. If that doesn't work, blame the Hokage." The sound 4 was a joke. They all tried to take me on one by one, and when Sasuke and Satsuki went to their second curse seal level, they were barely B rank. It was way too easy. Naruto gestured animatedly, emphasizing his point. Minato could only stare at Naruto, baffled that he considered an S-rank mission too easy. Tsunade shared a similar thought. This was the same boy who had been the dead last in the academy, yet after facing Mizuki he had transformed into something extraordinary. He had demonstrated the Sharingan, Rinnegan, and the power of time manipulation. How did he possess those abilities? She knew Minato and Kushina had no Uchiha relatives, and if Naruto had them from birth, then shouldn't Mito? Remembering the Chunin exams, she recalled him mentioning being an Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju. She would need to investigate further. Tayuya interrupted her thoughts again. "You should have just used your time abilities to get to their location since you can reach nearly the entire radius of Konoha. You just didn't want my cooking, did you?" Her hair began to split into 9 tail-like appendages, and Minato's eyes darted nervously between Kushina and Tayuya. He silently prayed that Naruto would survive the upcoming council meeting. "Seriously, Tayuya-chan. I couldn't help you with cooking because of the mission. Please believe me." Naruto pleaded, anime tears streaming down his face as he looked at Tayuya, who was now smiling brightly. Fine, I'll believe you if you cook ramen tonight, okay? That was one thing Naruto appreciated about Tayuya, she shared his love for ramen. Of course, almighty Tayuya, I will do anything for your forgiveness, Naruto replied, bowing low enough that Tayuya couldn't see his grin. Tayuya shrugged and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. Okay, but I want dinner at 7 p.m. No later. With that, she turned to the fourth Hokage, who was struggling to contain his laughter at how similar Tayuya was to Kushina. Minato, snapping back to attention, noticed Tsunade clicking her fingers in front of his face. She nodded toward Naruto, and he acknowledged her with a slight nod of gratitude. Naruto Akatsuki, I, along with the council, request your presence at a meeting now, as it will affect you. I suggest you bring Tayuya with you. After receiving a nod from Naruto, he and Tsunade appeared in the council room, where Naruto and Tayuya were already present, surrounded by the shinobi, civilian, and elder council members ready to begin. The meeting will commence. Naruto Akatsuki, you are to be voted on for the Clan Restoration Act, as you have demonstrated that you possess 2 of the 3 great Jujutsu. Minato glanced at the white-haired child and his red-haired friend, bewildered. What? He asked, confusion evident. Can you repeat that? Tayuya exclaimed, unable to believe what was happening. Naruto had just returned from a mission personally assigned by the Hokage, and now they were forcing him into the Clan Restoration Act? This was outrageous. What? Minato asked, looking at the red-haired girl beside Naruto. This isn't fair. Naruto has done so much for you. He stopped an invasion before it could start, brought the Uchiha back, and now you're going to do this to him? What is wrong with you? Tayuya's voice rang out, her frustration directed at the Hokage and the council. While a few civilians considered her words, most ignored her outburst. Now that that is out of the way, we will start the vote. All in favor of Naruto Akatsuki restoring the Akatsuki clan, along with Senju and Uzumaki. Minato glanced at Naruto, still perplexed about how he possessed Senju and Uchiha blood. Slowly but surely, hands began to rise in support. First, the elders raised their hands, followed by the Shinobi Council, and then slowly, the Civilian Council. However, a few civilians remained silent, showing respect for their hero. The vote was clear, 80% in favor and 20% against. The motion passed, placing Naruto Akatsuki in the category of the Clan Restoration Act. Minato began to speak, but Naruto interrupted him, locking eyes with his father. There were no special eyes, just his pure blue gaze. Naruto expressed that he didn't care about being placed in the Clan Restoration Act. He would love any woman he had the privilege of being with, but he refused to have his wives chosen for him. His love would be genuine, not dictated by anyone else. He directed his words toward the council members who supported the act. A certain pink-haired woman shouted that as the civilian leader, she demanded the time devil technique from him. Her voice grew loud, creating a windstorm in the room, yet neither Naruto nor Tayuya seemed affected. Naruto challenged her authority, questioning her claim to rule. The woman insisted that while the Kage fought battles, they truly governed the village. In response, Naruto made it clear that her words resembled those of a traitor. He asserted that the Hokage was the only leader, and the council merely served as a platform for the Hokage to gather opinions. With that, he turned back to his seat, leaving the council in stunned silence, while Tayuya stifled a laugh. Minato confronted the pink-haired woman, demanding she address him correctly. He warned her that if she disrespected him again, there would be consequences. He insisted that in this council, he was the 4th Hokage and should be addressed as such. The message was received loud and clear. Minato then declared that while Naruto was in the Clan Restoration Act, he could choose his wives freely. However, if he did not have 4 wives by the age of 18, he would be assigned wives and expected to have children with them. Just as Minato stood to elaborate, Naruto interjected with a suggestion that others should also be placed in the act. He mentioned several names, including Kushina, Mito, and Tsunade, pointing out their potential contributions to repopulating their clans. The council began to consider Naruto's points, which only frustrated Minato further. Shikaku Nara, the Jonin commander, supported Naruto's argument, emphasizing the dwindling numbers of the Uzumaki, Senju, and Akatsuki clans. Hayashi Hyuga also stood to reinforce the truth of Naruto and Shikaku's statements, putting the decision back in Minato's hands. Naruto then proposed a deal. He would comply with the Clan Restoration Act if he received blood from several clans, including the Nara, Hyuga, Kurama, Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Ryu clans. He promised to demonstrate the unique abilities of his bloodline in return. Before anyone could object, Minato summoned 2 Umbu to retrieve the blood bags. Within moments, 6 bags were placed before Naruto. He began to explain his bloodline, detailing how he had gained it after leaving the elemental nations. He described how he had absorbed a virus that was meant to transform him into a monster, but instead, it fused with him. He elaborated that the virus only activated at his command and that it made him the king over any infected individuals. He also revealed that the virus had implanted the blood of 2 legendary figures within him, making him stronger than before. The abilities from the Blacklight included superhuman strength, speed, reflexes, instant healing, shape-shifting, and absorption. Naruto clarified that by absorb, he meant to take in the blood or material from someone, usually from the brain, allowing him to gain their memories and abilities. This was why he identified as part Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki. He explained that he had rejected the Namake's blood, which the virus subsequently destroyed. Thanks to the virus, he could absorb anything useful, and he had a few blood bags to demonstrate. Naruto approached the first blood bag and placed his hand on it. The council watched with fascination as he absorbed its contents. He noted that the first bag belonged to the Hyuga clan and instructed everyone to observe his eyes. Channeling chakra into them, he activated the Byakugan, transforming his eyes into a pure white with veins surrounding them. The council gasped, realizing they were witnessing a shinobi capable of taking someone else's bloodline for himself. After showcasing his Byakugan, he deactivated it and moved on to demonstrate the other abilities he had acquired from various clan bloodlines. However, when he reached the Ryu blood, he paused. He announced that it was time for the ritual, explaining that they were about to witness a dragon sage becoming part dragon, a transformation that required the gift of dragon sage mode. He opened the blood pack and consumed the blood, which disgusted some council members since he had only absorbed the previous blood and not ingested it. But soon, his pupils sharpened and transformed into dragon-like slits. He explained that he was now a true draconian, part dragon and part human, capable of growing dragon wings, enhancing his base abilities, gaining night vision, and boosting his fire affinity. He could also imbue some of his dragon soul into a weapon that only he could wield. He then asked if there were any questions. The council members, still recovering from the shock of his transformation, struggled to regain their composure. Danzo stood up, pointing his cane at Naruto and commanding his root operatives to seize him for testing. The atmosphere froze, not due to the threat but because of the time devil kunai that Naruto held. He remarked that he had been waiting for an attack and expressed surprise that it occurred in the open. With that, he approached Danzo and swiftly incapacitated him, absorbing his essence before turning to the 4 root Umbu, consuming each one in turn. After deactivating his time devil, he returned to Tayuya, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and asking if there were any further inquiries from the council members, who were still reeling from the shocking events. Hearing no response, he decided to leave. As he reached the door, he glanced back at Minato, stating that the Akatsuki had been formed due to Danzo's interference, including his attempts to manipulate the Uchiha clan by stealing Shirsue's eyes to incite conflict among them. In a different scene, Tayuya was laughing heartily while watching her new favorite show. Naruto, having brought back a collection of DVDs and manga from the Weak World, had never gone through them until now. He descended the stairs from the study into their bedroom, adjusting his time devil for a wider range of use. Curious about her laughter, he asked what she was watching. Tayuya excitedly urged him to check out the anime she had discovered, claiming it was incredibly funny and promising that he would laugh hysterically. As he looked at the screen, he was taken aback to see a character resembling him, dressed in an orange and blue jumpsuit, dramatically declaring his dream of becoming Hokage while expressing an exaggerated love for ramen. Amused yet slightly embarrassed, Naruto approached Tayuya, picked her up, and carried her to the bed. He summoned a shadow clone to fetch popcorn and changed into his night clothes, which were simply his boxers adorned with dragons, phoenixes, and kusami. He inquired about how many episodes there were, raising an eyebrow at Tayuya, who pondered for a moment before responding that they were only on the second episode, where he became a ninja after defeating Mizuki and protecting Irika. She grinned, confident that the show would continue to be entertaining. Tayuya calculated the total number of episodes for the first part of the series called Naruto, which amounted to 135 episodes, not including the bonus episodes. This brought the total to 224 episodes and 4 movies. The next part, Naruto Shippuden, had around 507 episodes and 6 movies, though the last 2, including Boruto, the movie, were not included in her count since they featured Hinata, and the episode count was an estimate since the series had not yet concluded. Naruto, with a grin, suggested that he could use the Time Devil to relive the life of a weaker version of himself. Tayuya nodded in agreement, prompting him to activate the Time Devil. 2 weeks later, at Naruto's and Tayuya's house, a loud crash echoed through the morning air. Tayuya, filled with frustration, expressed her disbelief at her character's fate, lamenting how she was killed off by a sand ninja and how she had been portrayed in the series. Her loud outburst roused the attention of everyone in Konoha, waking them up at 7 a.m. Naruto, equally exasperated, shared his grievances about how the creator of the series had misrepresented him, suggesting that he would never have gone through the hardships that his character did for Sasuke. He expressed his frustration about the unfair advantages Sasuke received while he struggled, which made Tayuya chuckle at Naruto's twitching eye. Despite the misrepresentation, Naruto acknowledged that the events in the elemental nations were accurate so far. He contemplated summoning Madara for answers but decided against it, thinking it might be more entertaining to see how things unfolded. He reassured himself that he could revive the deceased Jinchuriki if necessary, although he might accidentally forget Mito. After all, he considered himself the hero in both real life and the TV show. After stepping out of the shower, Naruto asked Tayuya if she wanted to go for a walk, noting that he hadn't seen the village since the Chunin exam's grand final. Tayuya looked at him curiously, wondering how he had managed to get groceries. He pointed out their greenhouse farm through the window, which made her realize she had overlooked it during her time at the onsen. Tayuya agreed to go for a walk, suggesting she could get some new clothing for him to see her in, which made Naruto gulp in response. He quickly retrieved his wallet and prepared to head out. As they walked through the village, Naruto was pleasantly surprised to see people smiling and waving at him. He overheard children referring to him as the white hero of Konoha, and noticed some kids wearing fake horns and bleached white hair. He regretted not taking a walk sooner to witness the villagers' reactions to the Chunin exams. As they approached an Akimichi barbecue joint, they encountered the other genin from the Rookie 15. Naruto continued walking with Tayuya until he heard Kiba's voice calling out to him, mocking him for mimicking the white spark. Kiba, oblivious to the reactions of his peers, continued to insult Naruto, who was about to respond when Tayuya interjected. Tayuya confronted Kiba, pointing out his lack of understanding about Naruto's situation and the emotional turmoil caused by his actions. She questioned Kiba's reasoning for calling Naruto a loser, highlighting how he had been unfairly treated in the past. Kiba, trying to assert his dominance, boasted about his own status but was met with laughter from both Naruto and Tayuya, who found his claims amusing. After a moment of laughter, Naruto regained his composure and looked at Kiba with a grin, teasingly suggesting that he could use the Time Devil to embarrass him in front of a gay bar. Naruto looked at Kiba with a mischievous grin, suggesting that many would want the Inuzuka heir as their companion. Kiba, unable to hold back, protested loudly before disappearing, leaving Naruto pleased with himself. He turned to Toki and flashed a fanged smile, mentioning that Kiba was at the red light district and wished her luck in finding him before he could get into trouble. Toki dashed off, hoping to reach her boyfriend in time, but Naruto manipulated time in that area, ensuring Kiba was found instantly. Naruto then turned to Tayuya, asking if she wanted to go out for food or shopping. Tayuya, with a playful smirk and a bit of meat hanging from her lips, flashed a peace sign. He grabbed her by the hip, and they vanished in a flash of white light. Shikamaru, observing Kiba's empty seat, wondered aloud if Kiba had already gotten into trouble, to which the others nodded in agreement. A few hours later, Tayuya suggested they visit Jiraiya, looking at Naruto who was carrying a stack of scrolls. After their shopping spree, he had created 100 scrolls, each containing another 100, all neatly packed into 5 scrolls for easier transport. Suddenly, a voice called out to Naruto, announcing that their agreement would proceed. He turned to see Shizuka, dressed in her shinobi attire, looking directly at him. Naruto looked up at the sky, questioning why this was happening to him. The match between Naruto and Shizuka began, announced by Tokiwa, Shizuka's trainer and friend. Shizuka, ready to jump back, was caught off guard when Naruto quickly pinned her to the ground. While the Nadeshiko Kunoichi were stunned, the Konoha civilians cheered wildly, celebrating Naruto's swift victory. Shizuka, shocked by the reality of Naruto's power, realized that the tales of the SSS rank White Spark were true. She had thought it was just a myth to intimidate enemies, but now she understood the truth. Despite his victory, Naruto expressed that he would not go through with the wedding, suggesting that traditions should not be followed blindly. He encouraged Shizuka and the other kunoichi to seek true love rather than adhere to outdated customs. With that, he teleported to Tayuya, who was collecting her winnings from the betting booth, as many had placed their bets on Shizuka. One by one, the Nadeshiko kunoichi left, and Shizuka contemplated Naruto's words, feeling a sense of hope for the future. Later, at Naruto's house, he and Tayuya enjoyed a fresh batch of ramen while listening to music. Their peaceful moment was interrupted when Tsunade appeared at the door. Naruto was surprised, realizing she must have slipped past his defenses due to her connection to Hashirama. Tayuya was equally astonished, knowing Tsunade was the godmother of both Naruto and Mito. Tsunade, seeing her target, grabbed Naruto by the ear and began to drag him away from his ramen, causing him to lament the loss of his meal. However, he soon noticed Tayuya tipping his ramen into her bowl, igniting a playful rivalry. As Tsunade dragged him away, Naruto wondered why she was there, recalling how she had often overlooked him in favor of Mito. Sensing his curiosity, Tsunade quickly explained that she was there to inform him of an upcoming meeting, emphasizing that as the head of a clan, he was now required to attend. But then Naruto realized that this place required blood seals to enter. He asked the entire family for a little blood to open the door. First, Minato's blood fizzled out, Mito's turned into paint that splashed outward, and Kushina's simply dropped to the floor, transforming into a tiny nine-tailed fox that playfully bit him while exclaiming, "Tie me up to a moon, you say? Screw you, chibi power," and then vanished. Then the strangest thing happened. The door opened, and Naruto noticed that the blood from his foot had hit the door. To his surprise, he walked into the living room, which featured a television that shouldn't even exist at that time, along with a DVD about himself. However, the biggest shock was a certain picture of Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha. Tsunade, with a large throbbing tick mark above her head, looked down at Naruto, only to find he had fallen asleep. Tsunade shouted at Naruto, but he remained lost in a dream where Tsunade was being bitten by the Kyuubi. A large cloud floated above his head, depicting both Tsunade and a chibi Kyuubi playfully biting her. It was amusing and he couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, Kakashi jerked awake, having dozed off during the other Jonin's conversation. He felt a strong urge to find someone similar to him, believing he had a legacy to leave behind. With that thought, Kakashi stood up and left, unaware of the surprised expressions on the other Jonin's faces. Back at Naruto's house, Tsunade held the picture in front of Naruto, demanding to know how he had obtained it. Naruto explained that he had used Edo Tensei to revive Hashirama, Madara, Mito, and Tobirama before the Chunin exams finals. He had received assistance from Mito in that endeavor while Hashirama, Madara, and Tobirama helped him in other areas. Tsunade was incredulous, her emotions shifting rapidly from confusion to anger, jealousy, and finally to a knowing look. She realized how she could use this information to her advantage. She demanded to know how he had done it, threatening to expose him for grave robbing from the Senju clan. Naruto casually mentioned that he had found a loophole regarding the sacrifices and pointed out the blood bags at the hospital, noting that he had even found some from shinobi of other nations. He planned to thank someone named Darui later, as he had indirectly given him the storm release bloodline. If Naruto had been paying closer attention, he would have noticed Tsunade's expression changing through a whirlwind of emotions. She quickly decided to leverage this knowledge for her own purposes. Tsunade insisted that Naruto tell her how to revive people, promising not to inform the council about his actions. Naruto simply looked at her, then performed a series of hand seals and slammed his hand down, summoning the revived figures behind her. Tsunade turned to see her family and Madara, realizing that Naruto hadn't controlled them yet. She shouted for them to move out of the way before he could take control of their wills. As Tsunade lunged at Naruto with impressive speed, she was caught off guard when he casually slapped her away. When she attempted to attack him again, she found herself restrained by wooden tendrils. Looking toward her grandfather, she was relieved to see he was not under Naruto's control, but her relief was short-lived as the revived figures approached Naruto. Hashirama greeted Naruto enthusiastically, commenting on his Mokutan training and expressing his desire to teach him some techniques if he improved. Naruto grinned and confirmed that he had learned how to heal himself, making him nearly invincible in battle. Just then, Mito addressed Naruto with a mix of a smile and a glare, asking him why he had revived them. Naruto, feeling the pressure, stammered that he wanted them to meet his girlfriend Tayuya and that Tsunade wanted to revive Dan and Nawaki. He didn't want to hear her complaints about grave robbing. Mito fell silent for a moment, making Naruto sweat nervously. But then, to his surprise, she exclaimed how cute it was and hugged him tightly around the neck. Looking up at Naruto, she inquired about Tayuya's whereabouts. Naruto informed her that Tayuya was sleeping by a nearby tree, likely exhausted after witnessing the first two Hokage, the first Hokage's wife, Madara Uchiha, and several other Uchiha emerge from the ground. Mito, spotting the redhead resting against the tree, dashed off, leaving Tobirama, Hashirama, Madara, and Izuna with Naruto. Naruto turned his attention to Izuna, who was still trying to comprehend how he and his brother were alive. Approaching the two Uchiha, Naruto extended his hand toward Madara's brother. He introduced himself as Naruto Otsutsuki, expressing his pleasure in finally meeting Izuna and playfully noting that Madara could be a bit difficult at times. Izuna, after a moment of hesitation, reached out and shook Naruto's hand, introducing himself as Izuna Uchiha, the younger brother of Madara. The scene shifted to Naruto's backyard during midday, where a sudden snap and thud echoed. Naruto looked down at Izuna, who had just experienced a rather unusual defeat. However, Izuna stood up and casually adjusted his neck back into place. He sighed, acknowledging the score of 48-0, realizing he had never come close to defeating Naruto, even with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated. He couldn't help but wonder how this young boy had become so powerful at such a young age. As Naruto observed Izuna, he noted the striking resemblance to Sasuke. Upon Izuna's arrival, Naruto had initially mistaken him for an older version of Sasuke. However, it was evident that Izuna was much stronger and had trained diligently with Madara during their youth. Shifting his gaze, Naruto chuckled at Tayuya, who appeared to be in high spirits, animatedly conversing with everyone around her. Returning his focus to Izuna, who stood beside Madara, Naruto couldn't help but laugh as Madara spoke to Izuna in a teasing manner, clearly enjoying the moment. Madara's playful tone was intended to annoy Izuna, who was discreetly forming hand seals behind his back. For Tsunade, this was an incredibly bewildering moment. She had witnessed Naruto single-handedly revive the first two Hokage, her grandfather and granduncle, as well as Mito Uzumaki, her grandmother, and even Madara Uchiha along with his younger brother, Izuna. What couldn't this boy do? Finally fed up with being entangled in a tree, Tsunade called out to Naruto, demanding her release or threatening to report him to the Hokage. The others around them raised their eyebrows in surprise. Realizing the attention she had drawn, Tsunade hesitated and then requested, with a hint of embarrassment, to be freed as the situation was becoming uncomfortable. Naruto, finally understanding her discomfort, manipulated the wood to gently lower Tsunade to the ground. As an additional gesture of apology, he smoothed out her clothing and patted her head while offering her an apple. Hashirama watched in astonishment at Naruto's control over the wood, realizing that even he had never mastered such a skill. It seemed Naruto was ready for even greater challenges ahead. Tsunade pondered how Naruto had acquired such abilities. It was evident from her grandfather's expression that he, too, was astonished by Naruto's talents. What had Naruto done to gain such extraordinary skills? Had he made some sort of pact for power? Naruto then turned to Tsunade, introducing her to her grandfather, granduncle, and grandmother, hoping to avoid any trouble for his actions, as that would certainly be bothersome. The dreaded puppy dog eyes jutsu. Hearing what Naruto said and observing his expression, Tsunade agreed not to disclose this to anyone. For the remainder of the day, Tsunade spent time with her grandparents and granduncle, reminiscent of Madara and Izuna, who were engaged in light conversation and sparring, with Madara clearly dominating. Naruto glanced at Tayuya, who appeared to be deep in thought. Approaching her, he gently took her hand and lifted her chin, planting a soft kiss on her lips. Tayuya was taken aback. She and Naruto had not shared many NTMT moments, aside from attending carnivals and events together. The sensation of Naruto's lips on hers was exhilarating, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. After a moment, they parted, a delicate connection lingering between them. Looking into Tayuya's eyes, Naruto smiled, feeling the love they shared. He placed another gentle kiss on her cheek and asked why she seemed to be contemplating something serious, knowing that if Tayuya was preoccupied, it must be significant, as she was usually relaxed and carefree. Tayuya lowered her head for a moment, her long red hair obscuring her eyes. After a brief pause, she lifted her head, exuding newfound confidence. She explained that she had asked Kurenai-sensei if they could go on a training trip for her to learn better genjutsu. Kurenai had agreed but mentioned it would be a 3-year journey, as she wanted Tayuya to learn genjutsu for various situations. Tayuya also noted that she was funding the trip herself. Concerned that 3 years was a long time and that Naruto might forget her, she felt reassured by the kiss he had given her, which gave her the confidence to proceed with the training trip. Naruto assured her that he would never forget her, using his playful catchphrase. He kissed the crown of her head and then transported them back to his house, leaving a shadow clone to inform Hashirama and his family, along with Madara, that he would like to train with them later in the week. Once the message was delivered, the clone waited for Tsunade to say goodbye to her family before dispelling itself. The next morning at Naruto's house, he asked Tayuya if she had everything she needed, raising an eyebrow as he confirmed that most of her shinobi clothes, equipment, and favorite pre-packed food were sealed. Tayuya looked around their room to ensure she hadn't forgotten anything and shook her head, indicating she was ready. Naruto explained that while he had trained her in taijutsu and some ninjutsu, he wanted to help her discover her elemental affinity since she would be going on a long training trip. He handed her an elemental affinity. Excitement bubbled within Tayuya. Naruto was the best at elemental jutsu and could manipulate the 5 basic elements with ease. Gently holding the card, she infused it with her chakra, watching in delight as it transformed. 1/3 of the card ignited completely, revealing a strong fire affinity, while another third crumbled to dust, indicating a significant earth element. The final third became extremely damp, almost as if it would turn to water. Naruto grinned, recognizing how well the elements reflected Tayuya's personality: fire for her fiery temperament, earth for her stubbornness, and water for her caring nature. He realized that her elemental affinities were quite fitting, especially since he had known her for a while. As Tayuya cheered and celebrated her discovery, Naruto reminded her to stay focused. He explained that with dedicated training in earth, she could potentially match the Tsuchikage. With fire, she might rival Izuna, and with water, she could reach a level close to his own. He suggested that she prioritize her water affinity while using shadow clones to work on earth and fire. Nodding at his advice, Tayuya rushed to the library and grabbed Naruto's elemental affinity training guides, along with the training scrolls. She quickly sealed them for later use. Noticing her impressive base stats, Naruto decided to give her a unique fighting style he had created, named Wrath of the Crimson Princess. He mentioned that she could rename it later if she wished and handed it to her, which she sealed on her right wrist. Tayuya looked at Naruto for a moment before lunging at him, delivering a passionate kiss that took him by surprise. The kiss was filled with promise and affection. After pulling away, Tayuya grinned at Naruto and playfully stated that while she was away, she didn't want him to start looking for other women for his clan's requirements. However, she added that if he met someone she liked upon her return, he could be with both of them. Naruto realized that if he made a mistake, he would be in serious trouble. Tayuya glanced at the clock and noticed it was time to leave. She nudged Naruto, and together they teleported to Konoha's main entrance, where Kurenai was waiting. Tayuya approached her new sensei, and with a nod, they began to depart, but not before Tayuya shared a final kiss with Naruto. Naruto lingered at the gate for a moment, gazing out at the wilderness he had traversed many times during his childhood and as a shinobi. With a sigh, he teleported back home. At Naruto's house, he felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He contemplated whether Hashirama could teach him how to create a wood golem while he prepared some chicken chili ramen for himself. Stepping outside, Naruto summoned a shadow clone without seals and instructed it to use Edo Tensei to bring Hashirama back with the blood clones he had created earlier. The clone quickly performed the necessary hand seals and summoned Hashirama, who emerged from his usual resting place, accustomed to being revived frequently. Hashirama greeted Naruto, noticing that Tayuya was not with him and inquired about her whereabouts. Naruto explained that Tayuya had gone on a training trip for 3 years, unless she used the Time Devil Kunai he had given her, which would only activate in dangerous situations. He then eagerly asked Hashirama if he could finally learn to create the wood golem. Hashirama smirked, recognizing Naruto's enthusiasm. He decided to teach him, but only a miniature version, as the full-sized golem would be too large and noticeable. He instructed Naruto to activate his Sharingan to observe the technique. With a prayer-like gesture, Hashirama summoned a small wood golem. As Naruto watched, he understood how it was formed, and Hashirama then created a wood dragon to wrap around the golem. In moments, a 10-meter wood golem stood proudly with the dragon coiled around its shoulders. As the golem and dragon began to fade away, Hashirama noticed a puzzled expression on Naruto's face. He asked if there was a problem. Naruto, pulled from his thoughts, questioned why Hashirama had taught him both the wood golem and the wood dragon, as he had expected to learn only the golem. Hashirama scratched the back of his head, realizing he had forgotten to teach Naruto the wood dragon during the break between the Chunin exams. Naruto blinked in disbelief, wondering how Hashirama could forget something so important. Despite his surprise, Naruto eagerly inquired about Hashirama's secret technique. Hashirama grinned, anticipating Naruto's reaction, but simply stated that he would not teach it to him. Naruto's expression fell, as if he had just lost something precious. However, Hashirama offered to reveal the location where the technique originated, cautioning that mastering it would take months and that it could be dangerous. He encouraged Naruto to embark on a training trip of his own, hinting that it might yield unexpected benefits. With determination in his eyes and a smile on his face, Naruto asked the crucial question: where was this location? Naruto found himself in a perilous cave, dodging countless arrows while navigating a narrow pathway. He had finally reached the place Hashirama had described, and it felt like a complete death trap. Without his rapid healing abilities, it would have been nearly impossible to survive. Though he possessed impressive regeneration skills, Naruto had decided to challenge himself by restricting his movement with additional seals and refraining from using his Time Devil technique. As he looked ahead, he spotted a door in the distance. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed behind him, and he turned to see a massive boulder rolling toward him. Reacting quickly, he dashed forward as the boulder gained on him. In a moment reminiscent of a movie scene he had seen, Naruto sprinted toward the door, diving through it with a front flip and pointing triumphantly at the boulder behind him, reveling in his narrow escape. Naruto declared that he would never succumb to anyone like the figure before him, pulling his eyelid down and sticking out his tongue at the boulder. A pleasant voice echoed from behind him, expressing surprise at encountering someone with such a bold personality. Instantly on guard, Naruto released his seals and spun around, his eyes widening in disbelief. Two women stood before him. The one on the left was strikingly beautiful and exotic. She stood at about 6 feet 3 inches, with green wavy hair cascading down her back. Her soft brown eyes sparkled, and a gentle smile graced her cute, small nose. The light pale tone of her skin complemented her green kimono, which was adorned with intricate root designs. Naruto's gaze traveled down her figure, noting her impressive stature and the way the kimono fit her perfectly. She wore no footwear, yet the grass beneath her feet seemed to flourish vibrantly. To the right stood another woman who reminded him of a younger Mito Uzumaki. This redhead had long crimson hair that flowed to her hips, resembling Kushina style. Her purple eyes and cute button nose added to her charm, while her skin tone was slightly lighter than the typical Uchiha complexion. She wore a green and red kimono, with trees sprouting from the hem and climbing toward her shoulders. Her figure was also striking, and she sported black shinobi sandals. As Naruto observed them, he noticed the redhead teleporting in front of him, poking him curiously before returning to her companion. Feeling a bit flustered, Naruto greeted the two women, introducing himself as Naruto Akatsuki and inquiring about their presence. The green-haired woman laughed, finding his demeanor amusing. She explained that they were training the next nature sage. Naruto, intrigued but confused, had never heard of a nature sage before. He wondered if it was related to Hashirama's sage mode, which he had not been taught. With a raised eyebrow, he looked toward the redhead, who continued to observe him intently, before turning back to the green-haired woman, who wore a grin. He approached them, expressing his desire to learn about this nature sage. As he stepped closer, both women twitched slightly. Suddenly, Naruto felt a surge from the ground and leaped onto the cave's top, where he saw numerous wooden hands bursting forth. He began hopping from one hand to another, glancing back at the women, who had likely summoned them. He pondered how there could be Mokuton users when only one person from the Senju clan had that ability. While Naruto was lost in thought, he failed to notice the redhead drop to her knees in exhaustion. The green-haired woman, however, appeared unfazed by the summoning, though a thoughtful expression crossed her face. Dodging the wooden hands, Naruto positioned his hands in a prayer-like gesture and called forth his own technique, creating a large wooden hand that shot into the ground, halting the rising hands. The two women were visibly shocked, especially the green-haired one. He summoned a shadow clone to maintain the technique and walked toward them. Finally, the green-haired woman spoke, demanding to know how he possessed her gift, which she only bestowed once every 50 to 70 years. Her sudden aggression startled Naruto, who was confused about her claims regarding Mokuton. He needed answers and, in a surprising move, hugged her, leaving her stunned. Tilting his head to meet her gaze, he explained that his ability to use Mokuton came from a unique situation, asking why she referred to it as her gift. As she began to calm down, she expressed disbelief, recalling how she had only given her gifts to a few humans before, one of whom was Hashirama Senju, a man of great renown and kindness. She sensed a familiar energy in Naruto but also noted that it was different. Sighing, Naruto began to share his life story, recalling Hashirama's advice to follow his heart. As he spoke, he momentarily forgot about the redhead, who was astonished to learn that Uzumakis were still alive. She felt a mix of emotions, realizing how two members of her nearly extinct clan had complicated Naruto's life, yet she felt a sense of joy knowing he was part Uzumaki. The green-haired woman listened intently to Naruto's tale, finding it tragic yet enlightening. As she processed his story, she stepped back slightly, contemplating his words. Then, without warning, she delivered a punch straight to his face. Naruto was taken aback, shocked that the green-haired woman had struck him without explanation. He was left wondering what he had done to deserve such a reaction. His question was answered by the grinning woman. She remarked that he had pressed against her too much for it to be just a hug, and Naruto, still in shock, felt a mix of emotions. He was upset that he couldn't remember the sensation, knowing he would regret missing that chance later. The woman introduced herself as Gaia, the goddess of nature, and revealed her new apprentice, Saya Uzumaki. As Naruto's expression shifted from shock to amazement and then to horror, he dashed forward, grabbing the goddess's feet. He pleaded for forgiveness, expressing his regret for his earlier actions and insisting he was not a pervert. Gaia watched him with amusement, taking photos of his antics while laughing uncontrollably. Saya was no different, tears of laughter streaming down her face as she observed Naruto's desperate pleas. This continued for several minutes, with Naruto repeatedly asking for forgiveness. Gaia had already forgiven him the moment he shared his story, though she found it amusing to watch him create a shrine around her feet using some technique while praying. Eventually, she told him it was all forgiven and asked if he would like to learn how to use his wood release and nature's sage mode better. Naruto jumped up and hugged the goddess tightly, overflowing with excitement. However, Saya interrupted, pointing out that Gaia had promised to train her. Gaia smirked, enjoying the playful rivalry, and announced that Naruto would be Saya's training partner and testing dummy. Naruto blinked, realizing he might be in for a challenging experience. Gaia observed her new student, intrigued by his potential. She noted that he was not even the child of prophecy but a regular person who had defied expectations. It seemed even the gods could be mistaken, and she found humor in that twist of fate. Months later, in a hidden cave, Naruto was hard at work. He had spent 6 months perfecting a technique called True Several Thousand Hands. The cave trembled as a massive statue surrounded by thousands of fists emerged, with Naruto atop it, sweating from the effort. The technique had been difficult, requiring precise movements, and he had faced many challenges along the way. Training with Gaia and Saya had been enjoyable for Naruto, as he had surpassed Saya in many aspects, including gardening, which Gaia insisted they practice. Looking down, he saw Saya and Gaia with their mouths agape, astonished by the technique he had just demonstrated. It was a feat that typically took years to master, yet Naruto had accomplished it in just 6 months. Gaia was impressed. It had taken Saya 2.5 years to create a fraction of the size Naruto had just produced. While she could create something larger than a planet, Naruto's achievement was remarkable for a human with limited energy. Saya, having just completed her training, was both amazed and a bit envious of Naruto's speed. Naruto celebrated their success, exclaiming that they had finished Gaia's training and that she owed them ramen as promised. Saya, getting used to Naruto's energetic nature, hugged him back. Gaia shook her head, amused by Naruto's focus on food after such a significant accomplishment. Looking at the two, Gaia summoned wood to create bowls filled with pure water. She grew noodles and toppings, heating the bowls and crafting chopsticks for both Naruto and Saya. The three of them shared a moment of camaraderie, united by their training and the promise of a delicious meal. Although chopsticks weren't necessary, both Naruto and Saya devoured the ramen almost instantaneously once the cooking was complete. Letting out a sigh, Naruto fell back, placing the wooden bowl beside him. He could hardly wait to showcase his new Mokutan technique, along with his new Futon, Suiton, Raiton, and Katon techniques. He imagined how Madara would react to what he had created. Feeling another presence beside him, he tilted his head slightly and saw Saya looking at him with affection. Their bond had grown significantly over the past 6 months, to the point where Gaia had jokingly asked if they wanted her to officiate their wedding. The thought of their home filled with various gods at different tables was amusing, especially picturing Gaia as both the one marrying them and as Saya's maid of honor. He chuckled at the idea of a few gods shedding tears and the treasure chest full of ramen as gifts. However, Saya had turned bright red at Gaia's suggestion and quickly scribbled a note, handing it to Gaia. That little note puzzled him for weeks until he finally used his Rinnegan to see what it contained. He was shocked by its contents. "Please do wed us if we choose to." The thought of Tayuya's reaction sent a chill down his spine, and he heard a low growl, which he chose to ignore, assuming Kusami was either sleeping or hosting a yoga class again. After reading the note, he explained the Clan Restoration Act, CRA, to Saya, pleading with her that he wasn't a pervert and didn't want to accept it. Yet, he acknowledged that without it, he doubted he would have grown so close to her. Eventually, she accepted this and agreed to meet with Tayuya after her training with Kurenai concluded in 2.5 years. He noticed Gaia holding one of his time devil kunai and watched with interest as she approached him. Thinking she would inquire about it, he allowed her to come closer. Moments later, he felt the kunai press against his stomach. He looked down in surprise, only to find nothing there except for his old kunai and a blank piece of paper on the floor. The paper looked familiar. It was the one he used for his time techniques. What had she done? Gaia interrupted his thoughts, reassuring him not to be alarmed. She explained that she had activated his space-time affinities along with a few others. When a person is born, they possess a special type of energy, albeit a weak one. Normally, humans cannot unlock these affinities as it requires a significant amount of life force, especially his. Who would have thought he had affinities for space, time, void, death, light, and universe? These 6 affinities create, shape, form, and take life. While she had unlocked his affinities, allowing him to train in them, it would take time except for space, time, and dimensions, as his body had adapted to controlling them through the time devil. However, he still needed to work on void, death, light, and universe. Gaia promised to provide him with a scroll for each affinity to aid his training. Turning to Saya, Gaia explained that she would unlock her affinities, knowing she only had 2, space and void. Mastering them would be challenging, but if she succeeded, both she and Naruto would be powerful enough to face anything, barring a few exceptions. She cautioned her not to become overconfident, as the training would be difficult. Since Naruto had already advanced his affinities due to his blacklight-absorbing life force, he likely wouldn't need seals to assist him. Gaia placed a hand on Saya's stomach, channeling a bit of her energy to awaken the elements within her. Saya was awestruck by the sensations. Space felt endless, while void encompassed everything and nothing. Gaia smiled at her 2 students, creating 2 necklaces. The first held 4 circles with clan symbols: Uzumaki, Senju, Uchiha, and Akatsuki. She handed the necklace to Naruto, who gratefully accepted it and fastened it around his neck. Gaia then turned to Saya, who initially received a necklace with the Uzumaki clan symbol. However, it transformed when the Akatsuki symbol was added. Confused at first, Saya followed Gaia's gaze to Naruto, and understanding dawned on her. She smiled and put on the necklace. Gaia looked at her students for a moment before slowly fading away. As they noticed her departure, both Naruto and Saya rushed toward her, only to hear her voice. She thanked them for being her students, expressing that it had been a wonderful experience. She reassured them that she would watch over them from her palace and that this would be the last time they would see her for a while. She encouraged them not to be sad, as they would meet again. With that, Naruto broke the silence with a joke, commenting on Gaia's dramatic exit, only to receive a playful punch from Saya. She scolded him for ruining the moment, shaking her head in mock disappointment. In response, Naruto grinned and suggested, "Marry me?" His playful remark left Saya momentarily stunned, which he found amusing until he felt the impact of her playful retaliation. Thinking Saya was finally calm, he looked up, only to freeze in shock. There stood Saya, her hair fanned out into 10 glowing tails, surrounded by a crimson aura. He moved slowly until he heard her voice, asking with an unsettling grin if he had looked into the note she had given to Gaia-sensei about her feelings regarding a certain comment. As she walked toward him, cracks formed under each step she took. Naruto knew he had only one way to survive this, maybe 2, but she would find him sooner or later. In a moment of desperation, he jumped forward and embraced Saya, pressing his lips against hers. He felt the raging red aura around her begin to dissipate. However, before he could pull away, Saya wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing them both closer in an intense moment that left them momentarily lost in each other. Eventually, they broke apart, gazing into each other's eyes with smiles, only to find themselves drawn back into another kiss. It seemed they would reach Konoha later. Chapter 26. Naruto did not own Naruto. A voice screamed, declaring a traitor's time to die, but before the attacker could react, Naruto swiftly incapacitated him with a quick chop to the neck. The shinobi fell with a thud, just like the others scattered around the clearing. Naruto surveyed the scene, noting the numerous bodies from various countries, including his own, all wearing similar headbands. It had been 3 years since he left Konoha to hone his new affinities, and he still could not understand why shinobi were attacking him left and right. He had even used his Sannin traveling rights and obtained a document signed by the Hokage for his training trip over 3 years ago. Looking up at the sky, Naruto sighed. He missed both Tayuya and Saya dearly. Although he knew they were training their affinities and skills together in Konoha, he couldn't shake the feeling that something significant was happening. He asked Kusami if she felt that they were missing something important. She stood beside him, her crimson red hair cascading down her back, and suggested that they could ease that feeling with a few drinks and a room reservation. Kusami, in her Hanayo form, was stunning. With light tan skin, soft lips often curled into a stuck smirk, and dazzling crimson eyes, she had a captivating presence. Her figure was neither too thin nor too large, and while she had some extra features like fox ears and a tail, she could hide them almost instantly. Reflecting on his 3 years of training, Naruto chuckled. He had worked hard to maximize his unique affinities. Gaia had been right, mastering them took time. He had even accidentally created a sub-affinity dimension. He had nearly complete control over dimensions, manipulating them to suit his needs. His Kamui ability had also aided his understanding and growth in that area. However, he only intended to use his dimensional abilities in desperate situations, which seemed unlikely since he could easily defeat Jonin while casually walking. Looking down, he noticed Kusami still hugging him. He reached behind her head and scratched her ear, eliciting playful yips and groans from her. Slipping out of her embrace, he glanced at his clothes and sighed. It had been 3 years since he had changed his outfit. Perhaps he should wear something similar to the Sage of the Six Paths Sage mode. It looked cool, and if he ever entered that mode, his clothes wouldn't change much unless they were already orange or white. Hearing a playful huff, he turned back to Kusami, who was preparing to pounce on him. It was surprising to discover that Kusami had feelings for him and could transform into this form. He recalled how it all began 2 years ago. Grinning, he caught Kusami in a hug and showered her with affectionate kisses. After learning about her Hanayo nature and her feelings for him, he had summoned his girlfriends Tayuya, Saya, Temari, and Ryuzetsu using his old-time devil kunai. The sight had been hilarious, especially as Tayuya struggled to comprehend how he had met each of the 4 women. He recounted how he met Saya during his nature and Mokutan training, which left Tayuya and the others shocked. He admitted that both Temari and Ryuzetsu were fortunate encounters. While traveling, he had saved Gaara from an attack, leading to a week spent in Suna, where he grew close to Temari. Gaara's reaction upon discovering that he and Temari were dating had been amusing. He had sighed in relief that it wasn't the lazy Nara who had captured her heart, giving his blessing along with a light-hearted threat that Naruto had laughed off. When he met Temari, she had been wearing the same outfit he remembered, which suited her well. Temari had teal eyes and blonde hair styled into 4 spiky pigtails, dressed in a black kimono with slits along the sides and a revealing neckline, complemented by a red sash around her waist and fingerless black gloves. His encounter with Ryuzetsu had been after he destroyed a box releasing a significant amount of dark energy, and by dark, he meant truly ominous. The box contained something malevolent, and he was determined to prevent its existence. He ventured into a secret meeting place, where the box was kept, and opened a black hole to absorb it into one of his dimensions before obliterating that dimension entirely. Although he could have used void release, he sought to practice his dimension element. A week or 2 after the box's destruction, he encountered Ryuzetsu, who attempted to interrogate him and possibly take revenge for what he had done. This confrontation escalated when she summoned Muku, her best friend, through Edo Tensei. While he could have revived Muku for Ryuzetsu, Muku had begun to act unpleasantly towards her, believing he would only be temporarily revived. He decided to manipulate her emotions, even though she would have agreed to his revival from the start. Then came one of the strangest events Naruto had ever witnessed. Ryuzetsu kicked Muku, causing him great discomfort, before setting him ablaze and asking Naruto to end the jutsu. After he dispelled the jutsu, Ryuzetsu was in disarray. Her best friend and potential love interest had tried to reclaim his life at any cost, even after Naruto had jokingly suggested that she would have to die for him to be revived. Being the person he was, Naruto took care of Ryuzetsu for several weeks while also honing his void affinity. He created random rifts in reality that absorbed trees and parts of lakes. During this time, he grew closer to Ryuzetsu, appreciating her strong-willed nature and the kind, caring personality that lay beneath her tough exterior. Her appearance was striking as well. She had waist-length white hair, covered by a bandana he had given her, and gray eyes with a unique circular pattern reminiscent of his Rinnegan. She wore a green top with a long sleeve covering her left arm, bandaged arms up to her elbows, and black trousers with shinobi sandals. Even while covered up, she was undeniably beautiful. When he learned that Tayuya had accepted them, he felt a surge of excitement, only to be met with teasing from his friends. During their time together before returning to their respective homes, he felt as though a constant cloud hung over him, ready to rain down on his spirits. As he looked at Ryuzetsu, he grinned and playfully tickled her sides while laying her down on the floor. He cherished the moments he spent with his girlfriends whenever he had the chance. Suddenly, he felt a troubling sensation, a ping he hoped never to experience again. He exchanged a knowing glance with Kusami, who nodded and vanished in a puff of smoke. Locking onto the source of the ping, he disappeared, determined to confront whoever posed a threat to his loved ones. Naruto surveyed the remnants of his home, now a massive crater. He saw Mito Namikaze, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina Namikaze engaged in battle against 6 opponents with Rinnegan. He quickly recognized that they were merely puppets, controlled by a puppet master who had implanted signals for their actions. Scanning the area for surviving shinobi, he spotted a few desperately trying to assist their buried and fallen comrades. Panic surged within him as he searched for Tayuya's chakra signature. With each passing moment, his anxiety grew. Upon reaching the village walls, he expanded his senses across half of the elemental nations, but he could not locate her. He felt powerless, but he refused to accept defeat. Disappearing in a flash of light, he arrived at the scene where the Namikaze family was fighting, only to be met with a heart-wrenching sight. Minato, the man who had fathered him, was being crushed by one of the bulky puppets. Kushina had a hand piercing through her body, enduring unimaginable pain, while Mito, his once little sister, was having Kusami's chakra forcibly extracted from her. They might not be his family anymore, but he would not allow those who had given him life to perish. Flashing behind the puppet controlling the Nakara path, he swiftly dismembered it with a powerful wind release kick, sending the remains into his Kamui dimension. He then targeted the human path, crushing its head and dispatching it to another Kamui dimension, taking no chances. Teleporting once more, he appeared behind the path that held his ex-mother, tearing off its head and arm before grabbing Kushina and vanishing in a flash of light. He materialized with Kushina, who was bleeding profusely. He assured her that he would save her and the village, declaring that no man would fail to protect his home. Applying his Phoenix-style medical jutsu, he watched as her wound began to heal, summoning a shadow clone to continue the treatment. Next, he appeared behind Minato's path, moving both hands into its chest and ripping it apart, releasing Minato and sending a clone to escort him to safety. Naruto then focused on the last 2 paths, one of which contained his ex-sister. Rushing towards Mito, he kneed the Petra path in the head, causing it to explode, and once again used Kamui to send the remains to another dimension. Just as he turned, he felt the Deva path touch his shoulder, sending him flying away from Mito. Struggling to rise, Naruto realized he felt as if he were training under gravity seals again. He looked up at the Deva path, staring into its blank Rinnegan eyes. Naruto stood up slowly, feeling the weight of the situation. He faced the Deva path, who revealed that he had manipulated gravity to make Naruto feel like an ant compared to a god. The Deva path intended to extract both Yin and Yang chakra from Naruto and his sister. In an instant, the Deva path charged at Naruto, but he quickly countered with a powerful punch to the gut, sending the Deva path flying backward. As the Deva path struggled to regain his composure, Naruto seized the opportunity, delivering a rapid series of punches before finishing with a spinning kick that sent the Deva path crashing into a cliff face. Naruto glanced at the Deva path, who was now struggling with the other paths he had summoned. He felt a pull in his Kamui dimensions and quickly flashed over to Mito, lifting her gently and transporting her to his parents, who were beginning to recover. With a reassuring smile, Naruto placed Mito between them, assuring them she would be fine, just a bit drained. He then vanished, leaving his parents grateful but concerned. Back in the clearing, he faced the Deva path again, noting the new paths he had acquired. Naruto prepared himself to break through the Deva path's defenses. The Deva path was increasingly worried, unable to keep up with Naruto's speed even with his Rinnegan activated. Suddenly, Naruto struck him with a knee to the gut, sending him flying again, only to be caught and slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Looking down at the defeated Deva path, Naruto felt disappointed by the battle's outcome. He grabbed a black rod and searched for the chakra signature, sending a clone to pursue it. In the center of the crater, he placed his hands together in a prayer-like gesture, pooling his chakra to activate his Rinnegan. He unleashed the Geto, art of Rinne rebirth, summoning the King of Hell. The onlooking shinobi watched in awe as spirits emerged and entered the bodies of the fallen shinobi. Soon, coughing and movement could be heard as many began to rise, including previous Jinchuriki, Jiraiya, and others who had perished due to the Akatsuki. As the technique concluded, Naruto collapsed, overwhelmed by the memories of convincing Nagato and Konan to believe in him. Expecting to hit the ground, he was surprised when Jiraiya caught him. Looking up, he saw Jiraiya smiling proudly, expressing his belief in Naruto's quest for peace. Jiraiya lifted Naruto onto his back, stating they needed to get him out of the crater while he regained some chakra. They reached the rim of what used to be the village, and Naruto stood up, feeling the weight of exhaustion but determined to restore his home. He asked Jiraiya to find Tayuya when he passed out, describing her appearance to ensure she would be found. With a nod from Jiraiya, Naruto activated Sage Mode. He called upon Mokuton, resurfacing planet, and the onlookers watched as countless tree roots began to clear the crater. With his hands outstretched, he initiated Onmyoten, creation of all things, filling the crater with fertile land and clean water streams. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he formed a prayer formation and unleashed Senpo, Mokuton four-pillar house technique. The revived shinobi looked around in anticipation, feeling the ground tremble as roots erupted, forming houses and strengthening the gates around Konoha. Naruto was running low on energy but pushed himself further, channeling chakra for Mokuton, nativity of a world of trees. The ground shook as millions of trees grew, replacing those lost in Pain's attack. He gave Jiraiya a thumbs up before collapsing from exhaustion. As he drifted into unconsciousness, he felt a sense of peace, surrounded by familiar buildings from a world he had once seen. He floated toward a window and gazed at his reflection, noting his shoulder-length spiky white hair with crimson tips, sun-kissed skin, and cerulean blue eyes. Deciding it was time for a change, he snapped his fingers, transforming his clothes into a long red-sleeved shirt under a black vest jacket adorned with the names of the Buji and a Rinnegan. His hands were covered with black gloves featuring red underhand colors, and his pants morphed into red umbu pants with black shinobi sandals. Looking at himself again, he realized he had overlooked a few details. Snapping his fingers, he watched as black arm guards appeared over his red long-sleeve shirt, white bandages wrapped around his thighs, and a ninja equipment pouch attached itself just above the bandages. Tilting his head, he examined his reflection. He was certain he had sun-kissed skin and didn't recall having a maniacal grin on his face. Deciding to make some faces, he noticed his mirror image held onto the same manic smile and laughed in response. Shrugging, he poked the window. A crack echoed, and he thought that didn't sound good. As the cracking intensified, he worried about the consequences. He was so getting in trouble if this went wrong. Not paying attention, he missed the copy of himself grinning even wider before it stepped out of the mirror and stood before Naruto. The copy, known as Naruto, expressed gratitude for being released but then declared its intention to take Naruto's body. With that, Naruto attacked, bisecting the real Naruto with a pitch-black katana it had created. Naruto smiled, confident that Naruto hadn't trained in spiritual arts and was certain he was stronger than an ordinary human. However, to his surprise, he watched as Naruto's bisected body reformed. Soon, Naruto stood upright, staring directly at Naruto, unable to believe what had just happened. He had been bisected by his own copy. Naruto shook his fist, expressing his frustration. He was busy thinking, and now he had to deal with this. He pointed a finger at the pure white version of himself, demanding to know what the problem was and asserting that he was ready to fight. Naruto blinked, realizing that Naruto was not as weak as he had initially thought. Perhaps he had overlooked Naruto's spiritual technique and missed a self-healing ability. Shaking off his thoughts, Naruto pointed his sword at Naruto, declaring that he would take control of Naruto's body, especially since Naruto didn't even have his Zanpakuto drawn. With that, Naruto lunged at Naruto, who merely tilted his head, confused by the clone's intentions. As Naruto approached, Naruto extended one hand, ready to counter the attack. He was taken aback when he saw his clone channeling spiritual energy outside of its body. While Naruto had only managed to control it within himself, his ki training had advanced enough to allow him to summon ki easily, but he could only use it to fly at half his running speed. Naruto shouted the name of his attack, unleashing a massive beam of pure darkness. Naruto found it impressive and thought he might ask the clone to teach him that technique later. Summoning his dragon archfiend blade, he held it toward the sky, waiting for the attack to come closer. When it was just a meter away, he brought down his sword, watching as the dark energy attack split in two, missing him entirely and striking buildings behind him. Naruto's shock was palpable as he witnessed his attack being divided. It was impossible. This human had split his attack without the aid of a Zanpakuto or spiritual energy. He needed to defeat Naruto quickly. Dashing toward his human counterpart, Naruto lunged forward, only to have his sword caught in Naruto's bare hand. Looking into Naruto's eyes, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Two crimson orbs spun in Naruto's eyes as he focused on his clone, trying to understand what was happening. He teleported with Naruto and landed atop a skyscraper. After placing a few gravity seals on his clone, he formed a hand sign to deactivate the sleep effect. As Naruto regained consciousness, he tilted his head, unable to move and staring blankly at Naruto. How had this happened? He couldn't sense any spiritual energy emanating from Naruto. Naruto sat down, ensuring his clone was restrained, and introduced himself. He stated his name was Naruto Akatsuki, eager to learn more. Naruto, still processing, questioned the name. He thought their parents were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, so why did Naruto call himself Akatsuki? He then identified himself as a hollow, which Naruto should have already known about. Naruto, still confused, continued to look down at his clone, unaware of what a Zanpakuto was or what a hollow meant. Seeking answers, he asked about both terms and expressed his confusion about being in this place for the first time. Naruto blinked in disbelief. This was Naruto's first time here? He hadn't met his Zanpakuto? He didn't know what he was? How had he lost? It seemed impossible. But since he was stuck, he complied with Naruto's questions. He explained that a Zanpakuto was the spirit manifested into a sword, a sentient being that trained Shinigami in spiritual arts. As for a hollow, he was a dark manifestation of a soul, specifically Naruto's. However, it seemed that Naruto was not the only one born from the previous hatred. The hollow informed him that his Zanpakuto should have revealed the spiritual world and hollows when he achieved Shurkai, or inner release, which was attained by hearing the name of his Zanpakuto. The hollow stared at Naruto, asking if he could hear that name. Looking down, Naruto smiled. He recognized the hollow's feelings, comparing them to those of Dark Naruto, who had once helped him through difficult times. Without Dark Naruto, he would have faltered early in life. He acknowledged that the hollow was a part of his soul, just as Kasami had once tried to take control of him. With a grin, Naruto released the gravity seals and extended his hand toward the hollow, offering friendship. The hollow was taken aback, surprised that Naruto, whom he had intended to kill, wanted to be friends. The hollow accepted the offer but insisted that Naruto needed to undergo spiritual and hollow training to ensure he was strong enough to meet his Zanpakuto. As the hollow contemplated a challenging training regimen, he missed Naruto shaking his head with a smile. Naruto had always managed to tackle any training with enthusiasm, often for hours, much to Kusami's annoyance when he mastered demonic energy, or yokai, as she called it. He had inadvertently absorbed some of Kusami's energy while adjusting to his black light, leading him to create a yokai circular system similar to his chakra, albeit more potent and controlled. However, he couldn't yet create any attacks, as the yokai had not settled on its element or ability, rendering it currently useless except for enhancing his strength and speed. Naruto glanced at his gloved hand, which was becoming transparent. He looked to his hollow for an explanation, but the hollow simply waved him off, stating that he was waking up. As Naruto began to fade, he transformed the skyscrapers around them into a vast forest with a large house beside a lake. Sensing where he was before he left, he waved goodbye to his hollow and vanished, leaving the hollow in shock as he gazed at Naruto's new home. Naruto found himself in a smoking lot, confused about what had happened to him. He looked down at his body and realized he only had his chest, neck, head, and right arm. It seemed someone had been overly enthusiastic with a sword. Scanning the area, he spotted a corpse lying on a piece of debris. Using his space manipulation, he drew the body closer and absorbed it, delving into its memories, which left him in shock. He could not comprehend why such violence had occurred. In the memory, the fourth Hokage addressed the Shinobi Council, revealing that the Akatsuki was at war with every nation. Shikaku Nara stood up, expressing concern about the threat posed by Madara Uchiha, who had created an army of Zetsu and was targeting the remaining Jinchuriki, including Naruto and his sister, Mito. The urgency of the situation demanded action to protect their home. Minato contemplated the council's options. He realized that transferring the Kyuubi to Mito would be necessary for their survival. He instructed Shikaku to gather a team to retrieve Naruto's body for the transfer. Despite the gravity of the decision, Minato felt it was essential to ensure Mito could control the Kyuubi's full power, as Naruto had not demonstrated the same ability. As the memory faded, Naruto's despair turned into fury. He stood up, unleashing his power toward the sky, creating a brilliant light that pierced the dark clouds above. He needed to understand the situation, but he vowed that if Kusami were to die because of Mito's fate, he would summon the death god to confront him for Kusami. Grabbing his head in anguish, he fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the weight of his emotions. He observed as events unfolded around him, the revival of the true Madara, the revelation that the false Madara was a Bito Uchiha, and Mito in full Buji mode alongside both Sasuke and Satsuki Uchiha, each wielding the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara explained Project Tsukuyami, the Jubie's revival, and then the reanimated Hokage appeared. The Buji bomb had devastating consequences, claiming the lives of Shikaku Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, and Aoi, the Mizukage's personal assistant and friend. Standing up and extending his senses, he felt thousands of signatures surrounding a much larger one, along with 2 additional signatures atop the large one. He thought to himself that he only had one chance. If this truly was the Jubie, he needed to seal it. Since he was the only one who could withstand its power without losing control, he resolved to seal it within himself. He braced his muscles, bent his knees slightly, and then vanished without a trace. The ground he had just occupied erupted, creating a small valley beneath him. On the battlefield, Madara surveyed his surroundings and felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He had anticipated a more engaging fight, or at least some involvement in the chaos. He sighed as he watched the Jubie wreak havoc on the weaker shinobi. Even Hashirama was unable to confront the beast, as he was busy protecting the vulnerable shinobi. Although he considered Hashirama a friend, Madara was growing frustrated by the lack of a worthy opponent. What disappointed him further was the absence of one particular shinobi. He wondered what had happened to Naruto. From what he had heard from Obito, Naruto had single-handedly thwarted the Uzumaki child gifted with his Rinnegan in mere minutes before re-establishing the Hidden Leaf Village and disappearing. Madara could sense the entire Kyuubi within Mito, contemplating the possibility that Naruto had been killed to grant Mito the Kyuubi's full power. Yet, even with that power, she could not compete with Naruto without his bloodlines or abilities. Madara realized he needed to accelerate his revival and become the Jubie's Jinchuriki sooner than planned, so he exchanged a glance with Obito and acted. Moving his hands through a series of hand signs, he focused on Obito with his Rinnegan. He unleashed Kotoamatsukami, compelling Obito to begin the hand signs necessary to revive Madara. Despite possessing a Rinnegan, Obito was no match for Madara's dual Rinnegan. Below, in the crowd of shinobi, Shursui Uchiha was taken aback. Madara had just utilized his ultimate genjutsu without relying on one of his Mangekyo abilities, or so he thought, since the only recorded Mangekyo ability Madara had displayed was Susanoo. Shursui was not alone in his shock. Most of the remaining Uchiha stood frozen in disbelief. If Madara wielded such power, they were doomed. He now had two means of control, Project Tsukuyami and Kodo Amatsukami. They were in dire straits. However, what frightened them even more was what Obito declared next. Gedo, Art of Rinne Rebirth. The shinobi could only watch helplessly as Madara's cracks disappeared and Obito slowly began to fade. They noticed Madara's Rinnegan shatter, but it was quickly restored when he extracted both of Obito's eyes and placed them into his own eye sockets. Madara opened his eyes and felt a rush of exhilaration. The sensation of his blood flowing and the adrenaline coursing through him was intoxicating. Snapping his fingers, a Zetsu appeared. Madara commanded it to retrieve his other Rinnegan eye, having already absorbed the Kamui power from Obito's eye. He looked down at the trembling shinobi beneath him and grinned. He was eager to engage in battle. Once more. Slamming his hand down on the Jubie's head, a sealing matrix appeared around the beast. Gradually, the creature began to be absorbed by him, but Madara noticed some of its energy splitting off and rapidly transforming into a large tree. The shinobi could only watch as the man who rivaled Hashirama absorbed the Jubie, or more accurately, sealed it within himself. They were in a precarious situation. The three reanimated Hokage looked up at the new Jubie host with determination. Hashirama and Tobirama knew they could not match Madara alone. What troubled them further was Naruto's absence. They understood that if they teamed up with Naruto, they might have a chance to extract the Jubie from Madara, but that was contingent on them being in peak condition. Hashirama was pinned to the ground without his Sage Mode activated, as Madara had quickly absorbed it when he began to absorb the Jubie. Tobirama was also restrained by multiple black rods. Hiruzen was occupied protecting many shinobi from several Zetsu with multiple summons, while Minato and Kushina guarded even more shinobi from the Jubie's summons. Mito, Sasuke, Satsuki, and Toki, who had learned Hashirama's senjutsu during a secret reanimation meeting held by Tsunade, stood together, gazing up at the emergence of the new Rikudo Sannin. Mito looked at Sasuke with determination in her eyes. She planned to power up a futon Raisin Shuriken while asking Sasuke to infuse it with Amaterasu. She had spent years training with Jiraiya to replicate Naruto's original attack, finally achieving it after her training in Toad Sage Mode. Her father had never been able to master the futon, Raisin Shuriken, nor had Jiraiya, as he required both Toads to assist him. Sasuke nodded, recognizing that this attack could damage Madara enough for them to seal the Jubie into themselves, allowing them to attain the final stage of the Sharingan, the Eternal Rinnegan, or the Jubie's Eye after they exchanged eyes once more, gaining some of the Jubie's chakra. Satsuki and Toki began to strategize their attack. Satsuki proposed creating a flaming barrier around Madara while channeling chakra into her next jutsu, feeling Toki also gathering energy. They prepared to launch their assault, but were suddenly knocked apart, followed closely by Sasuke and Mito. All four of them looked up in shock at the sight before them. There stood Madara, with dark red hair and gray skin, clad in a full-bodied black garment with matching pants, gloves, and boots. Over this, he wore a flowing white robe adorned with 6 black Magatama markings across his chest, and the familiar pattern of a black Rinnegan along with 9 black Magatama markings arranged in rows of 3 on his back. Gray horn-like protrusions grew out of Madara's left temple, overlapping his forehead and curving upward on the right, giving him an appearance reminiscent of the Sage of 6 Paths. He regarded the 4 opponents before him with a hint of boredom before a smirk crept onto his face. He decided that he needed some test subjects to destroy, and they would do. In an instant, Madara appeared behind Mito, delivering a powerful kick that sent her crashing into a rock face. He turned to Sasuke, who charged at him with his sword. Madara noted the flaws in Sasuke's style, likely a result of Orochimaru's teachings. He ducked under a slash and backflipped, landing in a crouched position as Sasuke struck at his afterimage, unaware of the deception. Sensing movement behind him, Madara tilted his head and watched as Satsuki rushed past him, her chidori crackling with energy. With a smirk, he raised his arm and struck her in the gut as she flew by, sending her soaring into the air. She landed hard, clutching her stomach in pain. Madara would never admit it, but this was a small measure of payback for what she had done to his friend. Spinning around, he seized Toki's arm and twisted it, delivering a knee strike to her gut. She fell to the ground, and he vanished behind Sasuke, who had foolishly tried to prepare a chidori while standing still. Madara unleashed a flurry of strikes to Sasuke's back, sending him reeling. A left hook to the ribs lifted him slightly, and a right hook sent him even higher. Grabbing Sasuke's ankle, Madara slammed him down into the ground, then spun him at an incredible speed before propelling him into the same rock face as Mito. Looking up at the moon, Madara decided to activate his plan, finding the fight against these opponents unamusing, especially as they seemed to give up after a few hits. He floated upward, observing the chaos between his Jubie summons, Zetsu clones, and the Shinobi Alliance, and resolved to end the battle swiftly. Before anyone could react, most of the combatants were struck by invisible attacks, rendering them unable to move except for their eyes. Madara grinned as he floated higher toward the moon, catching an object thrown by one of the Zetsu. His grin widened as he recognized it as his other Rinnegan. Placing a hand over Obito's Sharingan, he yanked it out and quickly replaced it with his original Rinnegan. As he changed his eye, he sensed 4 powerful surges of energy below. He was taken aback to see Mito, Sasuke, Toki, and Satsuki, each bearing sun and moon emblems on their hands. Mito's hair glowed golden, resembling her previous form but with a new design. She wore a full black bodysuit with a glowing orange circle at her stomach and 6 gold magatama around the top. Over it, she donned a jacket similar to her father's Hokage cloak, but instead of 4th Hokage on the back, there was a Rinnegan above 9 magatama. Her skin had returned to a light tan. Sasuke and Satsuki had not changed much, but both had unlocked a Rinnegan in one of their eyes, Sasuke's left and Satsuki's right. Toki wore a jacket similar to Mito's, colored in green chakra. Madara grinned at them, eager for a fight. He descended from the moon, extending a hand in a taunting gesture, and they charged forward. This would indeed be interesting. Madara felt disappointment as he reflected on his battle with the reincarnations of the sage's sons. They had barely left a scratch on him, likely due to his training with Naruto. Kicking Mito's body away, he looked back up at the sky and began to float again, feeling that there was no point in continuing the fight. It was too easy. Just as he reached the desired height, he sensed an immense wave of energy, one that even the Jubie could not compare to. His thoughts were interrupted when a fist struck his jaw, sending him plummeting at incredible. Everyone gasped as they recognized the figure standing before them, the only man in history to achieve SSS ranking, Naruto Akatsuki. Naruto surveyed the battlefield, noting the shinobi fighting creatures resembling the Jubie. He searched for Madara, feeling a tear escape as he remembered the bonds he had formed with the Senju and Uchiha families during his training. Madara had been a favorite of his as a child, and witnessing the true nature of someone he admired was painful. When Madara looked up at Naruto, he wore a broad grin, quickly healing his jaw and appearing a distance away. He expressed his anticipation for their battle, acknowledging Naruto as a friend while also presenting the weight of the world on his shoulders. He posed a question about whose vision of peace was correct, his or Naruto's. Naruto chuckled softly, affirming that Madara would always be his friend, even as they stood on opposite sides. He recognized Madara as a madman trying to control everyone in an illusion. With determination, Naruto declared his intent to defeat Madara and bring peace to the world, just as the Sage of Six Paths had done before him. Then he vanished, leaving Madara shocked, unable to see or sense Naruto's movements. But he could feel a hand piercing through him. Madara screamed as he coughed up a large glob of blood onto Naruto's clothing while gripping Naruto's black jacket. How was Naruto this strong? He could sense the power, but it was impossible. He was the Jinchuriki of the Jubie. How was this happening? Soon, he felt himself being thrown through the tree that the Jubie had grown. Looking up, Madara saw Naruto simply floating in place. This was not possible. The fight had only lasted 10 seconds. What was going on? Dashing towards Naruto with a hole in his gut, he sent out new invisible clones he had called Limbo toward Naruto. Expecting Naruto not to notice them, he was shocked when Naruto simply absorbed them. Summoning his Susanoo arm, he sent it towards Naruto, only for Naruto to flick the Susanoo hand away and deliver a powerful lightning attack to his back. Dropping from the sky, Madara wished he were a reanimation again. He could feel the wound in his gut weakening him, and when he tried to make himself intangible with Kamui, he still received a lightning attack to the back. Looking to his left, he saw a root connected to the large tree. Listening to a thought of his, he grabbed the root and began to absorb it. Why hadn't he done this before? Looking at the dead root in his hand, he assessed his wounds and teleported towards Naruto, aiming for a strike to Naruto's head, confident that Naruto couldn't avoid this attack. It was simply too fast. Naruto blinked and looked at Madara aiming for a punch, feeling a drop of sweat. Seriously? Was it him, or were all his fights becoming too easy? Maybe he should place more seals on Madara. Punching Madara straight in the face, he watched as the Uchiha flew through the air, destroying the rest of the dried-up tree. What he saw next was rather strange. Madara couldn't believe it. He was no match for Naruto at all. This was impossible. Sure, the kid was strong, but back then, both Madara and Hashirama could defeat him, right? Or was he holding back? What was wrong with this kid? Before Madara could ponder further, he heard something behind him. Looking back, he saw Black Zetsu. Madara frowned, unsure why he felt uneasy. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain and looked down to see Black Zetsu with his hand through his chest, where his heart should be. Confused and hurt, Madara asked why Zetsu had betrayed him, feeling his body being forced upward. Zetsu laughed, revealing that he was not Madara's will but rather his mother's will. With that, Zetsu forced Madara's head up, and they both watched as the moon turned blood red, with rings like the Rinnegan appearing, followed by 9 Sharingan Tomo on the rings. Naruto observed this with a tilt of his head. Was Madara really doing this in the middle of a battle? Suddenly, he realized that Madara had transformed into a woman. Was Madara hidden behind an unbreakable genjutsu? If so, that was infuriating. He would have seriously considered that if he had known her before meeting Tayuya and his girlfriends. Never mind that, Madara was plummeting while a striking woman took his place. Kaguya Akatsuki possessed delicate facial features and extremely long, sweeping white hair that reached her feet. The most noticeable aspect was the 2 horns protruding from her head. Kaguya seemed to possess the Byakugan and had a third eye on her forehead, with eyelids that parted vertically. Her eyebrows were cut short, a symbol of nobility, and she wore dark red lipstick and nail polish. Dressed in a high-collared hankimono adorned with intricate lines and tomo, Kaguya stared blankly at Naruto as she took in her surroundings through her Byakugan. Looking down at Zetsu, who rested on her arm, she absorbed him, gaining memories of the world. After a moment, Kaguya looked up at Naruto, acknowledging him as the one who had managed to defeat Madara with almost no effort. However, she couldn't sense his energy as strongly as Madara's. Declaring her intent to kill him and drain his chakra, she dashed towards Naruto, expecting an easy victory. To her surprise, Naruto simply grabbed her hand and crushed it, causing her to wince. Throwing her other hand forward, she unleashed a wave of lightning towards Naruto, only to be astonished when he showed no sign of pain, not even a flinch. Naruto remarked that she was kind of weak before pummeling her across the clearing and chasing after her, throwing punch after punch. If both Kaguya and Naruto looked down, they would see shinobi from across the world cheering Naruto on. The Kage were slowly recovering from their battles with the Jubie spawns, watching the fight between gods unfold. As they fought, Naruto noticed that Kaguya was improving as the battle progressed. He launched multiple water dragons and lightning shots at her, who began to utilize her powers to their fullest. For the next few hours, intense fighting echoed between Naruto and Kaguya, who were now evenly matched as Kaguya began to counter Naruto's blows. With a fierce shout, Naruto delivered a Rasengan to Kaguya's stomach, sending her flying downward. The once lifeless battlefield transformed into a canyon due to the intensity of their clash. Kaguya screamed as the spiraling attack struck her, ripping her kimono for the umpteenth time during the fight. Latching onto Naruto's arm, Kaguya attempted to rip it off and disappeared, only to dodge a leg kick aimed at her head. Both stood at opposite ends, unwilling to show any signs of exhaustion. Kaguya stood with 6 truth-seeking balls she had created earlier in the fight, holding a spiraling truth ball in her hand. Naruto, on the other hand, had only 1 truth-seeking ball, which he shaped into a raisin shuriken before it transformed back into a regular truth-seeking ball and vanished. Falling to his knee, Naruto looked up as Kaguya limped toward him, holding a truth-seeking ball aimed at him. Kaguya regarded Naruto with a blank expression, though there was a hint of respect in her eyes. While this had been an entertaining encounter, Kaguya prepared to absorb Naruto's chakra, only to discover he was no longer on the ground. Tilting her head upward, she saw him place a hand on her back, causing her to crash to the ground. With a determined expression, Naruto declared that he wouldn't allow her to disrupt the hard-won peace. He initiated the sealing process, placing his hands on Kaguya's back and gradually sealing her within himself. Once the sealing was complete, he fell backward, gazing up at the sky, where sunlight filtered through the remnants of the battlefield. Soon he heard footsteps and distant cries. Lifting his head, he was greeted by the sight of his beloved companions, his 4 girlfriends. Although it had been a challenge to free Kusami from Mito during his battle with Kaguya, he had succeeded. The girls rushed to him, with Tayuya's voice ringing out the loudest. He chuckled as they all jumped onto him, though he soon felt a painful crack in his ribs. As he stood up, using Saya and Ryuzetsu for support, he asked how they had been. Tayuya replied that she had missed him, and the others echoed her sentiment. As Naruto approached the gathering of shinobi, he began to feel as if he were breaking apart. Looking down, he noticed his body was fading away. Panic surged through him as he shouted about his disappearing form. His girlfriends rushed to help, but he vanished into the wind, leaving them devastated. Tayuya and Saya called out his name in desperation, while Ryuzetsu searched for his presence, and Temari slammed her fist into the ground in frustration. When the rest of the Shinobi Alliance arrived, they too were filled with sorrow upon learning what had happened to Naruto. It was a bittersweet day for the elemental nations. Chapter 31. Naruto found himself in an unfamiliar place, bewildered by his surroundings. He was startled to hear Kaguya's voice, who had taken residence in Kusami's former home. He recalled sealing her within himself and felt a mix of surprise and realization. Kaguya commented on how much better his mindscape was compared to the moon, as she tested out the bed in her new surroundings. Naruto acknowledged that he had designed it for Kusami and promised to make some changes later. Grateful, Kaguya settled in and quickly fell asleep. Listening to her soft snores, Naruto was struck by the absurdity of their situation, especially after their intense battle just hours before. He suddenly remembered his space-time abilities and felt a surge of excitement. However, his attempts to teleport back to the elemental nations were met with frustration as he encountered Kusami's grumbles in the techno world. Recalling a conversation with Kurama about the dimension seals placed by the sage, he realized he needed to find a key to navigate between dimensions. Determined, he set off in search of this key, hoping that Kusami and the others were safe. As he wandered, the sound of a vehicle caught his attention. He saw a bus similar to those from the techno world and lamented the loss of his CDs and movies. Then, an idea struck him: reverse summoning. The bus doors opened to reveal a man with glowing eyes, who offered him a ride to Yokai Academy. Naruto, unsure of what to do, decided to accept the offer, even though he had no registration for the school. The man tossed him a paper that contained perfectly accurate information about him, leaving Naruto bewildered. The bus driver explained that Yokai Academy was a school for monsters that didn't particularly welcome humans. However, he assured Naruto that with his skills, he would be just fine. The driver's enthusiasm piqued the interest of the students in the back, and Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. With a smirk, he recalled his past as the prankster king of hell, relishing the memories of his antics. The bus driver grinned wider, signaling that it was time for them to depart. Naruto, feeling a mix of excitement and anticipation, asked for directions to the academy. Naruto decided to leave, which puzzled the students in the back of the bus while the driver observed with interest. Suddenly, the bus lifted off the ground. One student with purple hair looked out the window, her eyes widening in disbelief. Outside, Naruto Akatsuki was holding the bus above his head and running. A blue-haired girl in the back remarked that he couldn't possibly be human and couldn't run with the bus. Just then, the students felt their heads pressed into their seats as the bus accelerated, colors flashing outside the windows. This lasted only a few seconds before they arrived at their destination. Naruto gazed at the school in awe. It looked incredibly cool. Dropping the bus, which bounced slightly upon landing, he observed the students around him. They appeared quite normal, though he sensed a hint of yokai energy within them. Approaching one student, he inquired why everyone looked human. The student simply replied that it was necessary before walking away, likely sensing a trace of Naruto's yokai. As he approached the entrance, a man in robes approached him, sporting unusual yet captivating eyes. Naruto felt a faint presence in his mind, recognizing it as the man. He wondered if Kaguya was singing in the shower again. She seemed to accomplish so much in just a few hours. The man welcomed Naruto to his school and asked for the documents he needed to sign. However, his smile faded when he noticed Naruto's eyes transform into the Sharingan. Naruto grinned, explaining that he had to know something and assumed the headmaster wouldn't answer him. The headmaster's smile twisted into something unsettling as he acknowledged Naruto's point. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, and a girl appeared. She had long dark brown hair styled in 2 ponytails, pink eyes, and wore gothic clothing, including a pink corset and a long black skirt. The headmaster instructed the girl, Ruby, to arrange accommodations for Naruto in the best room available and to provide him with student gear. Naruto shook his head, then used his blacklight ability to create the clothes, surprising both Ruby and the headmaster, who had doubted what he could do. As Naruto observed the scene, he noticed 2 of the girls from the bus arguing. He decided it was time to intervene and make his entrance as the White Streak. Winking at Ruby, he excused himself and vanished in a flash. He reappeared between the girls, lifting them off the ground by their clothing. He playfully reminded them that fighting was not a good idea. The blue-haired girl demanded to know who he was, expressing her disbelief at his identity. Naruto chuckled at her scratching, which felt more like tickling, and introduced himself as Naruto Akatsuki, a human. The silence that followed his declaration was palpable. A brown-haired boy nearby approached, incredulous at Naruto's claim of being human. Naruto shrugged, explaining that he had been randomly signed up by the headmaster. The boy warned him that the others looked ready to attack, while Kaguya, watching a show called Naruto, turned up the volume to hear over the commotion. Suddenly, a student transformed into a wolf and charged at Naruto. He placed the 2 girls down, watching as the wolf leaped toward him, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground. Sighing, Naruto wondered if anyone else would dare to challenge him. He considered summoning Kaguya for assistance or perhaps to enroll her in the school as a form of payback for past grievances. Just then, the headmaster and Ruby arrived. The headmaster instructed the students to leave Naruto alone, explaining that he had allowed a human to enroll to help them learn. He assured them that Naruto had promised not to attack unless provoked. With that, he warned the students not to anger Naruto, as he was more powerful than 10 full-blooded vampires combined, leaving many of them pale with fear. After the headmaster left, Naruto turned to the remaining students and casually asked when classes would begin, only to be playfully hit on the head by Ruby. She began to address him formally, but he interrupted, insisting she not call him Mr. Akatsuki. "I have a name and I want it to be used," Naruto declared while crossing his arms and pouting. This expression drew a few laughs from the girls in the crowd and smirks from some of the boys. Suddenly, there was a series of loud smacks. Naruto winced, holding his head as Ruby playfully struck him with her wand. She feigned concern, asking if he was okay, claiming she had slipped. In response, she found herself with a tug on her hair from Naruto, who insisted on being called Naruto Akatsuki, the perfect ninja and White Streak. Ruby protested, warning him to let go or she would drop a heavy rock on him. This caused Naruto to pause, questioning if that wouldn't also fall on her. The entire group erupted in laughter, realizing that this human was quite entertaining. Ruby, however, felt a bit embarrassed for overlooking that detail. Naruto chuckled, enjoying the moment. He then asked Ruby to show him where he lived and to take him to his classes. As he released her hair, he unexpectedly received a kick, causing a hush to fall over the crowd. A few murmured about the pain of the blow, but soon they heard him laugh. He remarked that it was nothing compared to an encounter he had with a woman who had nearly caused him serious pain by accident. After a moment, he asked Ruby again, this time in a lighter tone, if she could take him to his room and classes. Ruby sighed but nodded, secretly smiling to herself as she turned her back to him. He was interesting and fun. Soon, both Naruto and Ruby vanished from the crowd, missing a pink-haired vampire speaking to Tsukun. The first dimension was Rosario plus vampire, and Naruto had grand plans for it. He was also considering creating another pure Naruto story, where he would grow stronger at a more appropriate rate. He intended to keep the Time Devil as his own jutsu but would weaken it until he was older. As Naruto walked toward the gym with his hands behind his head, he expressed his boredom, lamenting that even Irika's lectures were more engaging than this school for monsters. Suddenly, an explosion caught his attention, and he rushed to the source. There, he saw two large figures standing in a hole in the wall, while an orange-haired girl taunted them. Deciding to intervene, Naruto positioned himself against the wall, using chakra to hold himself up as he observed the scene. The two giants were causing chaos in the gym, nearly injuring other students. Naruto decided it was time to show off. He dashed toward the Cyclops, pointing his finger at its fist just as it was about to strike. The Cyclops screamed in pain, clutching its hand, shocked to see the humans standing there unharmed. With everyone's attention on him, Naruto addressed the crowd, reminding the giants that hitting a little girl was not nice and that they had almost hurt several students in the process. The Cyclops and Frankenstein copy were not impressed. They shouted insults at Naruto, expressing their disdain for humans. As they prepared to attack, the students watched in shock and anticipation. With a swift motion, Naruto countered their attack, causing both giants to scream in agony as their hands were injured. He laughed darkly, challenging them to reconsider their actions. Flaring his chakra, he unleashed a wave of energy that filled the gym, overwhelming everyone present. The immense power radiated from Naruto, conveying his feelings of peace, love, and responsibility. The headmaster, observing from outside, began to sweat, realizing that Naruto was one of the strongest beings he had ever encountered. The girl who had been taunting the giants trembled, feeling the intoxicating power emanating from Naruto. Meanwhile, a pink-haired girl was captivated, her instincts drawn to the human displaying such strength. As the wave of energy dissipated, Naruto looked at the two giants and asked if they would behave now. They nodded rapidly, and he couldn't help but grin at their reaction. Suddenly, a cat-like girl with sandy blonde hair and cat ears jumped onto him, exclaiming how amazing his display had been. She wore a white blouse, orange skirt, and low-heeled sandals, adding to the lively atmosphere. Her eyes appeared to be closed, but he noticed a hint of blue peeking through her eyelids, complemented by her thin red glasses. Naruto chuckled softly while patting her head, which elicited a gentle purr from her. It wasn't much, he thought, as he reflected on his recent display of power. He estimated that he had only revealed about 6 to 9% of his full strength. Kaguya, from within the seal, corrected him, stating he had only used 2%. Naruto acknowledged her input with gratitude. The cat lady, still wrapped around him, expressed excitement that he hadn't shown his full energy yet. After a brief chuckle, he gently unwrapped her and settled her down before walking away. Just as he turned, a silver-haired woman suddenly slammed her heel down where he had just been standing. Blinking in surprise, Naruto finally got a clear look at the silver-haired woman. She resembled the pink-haired girl who was with a group of friends nearby. Perhaps they were sisters. He approached her cautiously, asking if she was okay, but she simply stared at him with striking blood-red, cat-like eyes. Sensing her readiness to pounce, he activated his time manipulation ability, freezing the world around him. He thought that if he could ask the pink-haired girl to calm her sister, everything would be fine. Navigating through the frozen students, he approached the group where the pink-haired girl had been. Confusion washed over him. His time technique had halted time itself, yet the pink-haired girl had vanished. Was she somehow the same as the silver-haired girl who had attacked him? Spotting a choker that belonged to the pink-haired girl, he activated his Rinnegan, sending chakra into his eyes. To his shock, he discovered that the pink-haired girl was trapped inside the choker. He realized he needed to find out how this was possible. Placing his hand on the jewel, he focused and forced himself into the object. Inside the Rosario, Mocha felt a wave of fear. She couldn't sense anything outside and worried for her friends and her inner self. A sudden noise startled her, and she turned to see Naruto Akatsuki, the very person her inner self had wanted to confront. Stumbling back, Mocha trembled at the sight of him. How had he entered the Rosario? Was he there to harm her? Tears welled up in her eyes as she awaited his judgment, believing humans were generally bad, with Tsukun being the only exception. But then she felt a hand on her head, prompting her to look up. Naruto apologized for barging in and explained that her clone was trying to attack him. He had hoped she could talk her down. He knelt to listen to her response, realizing he hadn't introduced himself yet. He smiled gently and extended his hand, introducing himself as Naruto Akatsuki. Mocha hesitated but eventually took his hand, surprised by his gentle grip. She introduced herself as Mocha Akashiya, a vampire and the outer version of herself. Tears streamed down her face as she contemplated her existence and the thought of disappearing, missing out on experiences with her friends. Feeling warmth envelop her, she looked up to find Naruto holding her in a comforting embrace. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. A fake? A copy meant to help her inner self? He had defeated formidable foes before and believed he could help her. Gently lifting her, he held her close, then released her to face her directly. With a soft smile, he reassured her that she was not a fake or a second-rate being. He promised that if all it took for her to feel whole was her own body, he would make that happen. He urged her to believe in him as he believed in her. With determination, he crushed his hand into a fist and escaped the Rosario, returning to the frozen gym. Once back, Naruto sprang into action. He grabbed the metal device, the Rosario, and collected some blood from the silver-haired Mocha, or inner Mocha, as the pink-haired Mocha referred to her. He moved to the center of the gym, released his time technique, activated his Rinnegan, and performed a series of hand signs, ending with a ram while holding the blood-covered Rosario. With a powerful declaration, he unleashed the creation of all things. As the frozen students regained their senses, they watched in awe as a blob of blood began to take on a human-like form. After a few tense moments, the new being spoke in a familiar voice, expressing surprise at being outside and free from the Rosario. "Thank you, Naruto," thought the pink-haired Mocha as she searched for him, only to find him face down on the floor, unconscious from the effort of creating a vampire and channeling his yokai energy. Despite having a large reserve of yokai, he could still tire himself out. Oh no, Mocha thought as she lifted Naruto's body onto her shoulder, realizing her strength was significantly greater than when she was in her sealed state. Meanwhile, the newspaper club members were in shock. Outer Mocha was out, and inner Mocha was also unconscious. What had happened? A loud thud drew everyone's attention to the gym entrance, where the headmaster stood. He surveyed the scene before snapping his fingers, causing Ruby to appear. "Ruby, please take Naruto to his room. Everyone else, head to your final class. That is all." With that, he vanished along with Naruto and Ruby. As this unfolded, both the silver-haired and pink-haired vampires walked out of the gym toward the girls' dorm, forgetting the group behind them. What would happen next? Chapter 33. Naruto slowly began to wake up, mumbling about how good he felt. As he tried to get up, he felt something on his chest and looked down, surprised to see Kaguya asleep beside him. Swallowing hard, he lifted the bed sheets and realized they were connected at the hips. Panicking, he jumped out of bed, inadvertently pushing himself deeper into Kaguya, who stirred and ummed softly. When she saw their position, a grin spread across her face. Now he wouldn't send her back into the seal. How did we end up like this? Kaguya asked, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder to keep him down as she leaned closer, her upper body pressing against his. Naruto was in a state of shock. How had this happened? He thought he had kept her sealed away. Flashes of memories flooded his mind, feeling bored while drinking, talking to Kaguya in the seal, sharing drinks that felt unusually strong, and their playful moments together. He looked around and gasped. The room was a mess, evidence of their previous activities, and he couldn't remember much of it. Yet, the lingering pleasure from being with Kaguya hinted at what had transpired. He brushed a strand of her white hair behind her ear and remarked that she was better at being a succubus than an actual succubus. He wrapped his arms around her, surprising Kaguya, who had expected him to react differently. Kaguya smiled and leaned in, capturing his lips in a soft kiss, which he returned. Suddenly, a voice from the end of the bed broke the moment. Naruto jumped, still connected to Kaguya, causing another awkward situation. There, at the foot of the bed, was Ruby, wide-eyed in surprise. Naruto was about to exclaim when Kaguya gently slapped his cheek and pointed to her ears, reminding him to be quiet. Feeling flustered, Naruto exclaimed dramatically about the dire situation they found themselves in. This earned him a swift reaction from Kaguya, who playfully retaliated. Ruby blinked, taking in the sight of both Naruto and Kaguya, the latter hanging off him, and confusion mixed with relief washed over her. Ruby was dressed in her usual attire, but Naruto and Kaguya noticed a camera and tripod on the floor. Panic surged through Naruto. He needed to get rid of that camera. He approached Ruby, extending his hand and asking for the camera before anything embarrassing could be revealed. He tried to keep his hand from twitching with the urge to use his wind manipulation, not wanting to make Kaguya uncomfortable. While Naruto was distracted, Kaguya playfully rubbed against him, making it hard for him to concentrate. Ruby, sensing the urgency, used her wand to teleport the camera away, but not before planting a quick kiss on Naruto's cheek and dashing off as Kaguya sent some vines after her. Still holding Kaguya, Naruto flopped back onto the bed, snuggling with her. "So, what did you do to my drink to make me feel this way?" he asked, surprised by how soft and firm Kaguya felt against him. Kaguya grinned, explaining that she had crafted a drink potent enough to affect him significantly, while she had only taken small sips. As they relaxed together, a loud alarm clock interrupted the moment. "Stupid clock," Naruto mumbled, holding Kaguya close before reluctantly getting up. He used his blacklight to create new clothes, opting for black and red instead of his usual colors. Looking over at Kaguya, Naruto was surprised to see her wearing a female version of his clothes, looking as if she was ready for school, though she had cut her hair to just above her shoulders. Noticing Naruto's expression, Kaguya grinned and sauntered over to him, taking his arm. She playfully declared that they had a year or two left at school, assuming they could find the seal, and began to lead him through his large, well-furnished room and out the window. They landed softly a few meters below, and as they walked through the school, Naruto noticed that nearly every male student, along with some females, began to stare at Kaguya with admiration. Frustrated, he let out a loud shout, causing a shockwave that knocked many of the boys to the ground. Kaguya laughed lightly, finding Naruto's protectiveness amusing. If only she had known sooner how to capture his heart, he would have proven to be loyal and kind, and she hoped he would be a good father. Giggling, Kaguya thought of all the ways she could tease Naruto throughout the day. As they walked, she pointed out Mocha and her twin, eliciting excited reactions from the students around them. Naruto, feeling overwhelmed by the attention, shouted for them to be quiet, his eye twitching in frustration at the school's perverted atmosphere. When he yelled, many male students turned their attention to him, shouting their admiration for Kaguya and making inappropriate comments. Both Naruto and Kaguya twitched in response before freezing the entire group of boys with a snap of their fingers. Naruto expressed his disbelief at always encountering perverts, noting that Erosenin had been the only one he knew, and now he was surrounded by a school full of them. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Turning around, he saw Mocha and her friends, minus the male friend he usually saw with them. The purple-haired girl looked surprised by the frozen scene around them. Naruto tilted his head, curious about their presence. the silver-haired Mocha confronted him, demanding to know what he had done to her Rosario, which was supposed to limit her powers. Naruto explained that he had simply made the Rosario function as intended, limiting her vampire abilities while allowing her to grow stronger when it was off. As he spoke, Mocha's expression shifted from confusion to understanding and finally to joy. In her excitement, she jumped at him, causing him to release Kaguya and fly out the window. Reacting quickly, Naruto teleported to the ground, watching as Mocha gracefully landed. However, she soon charged at him, aiming a kick. Naruto casually lifted a pinky finger, deflecting her attacks effortlessly, even as he began to feel drowsy. Mocha was astonished that a human could evade her strikes so easily. Determined, she grasped her Rosario and yanked it off, unleashing a surge of energy. Expecting Naruto to react, she was frustrated to find him still relaxed, seemingly unfazed. As she prepared to kick him, she shouted her catchphrase, but just as her foot neared him, he raised his pinky again, matching her strength. Mocha's kick connected, sending Naruto into a crater. She huffed, believing she had proven her strength, but was startled when she heard him yawning from within the crater. He casually stretched, asking if she had even tried. Meanwhile, Mocha's friends were in disbelief, discussing how a human had endured her kick without showing any signs of pain. Kaguya, unimpressed, found the entire exchange dull compared to her own battles with Naruto. Mocha, however, was taken aback as Naruto suddenly vanished and reappeared right in front of her, questioning if she had truly put in her best effort. To him, her kick felt like a mere pinch compared to Kaguya's attacks. He barely felt anything. Seeing Mocha still in shock, Naruto decided to have a little fun. He moved his hands around her waist and leaned in close to her ear, teasing her about keeping her mouth open. As she remained stunned, he executed a playful plan, quickly pulling back before she could react. Mocha's expression shifted, and she returned to her usual self, joining her friends who had just walked away from the chaos. Naruto turned to Kaguya and flashed a peace sign, accompanied by a big toothy smile. However, Kaguya appeared in front of him, giving him a light smack on the head, causing him to shed anime tears over his unfair fate. Once he recovered from his moment of despair, he playfully grabbed Kaguya by the hips and planted a quick peck on her cheek, knowing it was better to stay on her good side. After a brief moment, Naruto felt something hit his head. He reacted with frustration, throwing whatever it was into the sky. In a flash, he grabbed Kaguya and teleported away just in time to avoid a girl who screamed as she fell, wielding a massive battle axe. The orange-haired vampire, Konoha, was thrilled to find someone as strong as Mocha and began to chant happily to herself, her weapon transforming into a small hamster bat that followed her around. For the next few weeks, Naruto fell into a routine. He faced inner Mocha in battle almost every time they met, managing to win each time except when Kaguya sent him distracting mental images. He also dealt with Konoha, Mocha's sister, who followed him around daily. Most of his time was spent napping in class, training with his spiritual and hollow energy alongside his hollow, whom he named Kage to strengthen their bond. One day, after a long stretch of rest, Naruto felt rejuvenated. He had spent 3 days with Kaguya, enjoying their time together before finally falling asleep. With nothing else to do, they had decided to spend their time in each other's company, which turned out to be a great idea. Creating a shadow clone, he switched places with it before leaving his room to attend a career expo at school. As he entered his homeroom, he glanced around, ensuring Mocha and her friends wouldn't spot him. They were known for attracting trouble, and he wanted to avoid any chaos. As he settled into his seat, he felt someone wrap their arms around his neck. He started to sweat, hoping it wasn't one of Mocha's friends. When he looked up, he saw it was Mocha, the outer version of her. Since he had given her life, she had wanted to form a close bond with him. While he welcomed that bond, he often found himself caught up in their adventures, which could be overwhelming. Seeing tears in Mocha's eyes, Naruto stood and pulled her into a comforting hug, quieting her soft sobs. He stroked her hair, wondering what could have upset the usually cheerful girl. He reassured her that he was there for her, and as she calmed down, he gently lifted her chin to meet her gaze. Mocha finally spoke, revealing her distress over Tsukun's engagement to Yukari, Mizore and Kurumu, which had formed a tri-marriage and alliance between their families. Seeing her pain hurt him deeply. Noticing her discomfort, Naruto teleported them both outside to a serene garden. As Mocha lay on him, he whispered words of support, feeling sad for her. He suggested that perhaps she could join their tri-marriage, but she shook her head, explaining that it wouldn't work due to the power dynamics of their families. Determined to help her through this tough time, Naruto pressed his forehead against hers and promised to support her, vowing to help her navigate the challenges ahead. Both Naruto and his inner self were surprised when Mocha leaned forward and kissed him passionately. The kiss lasted for a good minute, leaving both of them in shock as they had thought the other wouldn't respond. When they finally broke apart, they stared into each other's eyes, but Naruto quickly looked away, feeling the weight of what he needed to say. He took a deep breath and explained to Mocha that while he was indeed human, he was from a different dimension where he had faced hardship and was initially hated. However, he had grown strong and saved those who once scorned him. Because of his strength and certain abilities, he found himself in relationships with multiple girls whom he loved deeply. He felt it was important to be honest with Mocha about this, but he promised that he would lay his life on the line for both her and the other Mocha, whether as friends or something more. After hearing this, Mocha fell silent for a moment, but then she decided to embrace the moment and kissed Naruto again, pouring her heart into it. Meanwhile, on a nearby roof, inner Mocha watched with tears of joy as she listened to Naruto's heartfelt words. With a smile, she turned and headed towards Naruto's door, planning a surprise. Later, after finishing his extracurricular classes, Naruto opened his dorm door and was taken aback by the sight before him. Inside were two girls, the silver-haired Mocha, dressed in a striking outfit, and Kaguya, who was smirking as she leaned against Mocha. Naruto's mind raced as he tried to process the situation. He activated his Sharingan to remember every detail, then quickly devised a plan to hide. Before he could act, he felt his body wrapped in seals. Kaguya approached him with cuffs in her hand, and he knew he had to escape. He attempted to grab the cuffs, but they slipped from his grasp and bound his wrists instead. He soon realized that Kaguya had enhanced the cuffs with a potent seal that affected his senses. As he looked up, he saw both Mocha and Kaguya starting to undress, and he felt overwhelmed. Just then he heard familiar voices asking if Naruto was around, making him sweat nervously. Kaguya grinned and announced that he was indeed there, which only added to his anxiety. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing the pink-haired Mocha and Ruby. Naruto couldn't help but admire their beauty, especially as Mocha stood there blushing in her outfit. Ruby, dressed in a striking combination, added to the scene's intensity. The four girls struck stuck poses, and with the atmosphere charged by Kaguya's influence, Naruto felt compelled to join them. As the night unfolded, sounds of excitement filled the air, but the details of what transpired remained unspoken. The next morning, Naruto awoke to a comforting sight. Both Mochas were nestled against him, their arms wrapped around each other and him. Kaguya held onto one of his arms, while Ruby was taking pictures. He quietly called out to Ruby, who was startled but quickly joined him for a cuddle, all while continuing to snap photos. Suddenly, alarm blared, causing everyone to twitch in surprise. Kaguya snuggled closer to Naruto, who felt like a warm sun. Mocha complained about the alarm waking them at the worst times, while the pink-haired Mocha, still waking up, blushed at the sight of everyone around her. Ruby, with a mischievous smile, guided Naruto's hand in a playful manner, leaving him flustered. Naruto had just experienced an overwhelming rush of emotions, having spent time with four incredible individuals. However, the excitement was beginning to wear thin as he found himself annoyed by the constant chatter of parents at the school. He glanced up at the ceiling, noting that there were still 2 days left of their visit. Looking down at the girls around him, he grinned and used his chakra to create clothes for each of them. Standing up, he released his chakra, allowing the girls to stand freely. He suggested they head to class, and as he did, Mocha, with her silver hair, jumped onto him. She expressed her long-held desire to do this during their battles, but he had always bested her before she could. The pink-haired Mocha watched as the silver-haired Mocha seemed to revel in the moment. It reminded her of Tsukun, her first friend and potential love, which brought a tinge of sadness. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the silver-haired mocha, noticing she wasn't draining any blood and appeared to be enjoying herself. He then activated his Rinnegan and used a gravity technique to pull the pink-haired mocha closer, kissing her gently to lift her spirits. Mocha gazed into Naruto's blue eyes, which radiated love and dedication. She finally let go of her thoughts about Sukun and embraced Naruto, sinking her fangs into his neck and experiencing a wave of pleasure from the taste. Naruto smiled, affectionately rubbing the heads of both mochas. Just then he noticed Ruby with her camera, capturing the moment. He raised an eyebrow in curiosity, prompting Kaguya to explain that they should all take pictures together with their husband. This left Naruto confused, as he was certain he hadn't proposed to anyone, not even to Tayuya and the girls back home. Kaguya's grin widened as she revealed that during their NTMT moments, she had taken it upon herself to officiate their union, having the credentials to do so. She recounted how they had all agreed to the marriage vows in the heat of the moment. The pink-haired mocha squealed with delight before returning to drink more from Naruto, mirroring the silver-haired mocha's actions. Overwhelmed, Naruto passed out, expressing his gratitude for being married to such amazing women just before he fell backward. The sight of their smiles warmed the hearts of all the girls. As the chapter concluded, Naruto found himself in yet another unusual situation, standing on a roof surrounded by 4 individuals. On one side was a crimson-haired girl and a small blonde girl resembling a nun, while on the other stood a man in a suit who was inexplicably on fire. Kaguya sighed, as if accustomed to Naruto's chaotic life. The man in the suit was furious at the intrusion, gathering flames in his hand and launching them toward Naruto. Observing the slow-moving fire, Naruto realized that dodging would put others at risk. Instead, he created a void that absorbed the flames, leaving the red-haired girl shocked and the man in the suit looking utterly defeated. After a moment, the red-haired girl pulled out a book and began flipping through its pages, eventually nodding to herself before looking back at Naruto. The man in the black and red school uniform asked if their names were Rias Gremory, Issei Hyodo, and Asia Argento, and if the man nearby was Riser Phoenix. Rias blinked and nodded, watching as he quickly vanished and reappeared behind Riser. Riser turned, shocked to see the white-haired man so close. The man declared that Riser was the villain trying to force a marriage on Rias, which she did not want, and that he intended to defeat him. Before Riser could respond with rules about the dimension where the rating games were held, the man launched a powerful kick that sent Riser crashing to the ground at incredible speed. As Riser struggled to regain his footing, the white-haired man continued to move around him, striking with rapid precision. Riser was sent flying again, and the sight was almost amusing to the onlookers. The man was enjoying himself, knowing that Riser's Phoenix clan had a remarkable healing factor, allowing him to unleash his attacks without concern. Riser, caught between consciousness and defeat, finally called for mercy, declaring his surrender. He slowly faded away into pixels, leaving behind the chaos of the battle. The white-haired man glanced at the spot where Riser had been, then tossed the severed arm back to its previous location, mumbling about weak devils before looking up at the dimensional ceiling. He decided to forfeit as well and attempted to leave the dimension. After a moment of nothing happening, he formed a portal by channeling his chakra and jumped through, ignoring the Gremory peerage's attempts to speak with him. Rias was beginning to recover from the shock of witnessing the white-haired man's overwhelming display of power. She turned to see Grafia approaching, who announced her victory over Riser and the challenger, Naruto Akatsuki. Meanwhile, Naruto pondered the differences in currency in this new world compared to Yokai Academy. He considered following Jiraiya's example and decided to create something he was experienced with, confident that the girls would not mind. He used the creation of all things technique to summon a table, an empty book, a few pens, and a chair. Seated, he cracked his knuckles and began writing at an incredible speed. In just 10 seconds, he completed a book titled Hooked, which chronicled his life with his girlfriends, blending story with a touch of romance. Activating his Byakugan, he searched for the nearest publisher and teleported to a location near a school, making sure to remain unseen. After a quick turn around the building, he found himself at the front of the publisher's office. Approaching the counter, he greeted the female receptionist and introduced himself, presenting his book. To his surprise, she became engrossed in it, reading rapidly and seemingly captivated by the content. Suddenly, a man in a suit approached, calling for the receptionist to return to her duties. The interruption brought her back to reality, and she handed the book to the publisher. Within moments, the publisher was visibly shocked, and Naruto could hear him mumbling about paperwork. After signing the necessary documents, Naruto left the office and headed toward a jewelry store, planning to sell some gems to purchase land where he could use his abilities to create something new. He contemplated returning to school with his girlfriends, curious about the differences in education. With determination, Naruto walked toward the school in the background, intent on finding a suitable piece of land nearby. Ruby believed that Naruto simply wanted to meet more people. She had agreed to his request, enjoying it far more than Tsukun's. Mocha pouted, knowing Naruto's tendency to stir up trouble, as he had done in her dimension. Eventually, all four girls sighed and agreed, realizing that finding the dimension seals was largely a matter of luck. After all, Naruto had discovered the dimension seal on the Rosario that concealed the school's personal dimension seal, preventing humans from seeing or feeling them. It was baffling how Naruto managed to find it. Naruto was excited as he declared that he had signed them up for third year, eager for them to join the student council. He believed no one could turn them down. Kaguya rolled her eyes, pointing out that he just wanted ramen to be a school dish, which made both mochas agree with her. This caused Naruto to lower his head in disappointment, puzzled as to why they were against ramen. Determined to move on, Naruto suggested they head to class and teleported them to the front gate, already dressed in his custom school uniform, which was a standard outfit in red and black. Kaguya wore white and black, while Mocha sported white and red, and the other Mocha had pink and red. Ruby, however, wore the regular school uniform, which made her blush when she noticed her friends looking at her quizzically, reminding her that she had forgotten to customize her outfit. Naruto proudly announced that he had managed to arrange for them all to have the same classes, thanks to the Sharingan, and that their first class was English. His enthusiasm drew laughter from the other students, causing a miniature storm cloud to form over him, sending lightning strikes through his hair, making it even spikier. This was how Naruto felt for the rest of the day, bored and out of place, as he was the only one truly interested in school, having faced sabotage from teachers back in the elemental nations. After school, Naruto acknowledged the predictable response from his friends, admitting that they had been right about the day being dull. The only highlight was when he mentioned being the author of the book, Hooked, which had sold out within 3 hours. He spent most of the day signing autographs, with some girls offering to model for him. Kaguya and the others soon appeared, dragging him away from the attention. As they walked to a clearing, Naruto sensed multiple energies following them. The first was pure, radiating a sense of holiness. The second was a corrupted version of that energy, and the third resembled yokai. Soon, they were surrounded by beings with pure white wings, exuding holy energy. Naruto guessed they were angels. Then, a pair of figures resembling Ruby appeared, but they had black wings and a tainted aura. Naruto noticed that the yokai remained still, underestimating his awareness. He waved at the angels, introducing himself and joking about not needing Red Bull to gain wings. This caused a few angels to twitch while those with dark wings chuckled, and he could sense the yokai group laughing as well. The angels remained silent, extending their hands and glowing. Naruto looked at himself, unsure if he was under attack, but when he turned to check on his friends, tears welled in his eyes. He saw his girls with chains piercing through them and dark spears embedded in their bodies. He rushed to them, tearing the chains and spears away, only to realize the extent of their injuries. Kaguya lay nearly lifeless, a gaping wound in her midsection. Both mochas had multiple holes in their stomachs and marks on their throats from the chains. Ruby was in even worse shape, having lost her legs. Naruto stared in disbelief at their battered bodies, feeling a surge of anger at the thought of them being attacked for no reason. This was unacceptable. No one should harm his family. Determined, Naruto performed hand signs, his hair obscuring his eyes. He summoned 4 blood clones, shocking everyone in the clearing. He instructed his clones to give the girls the blacklight ability, while Ruby and both mochas would also receive chakra. The dark-winged angel laughed, eager for more chaos. One of them charged at Naruto. As his heart raced, he unleashed a powerful scream that sent a wave of energy rippling outward, transforming it into a dazzling display of colors that enveloped him. The world responded with chaos. Hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions erupted from the sheer force of his power, shaking the ground beneath them. Not just from the earthquakes but also from the power that initiated them. The angels and their darker counterparts fell to the ground. Their wings could no longer support them in the air, and the devils nearby were also immobilized. However, due to the immense amount of power, 3 portals opened. 2 appeared in the sky, and 1 emerged on the ground, glowing in gold, dark purple, and red respectively. Soon, hundreds of similar beings emerged from the portals, collapsing to their knees as they felt this overwhelming power. Naruto was just getting started. He still had all his seals blocking his true strength. When he fought Kaguya, he hadn't released them. He began to release the seals one by one: resistance seal, gravity seal, 5-prong seal, limiter seal, and finally, the true potential seal. As he did, the white surge of energy around him grew thinner and more condensed by the second. Then, Naruto appeared. He had long, spiky white hair reminiscent of Madara's, with crimson tips at the ends of each spike. 2 horns protruded from his forehead, 1 on each side. His shirt was torn from the energy surge, but his black pants and black and red Nike shoes remained intact. His most striking feature was his new eyes, completely crimson, with 6 rings in each eye and 9 tomos spinning around at an incredible pace. His body was surrounded by crackling lightning that sparked against the ground. Looking back at his girls, who stared at him wide-eyed, he offered a small smile, tears welling in his eyes. He felt a deep remorse for not being able to protect them completely. He vowed to change that, promising a lifetime of protection his and theirs. His smile transformed into a grin, and although the girls were confused by his words, they felt a shift in the atmosphere. Naruto turned back toward the group, channeling chakra into the clearing and forcing all who opposed him to the ground. He allowed the yokai to stand and breathe, which puzzled many as they remained unaffected. One bold individual spoke up, claiming they were too strong for him to confront. Naruto recognized the man as someone he had previously defeated. Determined not to let that slide, he forced all the devils down to the ground and approached the center of the gathering. He demanded to know the leaders of each group, warning them that lying would have dire consequences. As he raised his power, the already crackling lightning intensified, and the ground began to crack beneath him. 7 individuals crawled forward, 4 of whom were leaders of the yokai group. He allowed them to stand and waited for their names. A man with black and blonde hair introduced himself as Azazel, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels. Another man in gold armor stated he was Michael, the leader of the angels. The 4 devils introduced themselves next. A red-haired man resembling Rias Gremory introduced himself as Surzex Lucifer, greeted with Naruto's blank expression. A young girl with a wand followed, introducing herself as Seraphal Leviathan. Another man, Ajuka Beelzebub, claimed to be the creator of the evil peace system, while Falbim Asmodeus stated he was in charge of military affairs in the underworld. Naruto, unimpressed, forced a bit of energy toward Falbim, causing him to tremble. Nodding, Naruto then lifted them all by their throats with chakra arms, declaring they would have a serious conversation. He warned them that he would take action against some angels and fallen angels for their previous attempts to harm his family. Silence enveloped the area, broken only by the thud of a girl with black wings being dropped to the ground as Naruto approached a small group of beings, including dark angels and devils. They had thought it was acceptable to attack his girls while he was occupied. Naruto expressed that he might have spared them had they not crossed that line. He closed his eyes, declaring he would show them true hell as his Jubie eye glowed red. With a powerful technique, many onlookers screamed and fell to the ground, clutching their heads in agony from phantom pain. Naruto turned back to the 3 main groups, reminding them to take his words to heart. Fearful nods followed, and they all retreated to their respective homes. As the beings disappeared, Naruto walked to his girls, aware that some devils lingered behind, possibly for revenge or other motives. Kneeling, he pulled them into a massive hug. The girls felt something wet trickle down their skin and realized Naruto was crying as he held them tightly. He expressed his sorrow for not protecting them before, lamenting that if he had been more aware and less easygoing, things might have been different. Before he could finish, Mocha interrupted him with tears in her eyes. She insisted he should not apologize, reminding him that he had saved them when they thought they were doomed. Her voice fluctuated between strong and soft, breaking Naruto's heart. He looked at her for a moment before smiling and kissing her with all the passion he could muster. After that kiss, Naruto shared the same gesture with the other three girls, leaving them feeling lightheaded. He looked up at them with a smile before standing up and clasping his hands together as if forming a ball. Concentrating on his next move, he knew it would bring joy to all of them. After a minute or two, he spread his hands apart and knelt down once again. With a small smile and a tear forming in the corner of his left eye, he asked if they would all marry him properly, holding out 4 rings towards the women. The girls were taken aback, especially Kaguya, who had started as his most formidable enemy. Now, she was being proposed to by him, marking the happiest moment of her life, despite her past. Both Mochas gazed at the rings in his hands, with one shedding a tear while the other struggled to contain a large smile, which Ruby mirrored. The 4 rings were displayed in Naruto's hand, ready to be placed on each girl: a pink ring with an emerald center, a pure silver ring with a ruby featuring a slit in the middle, another pure silver ring adorned with a black tomo diamond, and a raven black ring with a firmly set ruby. The silence lingered until Naruto broke it with a playful comment, raising an eyebrow exaggeratedly. His question snapped everyone out of their stupor, and they immediately jumped at him with a simultaneous yes. He placed each ring on their fingers, giving each of them a gentle kiss afterward. With a grin, he asked how it felt to be new Akatsuki, watching the girls, except for Kaguya, smile at his antics. Seeing their silent laughter, Naruto formed a chakra hand to grasp his new wife's hands. With a smile, he suggested they head home as they walked toward the sunset and their school. As they strolled through the school gates, Naruto shared how he met Tayuya and the rest of the girls, taking a sip of coffee. Mocha, intrigued, wondered how Naruto managed to win the affection of 4 girls from different dimensions without even trying. He confirmed her curiosity while glancing at his watch, realizing it was 9. He turned to Ruby, who looked confused, and asked if there was school that day. Ruby tilted her head, stating she had no idea what he meant. Naruto, feeling suspicious, turned to Mocha and questioned why she had told him Ruby said they needed to go to school. Mocha's eyes darted left and right before she looked at Kaguya and Ruby. Suddenly, they all vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto watched as the smoke slowly cleared, exclaiming in frustration about Kaguya's penchant for pranks and how the other girls aided her, likely due to his strict training methods. He grumbled about the dangers of consuming someone during training, as there would be no body to revive. Not paying attention to his surroundings, he bumped shoulders with a man who had short, slick white hair, a black jacket, and maroon jeans. When he made eye contact, he noticed a white dragon hidden in the man's gaze. The man warned him to watch it, only to be slightly shocked by Naruto's nonchalant response, referring to him as Dragon Boy. The man recognized Naruto as the one who had defeated a group of fallen angels and pointed at him. Naruto, with a slight grin, remarked on the rudeness of pointing but confirmed his identity, playfully offering a front-row seat to his past battles. The man smiled and activated his armor, which was a full-set colored white with blue outlines. Naruto sighed, considering the reasons he didn't want to fight: the presence of bystanders, his desire to get home, his longing for intimacy with his girls, the need to write the next installment of his story, and simply not feeling up to it. The man introduced himself as the Vanishing Dragon. Naruto, unfazed, decided to call him Baby Dragon, as he prepared to move, only to see Rias Gremory and her friends. The man assessed the group before stating they were not strong enough to fight him and suggested they continue. Naruto smirked and vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing behind the man and grabbing the back of his neck. He slammed him down into the ground, creating a crater, feeling a rush of joy at the prospect of finally going home. The man, still determined, shouted that Naruto was mistaken if he thought that would keep him down. He blasted upward, pointing at Naruto and declaring his intent to attack. The Gremory group watched in shock, believing there was no way anyone could survive such an assault. Naruto, however, calmly extended a finger and began to gather energy at its tip. A small red ball shot forth, racing toward the beam and slicing through it effortlessly. Ryu's Gremory gasped, astonished by Naruto's power and wondering how he managed to do that. And would he be able to join her peerage? The man in the suit's eyes dimmed as he sensed the attack coming but found himself unable to move. A small red ball of energy shot through his shoulder and continued on its path. Naruto observed the energy ball with a raised eyebrow, recalling Kage's explanation that these things could explode, although it required some force to trigger it. Interestingly, Kage had mentioned that his attacks could penetrate armor and flesh without detonating, which Naruto found quite fascinating. The man in the suit glanced at his shoulder for a moment before taking off at his fastest speed, only to be kicked in the back, propelling him even further away. Naruto landed on the roof of a nearby house after delivering the kick. He checked his watch, it was 9. With a casual stretch, he teleported back home, determined to accomplish the 5 tasks he had set for himself. In his haste, he overlooked the Gremory group, who were deep in discussion about how to include him in their peerage. A few days later, Mocha questioned Naruto about his decision to purchase the public pool when they already had one. She gestured toward the dirty public pool near the school. With a mischievous grin, Naruto playfully pushed her in, causing everyone to gasp as she splashed into the water. Suddenly, Mocha emerged from the water and punched Naruto in the face, furious. She exclaimed her frustration, realizing that she and the other Mochas couldn't swim unless. Her voice trailed off as she noticed something unusual. Instead of panicking, she remained calm, and the crowd began to realize that she wasn't flailing in distress. Naruto smirked, confirming his earlier suspicion that the blacklight virus had eliminated their weaknesses. He explained that now water wouldn't affect her or Mocha. The onlookers were astonished. How did he know that the blacklight virus would cure their vulnerabilities? To break the stunned silence, Naruto summoned hundreds of clones. He instructed them to clean the pool and apply self-cleaning seals. Within moments, the pool was spotless and sealed, along with the canteen and entryway. He then performed a series of hand signs, summoning new, clean chairs and tables. His wood clones transformed into various staff members, returning to the pool area. Using his water manipulation, Naruto drained the dirty water and replaced it with fresh water he had gathered from the atmosphere. Looking back at his girls, Naruto snapped his fingers, instantly changing into a pair of black swimming trunks and red shades that rested on his spiky hair. He declared that the last one in would have to clean the house and leaped into the pool, only to slip and fall instead. As he surfaced, he noticed the girls already in the water, laughing at him. At that moment, Naruto's pride took a hit, but it was quickly overshadowed by a bucket of water splashing onto his face. He looked up to see Ruby grinning, her wand raised in triumph. Naruto chuckled and jumped into the water, attempting a cannonball but overshooting the pool entirely. The next day, Naruto strolled through a lush forest just outside the city where he and his wives lived. As he wandered, he spotted a misty lake. Approaching it, he noticed a faint barrier surrounding the water and a sword embedded in a massive rock, chipped and cracked yet exuding a sentient presence. The lake's water appeared heavy, and as he activated his Sharingan in one eye and Byakugan in the other, he was taken aback to see a creature he thought was merely a mythahydra with 9 heads, grinning at him. Determined, Naruto shrugged off his apprehension, thinking he could consume the hydra if it came to a fight. He stepped onto the water's surface, using his chakra to maintain his balance, but felt a stirring from the hydra lurking beneath. As he approached the sword, he placed his hand on the handle, only to leap back as a hydra head lunged at him from below. How had it moved so quickly? Using his ki, he dodged the attack and landed on one of the hydra's heads. Summoning his dragon fiend sword, he infused it with spiritual energy for added power. As another head crashed into its companion, he raised his sword high and gathered his energy, unleashing a dark beam at the beast. The impact was significant, and he grinned at the sight of the severed head. But he quickly remembered the old adage, cut off one head, and two more would take its place. Sure enough, two new heads sprouted from the stump, grinning menacingly at him. Naruto attempted to teleport behind the beast, only to realize he was trapped by the barriers surrounding the lake. As he looked around, the barrier flashed, preventing his escape. Suddenly, a Hydra head smashed into him, sending him crashing against the barrier, which prevented him from escaping. Falling toward the water, Naruto landed on his feet, using his chakra to stay upright. He knew that if he fell into the water, the battle would become significantly more challenging. Looking up, Naruto saw one of the Hydra's 10 heads descending toward him. Quickly dashing to the left, he sheathed his sword and formed a single hand sign. He unleashed a barrage of fireballs, each the size of a Hydra head. As the flames converged and struck the Hydra's body, it let out a screech of distress. Naruto observed the creature's skin, heavily scorched, but to his dismay, the Hydra submerged the burnt part of its body in the water, completely healing itself. Frustration bubbled within him as he pointed at the massive beast, which responded with a grin from its many heads. Naruto found himself in a predicament. The creature was enormous, and his fire techniques had little effect after its regeneration. He considered his other elemental abilities: wind, earth, lightning, wood, storm, and the newest element he had mastered, ice. Lost in thought, Naruto was suddenly caught by a massive neck, flung toward the barrier. Using all his strength, he pushed off the barrier and launched himself at the Hydra with incredible speed. He barreled through the beast, emerging on the other side of the barrier, only to realize he had severed 3 heads and a shoulder. To his shock, 6 new heads appeared in place of the ones he had cut off, all grinning at him. Determined, he charged up wind chakra within himself and leaped to the highest point of the dome. He unleashed a flurry of Fuma shuriken, each the size of a human, slicing through the Hydra's body and its many heads. Spotting the sentient sword below him, he propelled himself downward, landing on the stone that held the sword. With a mighty pull, he drew the blade, which began to glow with a golden light, transforming into a golden mist. A mysterious voice urged him to pull out his blade. Naruto scanned the area with his Byakugan and Sharingan but found nothing. Shrugging, he resummoned his arch-dragon blade and held it forward, allowing the golden mist to flow into the blade. As it absorbed the mist, his katana glowed gold before becoming enveloped in light. When the light faded, his new katana was revealed. The handle remained the same, but the main cloth had turned gold, adorned with black diamonds running up the hilt. The crossguard resembled Ryu's, and the blade itself was pure gold, with black and red patterns running along both sides. Suddenly, Naruto felt something stir within him before he lost consciousness, floating atop the water as the Hydra coiled around him protectively. One of the Hydra's heads turned toward a specific part of the lake, speaking in a feminine tone. It acknowledged the Lady of the Lake, expressing that the encounter had been enjoyable. The mist parted to reveal a smiling woman in her 20s, with long brown hair and a red robe, who approached Naruto's floating form, observing him with interest. In his mindscape, Naruto awoke abruptly, disoriented. He found himself surrounded by ruined buildings, realizing he was in the realm of his hollow. As he approached the source of the snores, he spotted his hollow Kage sleeping, but noticed that the sword Kage held was missing. A feminine voice interrupted his thoughts, prompting him to turn. A woman stood nearby, emanating a power similar to that of the sword he had absorbed moments ago, alongside the living Hydra he had just battled. The woman, noticing his distraction, cleared her throat, drawing his attention. Naruto took in her golden hair, delicate features, and pale skin, which was mostly visible on her face and neck. He noticed a sword protruding from her long robe, reminiscent of Kaguya's old attire but without any markings. Deciding to introduce himself, Naruto grinned and extended his hand, introducing himself as Naruto Akatsuki. However, the woman flicked his hand away, expressing her frustration that he did not know her name despite accepting her power. Naruto protested, explaining that he had merely felt energy from the sword and had no way of knowing who she was. He insisted that he had not accepted anything willingly, he had only sought a means to defeat the Hydra. The woman tilted her head, confused as she had never known of a hydra residing in or around the lake. Naruto, bewildered, recounted his encounter with the massive creature, which the woman listened to with fascination. After he finished, she apologized for attacking him, realizing he had acted out of necessity. She introduced herself as X, the sentient being connected to the blade known as Excalibur, expressing surprise that he had discovered her true form. Naruto stared at X for a moment before collapsing onto the ground in disbelief. How did he find Excalibur, the legendary sword that King Arthur supposedly wielded in the history books? He glanced at the woman, X, and sensed she wasn't the reason for his fainting spell. With Kaguya asleep, who had brought him here? A voice spoke from behind him, claiming, "I did." Turning around, he saw a man with black hair, crimson eyes, and black wings reminiscent of fallen angels. 2 horns protruded from his head, and he wore only black pants. "My name is Lucifer." "Did you hear that?" the man asked, raising an eyebrow. Naruto stared at him, confused. He acknowledged, Yes, I did." "Lucifer, right?" Just then, a blade similar to Kaguya's appeared before him. He looked to Lucifer for an explanation, only to see the man pointing a finger at him. "Naruto Akatsuki, you have unlocked your Shurikai. Now it's time for you to unlock your Bankai. Prepare to fight me when you awaken, or prepare to face the true devil," Lucifer declared, a long black katana materializing in his right hand. Naruto gazed at the blade before summoning his X-Dragon, his Excalibur, and slammed it against his Shurikai blade, which mirrored Kaguya's. He looked up at the true devil and pointed a finger at him, ready for the challenge. As he began to wake from his soul's cape, he urged, "Bring it." Lucifer grinned, revealing a predatory smile, then glanced at X with surprise. "So the child who holds the true devil also wields Excalibur, a sword of the gods?" he mused, starting to fade away as X spoke. "He is no child," X stated, watching Naruto's entire life unfold. On the surface of a lake, 2 figures stood, embodiments of power. To the left was Naruto Akatsuki, with silver spiky hair tipped in crimson, reaching his lower back. A part of his hair partially obscured his right eye, which glowed red with 3 tomos spinning within it. He wore a black singlet, fingerless gloves, and long black pants tied at the ankles with red bandages, completing the look with plain black sneakers. Opposite him stood Lucifer, bare-chested and dressed in loose long pants and short black boots. His shaggy black hair fell past his ears, and 2 horns jutted from his forehead. His crimson eyes, similar to Naruto's but lacking the tomo, were striking. The 2 locked eyes, exchanging silent determination. Slowly, Lucifer drew his blade from thin air, while Naruto unsealed his own. They took their stances, poised for the perfect moment to strike. On the other side of the lake, the Lady of the Lake and a Hydra head observed Naruto's awakening. Before they could speak, he sent them both to the far end of the lake with some effort, as the Hydra was quite large. Just then, the true king of Hell appeared, Lucifer. The lady gasped at his presence but soon realized he was connected to Naruto through the soul, which brought her grief. It pained her to know that someone so pure once harbored a heart of darkness. Naruto studied Lucifer with his Sharingan, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. The tension was palpable. He was facing Lucifer, who called himself the true devil, and proved to be nearly impossible to predict, even with his Sharingan at the 3rd tomo level. They stood still for a moment before launching at each other, creating a splash that sent water flying toward the barrier, giving the battle a rainy appearance. As Lucifer aimed for a clean slice at Naruto's head, he ducked under the attack. Lucifer moved the tip of his sword into the ground, lifting his foot. Naruto analyzed the situation and activated his time technique, only to wince as he felt a boot connect with his head. He had forgotten that the barrier impeded his space and time techniques, along with possibly his other unique abilities. As the water around him moved slowly, he noticed Lucifer charging toward him. Reacting quickly, he shifted into a handstand to latch onto the water below. With a flick, he propelled himself forward, narrowly avoiding Lucifer's blade. Naruto sprang up and dashed toward Lucifer, whose back was turned. He jumped at an angle to execute the flying swallow, leaving a blue trail behind him. As he closed in on his opponent, A sense of dread welled up within him. His blade was just a ruler's length away when Lucifer turned around, a blinding light flashing from his eyes. Naruto screamed as the light seared his vision, intensified by the enhancement of his Sharingan. Covering his eyes with the hand that held his sword, he quickly rolled to the left as a blade sliced through the water. Lucifer grinned, watching Naruto struggle to defend himself. Although he knew Naruto had regenerative abilities, he ensured the effect of the light was akin to staring directly at the sun, leaving Naruto momentarily blinded. While Naruto rarely relied on his Sharingan, he used it in battles he deemed challenging, and all Lucifer needed was the right timing. Lucifer observed Naruto grappling with the pain in his eyes, struggling to stay afloat. He couldn't help but gloat, taunting. So the powerful Naruto Akatsuki can't even last a few minutes against me without his eyes? How pitiful! I wonder how you came to possess me as your Zanpakuto spirit. Perhaps it was because you were so weak that you needed a strong weapon to keep you alive before your hollow took over? That's my theory. Lucifer approached Naruto, who was experiencing a troubling moment as tears streamed from his eyes. The dark figure taunted him, suggesting that his hollow had allowed him to maintain control until he was on the brink of death. He continued, implying that Naruto's hollow had wanted him to face weaker opponents to build his confidence in protecting his loved ones. Lucifer's words cut deep as he questioned Naruto's past, asking how it felt to be betrayed by Toki and Sasuke during his childhood. He insinuated that Naruto's relationships were shallow, suggesting that his wives only sought him for their own gain. As Naruto listened, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. The truth in Lucifer's words began to resonate. He reflected on his past relationships, realizing that much of his time with Toki and Sasuke had revolved around keeping them happy, only to be met with betrayal. Labeled a demon at a young age, he had only become a hero after reviving his village and defeating pain, yet he lost Kusami, his first true friend. Doubts crept into his mind: were his friendships genuine, or merely a result of pity? Memories flashed before him, both joyful and painful. He recalled the moments of true happiness he shared with Kusami, Saya, Gaia, and the rest of his companions in the elemental nations. However, the brightness of those memories was overshadowed by the darkness that followed each one. Suddenly, he felt a comforting hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by familiar faces: his family. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Mito Uzumaki, Madara Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha, and Hagoromo stood before him, each radiating love and support. Hashirama spoke with a gentle smile, reminding Naruto of his heritage and the strength he carried within him. He urged Naruto not to forget them, and as he faded away, tears fell from Naruto's eyes. Mito stepped forward, embracing him and expressing her pride in him, encouraging him to never give up. Tobirama then held Naruto's shoulders, sharing how Naruto had given him a sense of fatherhood he never experienced in life. He urged Naruto to honor their memories and to strive for greatness. Madara, despite their past conflicts, acknowledged Naruto as a friend and brother, encouraging him to remain strong. Shisui knelt before Naruto, assuring him that he could overcome any pain, only to be playfully punched by Naruto, who expressed his gratitude for Shisui's support during his youth. Finally, Hagoromo simply stated his belief in Naruto, leaving him with a smile. As Naruto looked down, he noticed a glowing necklace with 6 magatama, each representing his family. Clenching his hand around it, he felt the power of his loved ones surge within him, awakening a new strength. In the next moment, Lucifer's taunts were interrupted as Naruto struck him with a powerful blow, sending him flying across the lake. With a newfound sense of acceptance and freedom, Naruto donned his necklace and faced Lucifer, declaring that he would be defeated, whether through battle or surrender. As he prepared for the confrontation, Naruto absorbed energy from his restraints, transforming his eyes into the Rinne Sharingan, the crimson eyes of the complete Jubie. With a steady resolve, he began to walk towards Lucifer, ready to unleash his true potential. Naruto felt a surge of determination as he vanished from sight. In an instant, he witnessed Lucifer's arm being torn away, the remnants sinking into the lake below. Lucifer looked down in disbelief at his severed limb before his gaze shifted to Naruto, who stood with a weapon in hand. Struggling to contain his anguish, Lucifer felt the cold steel of Naruto's blade pierce his abdomen. With a swift motion, Naruto withdrew his weapon and raised it to Lucifer's chin, tilting his head upward. Their eyes locked for a moment, and then Naruto sealed his weapon back into his wrist. He began to walk away, hands in his pockets, but paused to address Lucifer. It declared that he had won and demanded his Bankai, warning that absorbing Lucifer would be easy after their brief encounter. With a casual gesture, he shattered the barrier with a light punch. Lucifer knelt, his wings keeping him aloft, while his severed arms lay at the bottom of the lake. Channeling energy into his shoulders, he felt the sensation of bone and muscle reforming. Moments later, his arms returned. A grin spread across his face as he contemplated Naruto's power before both vanished into Naruto's soulscape. As Naruto approached his front door, he recalled Lucifer's words. Despite his flaws, he realized he hadn't spent much time with his wives beyond a few outings. Wanting to learn more about them, he manipulated space to teleport into the corner of his dining room, where the girls were gathered and chatting. Their conversation ranged from favorite foods to new techniques, but one topic caught Naruto's attention. Kaguya and the others were laughing and holding their stomachs, which puzzled him. Mocha turned to Kaguya, hesitantly suggesting they tell Naruto about their situation. Mocha, with a raised eyebrow, reminded her that Naruto was not present. Mocha blushed, acknowledging the significance of the news. Kaguya smiled at Mocha and explained that they should wait until Naruto noticed on his own, joking about the chaos that would ensue if they revealed their pregnancies. Suddenly, a thud echoed in the room, drawing their attention to Naruto, who had fainted. The girls exchanged glances, some even snapping photos of him. Ruby, surprised, wondered how he had entered unnoticed. Kaguya sighed, while Mocha rushed to Naruto, dragging him toward their room. Kaguya commented on his teleportation, eliciting giggles from Ruby and Mocha. Mocha led the way upstairs, inviting Ruby and Kaguya to join her. In their room, Naruto awoke with a start, processing the revelation that all 4 of his wives were pregnant. How had he missed this? He turned to see Mocha fussing over him and smiled, gently cupping her face. He asked about the news, and Mocha shyly lifted her shirt to reveal her belly. Placing his hand on her stomach, Naruto felt a small movement from within. Suddenly, he leaped up and rushed to the balcony, prompting Mocha to hold her shirt tighter in surprise. He shouted with joy, announcing that he was going to be a father. His voice echoed, reaching his wives as they approached the room. Upon entering, they found Naruto cradling Mocha delicately, tears of joy streaming down his face. Mocha joined him in celebrating the good news. Naruto then opened his arms wide, inviting the others into a group hug. After the embrace, he made a comment that left the girls flustered, realizing they had inadvertently revealed their pregnancies. With a sense of closure, the chapter concluded, setting the stage for Naruto and his family to return to the elemental nations, where he would absorb energy and activate his Zanpakuto. As Naruto plummeted once more during his dimensional travels, he groaned upon landing. Over the past few months, he had discovered numerous dimension seals, committing them to memory for future journeys. With thoughts of his wives and their children in mind, he had begun searching for these seals, determined to bring them into his home dimension. Encouraging himself to rise, Naruto stood and surveyed the breathtaking valley before him, its beauty surpassing anything he had seen before. The valley also had a statue reminiscent of the Valley of the End. Naruto squinted as he gazed at the statue at the far end of the valley, his head snapping back in surprise. It depicted him with his Rinnegan activated, flanked by the 10 tails behind him. It looked incredibly impressive. Eager to get a closer look, Naruto teleported to the statue, which appeared to have been crafted only a few weeks or months prior. He stood in awe for a moment before noticing an inscription at the base of the statue. It read, "This valley is dedicated to the hero of the 4th Shinobi War, a man who fought a demon of unimaginable strength and defended his fellow men and women. Here lies the result of the final battle of Naruto Akatsuki. May he rest in peace." Naruto read the inscription several times before turning away, realizing that everyone believed he was dead. He knew just how to change that. With a grin, he vanished in a flash of white light. In the Iwagakure Kage Tower, an old man muttered about the tedious paperwork he was finishing. It had been a few months since the Fourth Shinobi War, during which the hero known as Naruto Akatsuki had died after sealing Kaguya and the Jubie. Inoki walked toward the massive window overlooking his village and sighed. He regretted not having met Naruto, especially if all the stories he had heard about the young hero were true. Suddenly, he noticed a spark of white light below, followed by another and then another. It couldn't be. Inoki watched as the spark helped some villagers in need. Soon, his entire village was illuminated by the white light before it vanished completely. Then, a voice echoed above the Kage's roof, announcing Naruto's return. The villagers' eyes widened in disbelief as they witnessed the hero of the Fourth Shinobi War alive and well. Applause erupted from one ninja, quickly spreading until nearly everyone was cheering Naruto's name. Naruto smiled and waved before disappearing in a flash of white light to another hidden village. Inoki stood in awe of what he had just witnessed. It was truly remarkable. He thought to himself that Naruto Akatsuki was indeed just as incredible as the stories had described. With a grin, he returned to his office, signed a piece of paperwork, and noticed a letter addressed to him from the White Spark. After reading it, he smiled and wrote a response before summoning a hawk to deliver the message to Konoha. In Kumogakure, the Raikage was at his training grounds, doing laps after finishing his paperwork. Life had become somewhat dull since the Fourth Shinobi War, although the villages had agreed to maintain their alliance out of respect for Naruto Akatsuki, who had saved them all from Kaguya and the Jubie. I slowed down and crossed his arms, wishing for something exciting to happen. Just then, random white streaks appeared throughout the village, followed by red and black lightning that formed words in the sky. As the message completed, the villagers fell silent, and then, like in Iwagakure, they began to clap and cheer. The message in the sky was simple: Naruto Akatsuki is back. Laughing to himself, I sprinted toward the Kage Tower, energized by the cheers of his people celebrating the return of the living legend. Upon entering his office, he found a letter on his desk. After reading it, he smirked and wrote a response before summoning an eagle to take the message to Konoha. In Kirigakure, the fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, was feeling bored. Since the Fourth Shinobi War, she had not gone on any dates, spending most of her time sleeping or training. Her village was doing well, especially considering that their hero had fallen in battle. Mei sighed, wishing for something to break the monotony. She began to daydream about her wedding day. While Mei was lost in her fantasy, Naruto summoned a water statue beside the village, emblazoned with the words, "I'm back." The entire village erupted in cheers, but Mei, still caught up in her daydream, missed the spectacle. Suddenly, she felt something against her lips and opened her eyes to find Naruto Akatsuki standing before her. Thinking it was a dream, she began to undress, but Naruto quickly interrupted, insisting that it was not a dream. He pointed at her table before vanishing in a flash of light. Mei sighed and pinched herself, realizing she was awake. She glanced at the table and saw the letter from the White Spark. Like her fellow Ke, she read the message and smiled, sending a messenger hawk toward Konoha. In Sunagakure, Gaara was asleep in his office, with Shikaku resting on his face in chibi form. Both were sprawled on a sand bed in the corner of the room, as Gaara often worked late into the night. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, waking them both. Gaara and Shikaku turned to see Naruto waving at them with a grin. He greeted them cheerfully, asking how they were doing, only to hear Shikaku and Gaara communicate through their mental link, which was ineffective when he was in different dimensions. Naruto looked at Shikaku and grinned, noticing the little spirit's blush as he teased him about having a crush on Madatabi. Gaara, observing the exchange, couldn't help but smile as well. Naruto glanced at his watch before handing a letter directly to Gaara. He announced that he had to leave, disappearing in a flash of white light. This left Gaara and Shikaku smiling, a genuine expression that had not graced their faces since Naruto's supposed death. In Konohagakure, Tayuya Akatsuki was resting in her garden with her fellow widows. It had been 3 months since Naruto had died, and 3 months since they discovered they were PRGNT. Apparently, Naruto had managed to bypass both the condom and the anti-birth jutsu just like him. Tayuya turned to her left and saw Kusami lying with a hand on her stomach. Being a Buji had accelerated her PRGNCY, reducing the typical 9 months to just 5. She felt fortunate, as she had avoided the mood swings that often accompanied PRDSY, but she knew the stress of being a wife could lead to long PRDS of frustration. If only Naruto were here, Tayuya thought, gazing at the sky. Suddenly, she nearly had a heart attack when she heard a familiar voice. Naruto appeared, asking what he would do if he were present. The 4 girls turned to face him, quickly adopting taijutsu stances, with Temari brandishing her massive fan. Tayuya and Saya glared at Naruto with fury, but their anger quickly turned to pain as they clutched their stomachs. This pain faded when Naruto flashed toward them, causing Ryuzetsu, Temari, and Kusami to look on in shock and slight joy. Tayuya and Saya gazed into Naruto's cerulean eyes, which sparkled with joy and determination. In an instant, they hugged him tightly, causing him to gasp for breath, though he didn't actually need to breathe. Thankfully, the girls soon released him. Naruto adjusted his singlet before explaining that he wanted to show them what had happened to him. He activated his Sharingan, and the girls' vision went dark. The people of Konoha enjoyed a beautiful morning. The sun shone brightly, birds chirped, and they witnessed their savior alive and well. To top it off, his girlfriends were playfully chasing him, aiming at his head and other sensitive areas. Naruto shouted for Tayuya and the others to stop as he dodged various projectiles, including fireballs and even toilets he had no idea where they had come from. Tayuya yelled at him, expressing her frustration over him not only getting her PRGNT but also 4 other women in the process of returning home. Watching this from atop Hashirama's head were Kaguya, Ruby, Mocha, and another Mocha who had brought popcorn. Kaguya chuckled at the scene. After Naruto had shared his memories with the girls and allowed them to emerge from the seal, they had begun to twitch, prompting Naruto to flee, only to be caught by Saya in Sage mode. As he ran, Naruto recalled all the times Tayuya had chased him like this and how much he had missed the thrill of it. Suddenly, he stopped, his eyes widening as he remembered something important. Just then, a person flew over him when had Tayuya or the others started throwing people. Naruto watched as his girls charged toward him, fists at the ready. He knew this would hurt if his plan didn't work. Dropping to one knee, he opened his hand, revealing something that would forge an unbreakable bond. With a few heartfelt words, the girls halted in their tracks. He proposed, holding out 4 rings. The first ring, mostly red with a blue sapphire, made Saya's eyes widen in surprise. Next was a red and brown ring, which brought tears to Tayuya's eyes. The third was pale purple with a white diamond at its center, causing Ryuzetsu to drop her kunai and smile. Finally, a golden ring with an emerald made Temari beam with joy. Their answer came in unison as they exclaimed their agreement, hugging Naruto tightly. Meanwhile, in the Kage Tower, Minato sighed as he taught Mito how to become Hokage, having chosen her as his successor due to her efforts during the war. He rubbed his head, watching Mito complain and storm out of the office, insisting that a Hokage didn't need to do paperwork but only protect the villagers when necessary. Suddenly, Minato heard a scream echoing through the village. Turning toward the source, he discovered Naruto being embraced by his 4 girlfriends, who were squeezing him tightly. Wait, Naruto was alive? Minato quickly donned his Hokage hat and flashed down to their location. On the street, Naruto gasped for air, feeling squished between his wives, who had just joined the group hug. Summoning a shadow clone, he switched places with it, only to see it pop after just 2 seconds. They could have defeated him if it weren't for his incredible durability. Naruto considered it might have been a noble way to go. Suddenly, he sensed someone behind him. Turning around, he saw Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage. Naruto waved slightly before returning his gaze to his wives, who were poised to leap at him. Even in their PRGNT state, they were fierce. Minato placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder and began to speak, addressing him as Naruto Akatsuki. However, Naruto interrupted, stating that he was to become the first Uzumaki, leading a new hidden village built atop the ruins of the old Uzushio. Minato was taken aback, struggling to comprehend this revelation. But why? This is your home. I'm offering you the chance to become Hokage. Minato protested, only to be cut off again by Naruto. He explained that Mito preferred to avoid paperwork and that he could hear nearly everything anyone said throughout the country. In a swift motion, he switched places with a blood clone that had been overwhelmed by his wife's affection. Naruto turned toward Minato and tossed a piece of paper in his direction, revealing 4 others. He explained that the document Minato held was his resignation, signed when he became a genin, while the other 4 were letters from the Kages accepting an alliance with Uzushio. He had intended to present one in person, but since 4 out of 5 villages already supported his new village, Minato was obliged to do the same. The only reason Naruto returned was to gather his wives and belongings. Minato felt a surge of frustration. This young man had surpassed him in ways he never anticipated. He had hoped to retire soon, but Mito was proving to be a challenge. Together, they had worked on her to fulfill a prophecy from the Elder Toad, but instead of Mito saving the world, it was Naruto, the child he once believed would amount to nothing. The evidence was undeniable. Naruto had assembled the strongest team. He had incapacitated Orochimaru and developed a space-time technique superior to Minato's own. During Pain's attack, Naruto had saved Minato, his wife, and daughter while he, Mito, and Kushina could only fend off the attackers for a brief time after Konoha's destruction. Remarkably, Naruto had not relied on the power of the Kyuubi at all. He had defeated Kaguya and Madara, sealing Kaguya within himself. Naruto had emerged as the hero of the 4th Shinobi War, not Mito. His time with Mito had resulted in her becoming one of the strongest ninjas and the next Kage. As Minato surveyed his surroundings, he realized that Naruto and his wives had vanished. It seemed Konoha had lost a clan. In Uzushio, Naruto floated above the island, nodding to himself. He felt confident in his decision to revive his clan. With a powerful declaration, he commanded the island of Uzushio to expand to about half the size of the Fire Country. Entering a prayer-like hand sign, Naruto unleashed his technique. Roots surged from the ground, pulling the ruins of Uzushio underground and clearing the entire island. Maintaining the same hand sign, he began to unleash a series of rapid jutsu. He summoned the village of extinct clans, initiated the Great Forest Rebirth, and employed the 1,004-pillar house technique. Naruto watched as the country began to take shape according to his vision. His first technique was designed to revive the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and Akatsuki clans. The Great Forest Rebirth enveloped the land in a massive forest surrounding the village, which was situated at the center of the country. The 1,004-pillar house technique filled the village with homes. Naruto then formed a ram hand sign and drew water from the air, using it to create rivers throughout the land. With a sigh, he floated back down to the center of the new Uzushio. Slamming his hand down, a puff of smoke erupted, revealing his wives stepping out of it. Naruto smiled, remarking that it was a great place to revive their clans. In response, he received another group hug, softer than the ones in Konoha. The women all agreed, and with that, the one who stands strong concluded, marking the beginning of the rise of the new Uzushio.